we love to do. Lord, just bless each and every one of these racers as they go down the track. Lord, we praise things in your name. Amen.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. Now, please stay standing as we do the national anthem. Gentlemen, please remove your hats. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. I think I've heard that before. All right, first ride of the hot rod coming your way right now. All right, here we go. First pair, Randy Bennett out of Stockbridge, Georgia. Aircraft technician, the 63 Rambler on 390 cubic inch Rambler AMC V8. Jeff Pace out of Greenfield, Indiana, 65 Impala, 565 cubic inches worth of mountain motor. Dial-ins of 1024 here in the Jugs lane, 1115 in the Budweiser lane. The Rambler will leave the line first. The Chevy's got to track him down. Let's see if he can do it. Randy Bennett, Golden American, going to charge off the line first. Chasing is Pace. They're headed down the track. One of them's got an excellent reaction time. The other one's still sleeping. Coming up on the stripe. Breakout. Double breakout. Pace goes 10:09 to an 11:11. Bennett taking the win. He breaks out by less. Next up, Jody Blaylock Jr. out of Dansville, Georgia. 47 Hudson, dials at 985. James Wood in the Tri-5 Chevy out of Mineral Bluff, Georgia. He's dialing 1399. The 55 Chevy's going to leave the line first. The 55 Chevy getting ready to move. He pre-stages. Blaylock moving up slowly, carefully. He's there. Pre-stage for both cars. They both go in full. Lights begin to drop. Off they go. Oh! Nap it on the starting line. He spins the tires, loses a lot of ground. Blaylock gets the power to the pavement and drills the tree. He's headed down track. The Hudson out in front. Can he hold on without breaking out? He does. 10:24 on a 985. 14:73. James Wood sleeping on the line and then spun the tires hard. Ronnie Pickens out of Plainville, Indiana, 66 Chevy Chevelle, 540 cubic inch big block in that candy apple red and gold plated Malibu. Kerry Kersey out of Hodgenville, Kentucky, 69 Super B 440, 1277 dial to a 1087. Final call, hot rod. We need straight axle to the lanes. Final call, hot rod, straight axle to the lanes. Mopar moves off the line. Excellent reaction time. He's out in front. Can the Chevy close in? Ronnie is moving strong. He's almost there at the stripe. Breakout for Ronnie Pinkins, and the win goes to Kerry. He goes 1280 on a 77 dial. Pinkins gets there first, but breaks out. Flying Falcon over in, well, we got a single actually. Nathan Spinks out of Bowling Green gets the bye in his 57 Chevy. 350 power. He's looking for an 1152. RPMs come up. He's gone. Excellent 09 reaction time. 1.6, 60-foot mark. Halfway point. He's going 725. Looking for that 1152. He goes 1159. That's close enough. And on a single, he got the win. Coming up now, Flying Falcon taking on a C10 Chevrolet. It's DJ Schneiderer out of St. Charles, Missouri. 64 Falcon, 408. Caleb Locker out of Owensboro, Kentucky. A C10 with a 502 big block. Dial-ins of 1107 for the pickup. 1183 for the Ford Falcon. Falcon will leave the line first. Just under 7/10 of a second head start. They move in. They're staged. And here they go. Red light. Caleb Locker, anticipation. 136 red. DJ Schneider gets a gimme. He was late on the tree with a 655, but gets the win. Double breakout, but it's first or worst, and the red light was first, a safety violation, so it goes to the Falcon. Ronnie Kinsis at a Bowling Green, 68 Camaro, dials 1036. Dennis Locker out of Owensboro, Kentucky, 64 Chevelle, dials 1187. The heavy Chevy Chevelle is going to leave the line first. Camaro will try to chase him down. Lights are dropping. Off he goes. Oh, big reaction time difference between these two. Let's see if it works. Coming down the track, the Camaro closing the gap rapidly at the stripe. It's a double breakout. Man, the air must be really good, but Dennis Locker holds on, goes 1183 on an 87 to a 1015 on a 36. The quickest car in the category, Terry Tyler, 866 dial-in for the Oldsmobile out of Indianapolis. Joseph Coy out of Hodgeville, Kentucky, 65 long roof racer, the Chevelle wagon, 377 small block, 1231 dial-in. He's gone, 866. Olds has got a lot of distance to carry. Chevy's out in front. Olds is closing rapidly. Is there enough track? Is there enough speed? Yes, breakout for Coy. Coy goes under with a 12.19. Big breakout. 867 on a 66. You can't get much better. Johnny Britt out of Bowling Green. Dials 1238 with his Camaro. Randy Vaught out of Murfreesboro. His Nova is dialed 1161. Camaro clicking. He's moving. He had the advantage on the starting line as well. Better reaction time, but he loses. He gives up the stripe. On the gas, and he got 1161. Oh, he's up in fire. He's up. He's smoking. So he lifted or possibly had an engine issue. Flames are out. He's slowly pulling off track, but we're going to check the track, make sure that flames didn't indicate there was something down underneath it on track. We do know drag racers are quite capable of disassembling their vehicles while in motion. He had a lot of motion. Hopefully there wasn't that much commotion. So we'll check this out before we go on to any more racing. Make sure it's all safe out there. First thing they're going to check is the car as he made the turn onto the return road. Make sure he's okay. Make sure the fire is out. But, man, he had a ball of flame going down track right after the finish line. So we're going to check things out before we send any more cars. The next pair coming up, though, is Ben out of Voorheesville, New York. 40 Willies with a 468 Chevrolet. Beautiful patina on that machine. I mean, now we go up at Tina and we covet these things. Years ago, the first thing you wanted to do was sand it and paint it. Skeeter Haggard at a Pleasant View, Tennessee, 66 Mustang. First generation Mustang getting ready to go. He's going to be dialed in with a 1087, and Ben's got a 1216. So the Willys is going to leave the line first, and then the Mustang will try to gallop down track and catch him. All right, we're doing a check of the track, check of the driver. Word is everything's okay so far with the driver. Car, little toasty. But we're checking the track now to make sure it is safe before we send any more cars down. I'm Bob Beck. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We're glad you could be here. It's our annual event. It is one of the best ones. Love the grandstands. The facility is just beautiful. The swap meet's going on. Again, show and shine. If you want to get your car judged, pull through the judging area before 11 o'clock, and then judging will cease. So if you want to get your car judged and you're in the show and shine area, pull through the judging area before 11 a.m. this morning. Swap meet going on. A lot of vintage, seasoned parts there. So check them out. Go through the manufacturers Midway. George Montgomery's here. He's got his book. He's signing autographs out there. We're going to have the honorees in the honoree tent signing autographs a little bit later on as well. You can meet and greet with them. Racing going on throughout the day. We need straight axle to the lanes. Straight axle to the lanes, please. Straight axle cars to the lanes, please. All right, checking out the track. Looks like they may have found some stuff to clean up. We'll get that taken care of. Get back to racing in just a little bit. All right, if you missed the presentations yesterday evening and didn't get to go to the signing autograph session, then we'll tell you a little bit about who our honorees were this year. Ted Spihar was the Grand Marshal. And like many teenagers who grew up in the greater Detroit area in the 50s and early 60s, Ted was drawn to the increasingly popular world of hot rodding and muscle cars. But what separated Spihar from most of his fellow enthusiasts was that he went on to a near 5-decade career as a championship engine builder in 2 distinct forms of motorsports as well. He started out with drag racing because, heck, that was what was happening on the streets of Detroit back in the day and most every place else. But Woodward Avenue was the place that the manufacturers would use as their test ground. Not only did they test the performance of the cars, but they checked out the attitude of the guys on the street. One of the cars becoming famous from this was the GTO in John Z. DeLorean. But Ted was there, and he was part of it. He had some connections, made some friends, and Chrysler decided to give him a try on prepping engines for them. He prepped them so well, they were dominating the new Pro Stock category back in the early 70s. As a matter of fact, they were so successful, NHRA awarded the Mopars the lead trophy. Now, basically, they added 100 pounds to those cars, almost making them uncompetitive and giving an engine weight break to people like, Grumpy Jenkins, who took his little Vega and a 377 small block into many winner's circle races. But Ted stayed with drag racing for a number of years, later moving on to road racing, prepping engines for GM and their winning Corvette teams at Le Mans. He is our Grand Marshal. He'll be over in the autograph session. A little bit later on, you'll get to meet and greet with him, talk to him about his exploits, and check things out. He just left the tower. Jerry Cooley was in here with us, and he was an NHRA. He is the NHRA honoree, or one of them. Multi-talented Jerry Cooley achieved success on a national scale during the heydays of the modified Eliminator and was one of the hardest working and most productive track promoters in the southeastern United States. Additionally, He worked in a variety of careers over the years. Cooley's drag racing days began in 1954 when he secretly raced his parents' 54 Ford in Montgomery, Alabama. Now, no one here has ever taken their parents' car out and done anything like that, right? Yeah. There's a few guys shaking their heads going, no, never got caught, or never did it. Well, he was in Montgomery, Alabama, and near the end of the 50s, he became involved with the administrative side of the sport when he began organizing a small track in Alabama. He was a one-man show, taking money at the gate, supervising the staging lanes, and selling sandwiches and soft drinks. We honored Jerry last night at the honoree presentations, and he'll be here as well. He just left the tower a few minutes ago. He's eager to meet and greet with all the enthusiasts here. A combination that was tough to beat back in the day was Len Cottrell and John Spielman. And they're both here with us today. They were out. We were chatting with them last night during the honoree presentations. And later on, we did some bench racing back at the hotel and the stories they could tell. But they're here. They had a number of very successful cars and 19 different drivers piloting their vehicles. They formed a partnership that has lasted for decades, running all sorts of cars from gassers to funny cars and top fuel. All right, one of our honorees that was unable to make it because his wife had an incident that they had to take her to the hospital and doctor was Paul Romine. Now, Paul Romine, best known for his exploits in top fuel and funny cars, also raced Formula Atlantic sports cars and sprint cars. Paul Romine, definitely a figure in racing and nostalgia racing. As a matter of fact, I kidded him a couple of times about him going guardrail to guardrail in 5 seconds. He was the first nostalgia front-engine top fuel driver to go under 6 seconds in the quarter, first 5-second run. When he's not running race cars, he pilots a P-51 Mustang aircraft. He says it's a good substitute for top fuel, but he keeps on going. He's had the Man of War funny car and raced that until he quit racing in 2018. He campaigned the car for 10 years. Paul Romine, one of our honorees. Another honoree, probably the most colorful of all the honorees, is George the Bushmaster Schreiber. George was up here. He's got his traditional headband on, multicolored sometimes, and his flamed shorts. Yes, his flamed shorts are hot, and he wears them. He did not wear them last night to the presentations, which I thought was kind of strange, and he even had a sport jacket on. He got really dressed up for the event. But George the Bushmaster Schreiber was one of the early members of NHRA, joining in 1953. He's raced just about everything, including jet cars and the wild custom top fuel car called Yellow Fang with Big Daddy Ed Roth. He was successful with that, but it wasn't just racing that got him notoriety. He built a world-class Highboy 32 Roadster powered by an Oldsmobile that was featured in Hot Rod magazine. His last ride was a jet dragster, and he became very acquainted with the Blue Angels Flying Acrobatic Team. He owns and operates a museum at home, and he's got 200 feet by 200 feet worth of stuff in different rooms as well as cars. He's in Stafford, Missouri. The Bushmaster, Rockin' Race Place. And you can meet with Mr. Schreiber down here in the autograph session at 2 o'clock. So all the honorees will be back. They'll be here for you. We're doing a little cleanup on the track. We saw that car go up in flames. Well, it went up in flames and the fluids went down in flame. So we're getting that cleaned up. We'll get it ready. It's after the finish line, luckily, so the racing surface is still pretty good. But we're going to do a complete prep on that, make sure it's safe before we send any cars down. Safety is of utmost importance. We got a lot of racing to get in today. We're going to do it. It's going to work, and we're glad you could be here to share with us at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. We're going into the first round of Hot Rod right now. Straight axle, you will be following Hot Rod, so please stay close. Please come to the lanes. Straight axle, this is your final call to the lanes. Straight axle, you need to be in the lanes. Weather is beautiful today. I'm glad you could be here to share this with us. Got a lot of racing action going to be coming your way. Top Fuel, Funny Car, Fuel Altereds. We're going to have some great racing action throughout the day for you. Now, for those of you who have friends or family that couldn't make it, if you go to YouTube and click on dragracer.tv, they will be able to see and hear all the excitement on a live stream video. So check it out, dragracer.tv, going worldwide right now. We've had a number of people from Santa Pod Raceway in Great Britain watching us today and yesterday. So it's going all over the world, and drag race enthusiasts know where to find us. dragracer.tv. Check it out. If you haven't already stopped by the reunion tent, check out all the latest and greatest in t-shirts and other goodies from NHRA. If you haven't picked up your goodie bag yet, now's the time to do it, as well as the official program. Over at the reunion tent, get your official NHRA t-shirts. Now, one thing to think about, the sunburn alone you're getting from walking around is not going to be enough to prove you were here. So get that event t-shirt. It's going to be a collector's item for sure. Got the kitty litter is spread out. They're getting it cleaned up. We should be back to racing in just a few minutes. We thank you for your patience and understanding. I want to welcome you to the 19th Annual NHRA Motorsports Museum Holley National Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. We're excited to invite you back to enjoy the racing and all the activities this weekend at the historic Beach Bend Raceway Park. Now, along with the Wally Parks NHRA Motorsports Museum group, we want to thank the NHRA staff that's here as well, and especially thank the fans for being out here. Now, if you haven't found the Holley booth yet, they've moved on the oval to the straightaway area, and you can check out all the great things they've got from the various companies as part of Holley organization. The show and shine area going strong, PPG. Again, racers or car show participants, if you want to get your vehicle judged, you have until 11 o'clock to do so. Drive up to the judging area and get your car judged if you want. Though they're not here today, two of hot rodding and drag racing icons, Alex Exidius, SoCal Speed Shop, and Ed Iskandarian, Iski Cams, have both turned 100 years old. Now, Ed's getting ready for his 101st birthday next month. Alex just turned 100. You got two Centurions that just celebrated their 100th birthdays, and they're still going strong. Matter of fact, I saw Ed Iskandarian last week at a car show. We chatted for a little bit. He still is as active as he was back in the heyday. Alex Exidius, best known for his speed shop in Burbank, California, back in the 50s. Still active today. You can read all about them in the program. If you haven't gotten it yet, you head on over to the reunion tent where all the NHRA t-shirts, goodies, and such, including the program, are available. Looks like we're just about ready to go back to racing action. Come on back to your seats. Get ready, because here we go. It'll be Ben Sangagori out of Voorheesville, New York, with a 40 Willys, 468 Chevy for power. He's going to be in the Jegs lane. Dial in of 1216. Skeeter Haggard out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. 66 Mustang with a 408. Little small block. He's going to be dialed 1087. The Willys was going to lead the line first. The Mustang will try and gallop down track and catch him. The Mustang, an icon in automotive history. Because of its popularity, the name Pony Car was coined. But the Mustang was not the first of the pony cars. The first car that qualified as a pony car was the Barracuda. Came to market 2 weeks before the Mustang did in March of 1964. Luckily for us, the Mustang was more popular. Otherwise, we'd be driving fish cars instead of pony cars. The Mustang is the only pony car that's been in production since introduction in April of 1964. And I'm so darn old, I was there to see the introduction at the New York World's Fair in April of 1964. Mustang gets the tires warmed up a bit, a little bit of smoke coming off the Willys. Willys will leave the line first. He's got just over a second and a half of head start. He should be able to get to the 60-foot mark before the Mustang leaves the line. How fast can the Mustang gallop? Well, we're going to see in just a moment. Willys going to leave the line first. Three-stage light lit by the Mustang driver. Haggard's there. Ben got to move up with Willys. Slowly, he's moving. He's bumping it in. Three-stage lights are lit. Willys fully staged. Mustang inches forward into the beams, and we're ready to go. Willys pulls the front wheels up in the air, backs out of it, gets back on it again. It's the Willys out in front. The Mustang not making up ground as rapidly as maybe he wants to. Is the Willys going to be too quick? Yes, he breaks out. 11.82 on a 12.16 to an 11.54 on a 10.87. So the Mustang doesn't run the number, but the Willys goes too quick. Ernest Boards out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the Camaro dials 10.63. The Fairlane by Mark Wobble out of Paducah, Kentucky. 63 Fairlane with a 429 dials 10.04. The Camaro will leave the line first. The Ford will try to chase him down. Off goes the Camaro. Chasing is Wobble. Wobble moving. The Ford has already caught the Camaro. Is he going to be too quick? The air is good. We've seen a lot of breakouts. While the loser breaking out, 10.58. Ernest Boards goes too quick. 10.05 on a 10.04 for Mark Warble. He runs right where he needed to be. Kenny Pease out of Dyersville, Tennessee with the 62 Nova Long Roof Racer. Scott Taylor out of Cincinnati, Ohio with the 66 Plymouth Belvedere. 9.32 dial-in for the Chevy. 12.24 for the Mopar. Plymouth will leave the line first. The nasty Nova is going to try and chase him down. This is one quick grocery getter. Off goes the Mopar. Chevy patiently waits. They're gone. Two excellent reaction times. This is going to be a close one. Look at the Nova. Close in rapidly. Coming on strong. Is there enough track? Is there enough time? Double breakout. Kenny Pease breaks out by a mere 0.02 of a second to take the win. Camaro and Firebird, kissing cousin cars. Caden Cowling out of Browns, Illinois. 69 Camaro with a 396 big block. Elmer Harrison out of Dayton, Ohio. 68 Firebird. 10.39 dial-in for the Bird. 11.65 for the Camaro. Firebird, kissing cousin to the Camaro, was introduced in February 1967. 3 months after the Camaro. 69 Camaro, last of the first gens, heads down track. The Firebird out of shape. Drifts towards the center line, gets way out of shape, and he lifts the throttle. Is the Camaro noticing this? Will he slow down? 12.08, he does. Takes the win. Firebird brings it back under control. Elmer cruises down for a 17.01. Nova and Dart. Well, let's see. Is the Dart going to stick it to the Nova? Let's see what happens. Christopher Crady out of New Albany, Indiana. 64 Nova, 408 small block. Philip Shaw out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. 70 Dart with a 360. 1092 dial-in for the Dart. 1172 for Christopher Crady. The Chevy will leave the line first. The Dart will be aiming for that finish line. Light goes green, and they are gone. Crady sleeping on the starting line, and it's Shaw out in front already. Will he go too quick? He's got to watch that ET. He does it. 11.17, good for the wins with 11.98. So Philip Shaw going on to the next round. Little teams. Dick Lizander out of Triadelphia, West Virginia. 59 teams, wagon, 363 Ford for power. Mike Goodwin out of Jefferson, Georgia. 70 Duster with a 340. 949 dial in for the Mopar, 11 flat dial for the Ford. And a red light, Ford Dick in the Ford. 157 into the red, and Mike Goodwin gets a gimme. Doesn't matter what he runs, he's got the win. He goes 9:43 to find out what the car will do under today's weather conditions. 11:09 for Xander. Ray Morris out of New Haven, Kentucky, the 55 Chevrolet, taking on Barry Clemens, Dixon Springs, Tennessee, 64 Fairlane. He's dialed 12:09 in the Ford, 10:77 for the Chevrolet. Big gap. Ford leaves the line. Chevy waiting patiently, pulls the front wheels up in the air. Close on reaction times as they head down track. Ford is out in front. Chevy closing in, getting closer. Can he get him? No, it's a double breakout, and the Chevy does win. Morris with a 10:65 breakout to an 11:95. Better run. Ernest Fords out of Indianapolis, Indiana, 65 Biscayne with a 427 big block. Dials 1087. Caleb Masterson out of Brandenburg, Kentucky. Got the little Chevy S10, dials 1076. This is going to be a close one. Oh, just over a tenth of a second separates them on the tree. Oh, someone drilled the tree. Great reaction time. Chevy S10 out in front. Big heavy Chevy Biscayne trying to close the gap. Getting closer. But it's the S10, 1104 for Caleb on an 1076 to an 1101 on a 1087. Max Bartnell out of Columbia, Illinois, 66 Fairlane. Allison Smith out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 56 Chevrolet, 406. Dial in of 1164 for the Chevrolet, 1355 for the Ford. Ford will leave the line first, almost 2 seconds worth of head start. Ford will be past the 60-foot mark before the Chevrolet gets the go. They both get in, and they're dropping. They're gone. Ford's gone. Wow, way out there. Ford pulls away. Chevrolet trying to close in. The Fairlane's got a sizable lead. It's getting smaller, but takes the win. Double breakout, 13:43 for Max against an 11:51. Bigger breakout for the Chevrolet. Ford going on. Marvin Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky, 70 Chevrolet with a 400-inch. Dials 1385. Brenda Blair out of Elmwood, Tennessee, 77 Caprice, a big Chevy. Dials an 1181. The Malibu will leave the line 2 seconds ahead. Huge gap. Oh, a red light gives the win away, and Brenda going on to another round of racing. She has an 054 reaction to an 031 red light. Double breakout, but it's Brenda going on to another round. Jewel Craven out of Polo, Missouri, 64 Belvedere in Petty Blue. Taking on Ron Meredith in the Litchfield, Kentucky, 69 Dodge Dart. 1177 dial-in for the Dart. Dart will leave the line first. Jewel with an 1104 dial-in will be chasing. See if the Petty Blue makes it quicker. Oh, makes it too quick right on the start. Huge red light, 4/10 of a second red. Gives the win to Ron Meredith, and Jewel becomes a first-round runner-up. Goes 1150 on an 04, but was way out there. 1163 is the winning time. Steve Renfro out of Wilson, Oklahoma. 69 Camaro, 540, dials 970. Lewis Atwood dials 1025 with the last of the rear drive Malibus. He's out of Cloverport, Kentucky. The bright orange Malibu will leave the line first. The 69 Camaro will run after him. Oh, man, someone drilled the tree. I mean, double O drill. Can he catch him? He's caught him. Camaro out in front. Too quick. Breaks out 961 to a 1017. Lewis Atwood breaks out by less and gets the win. British Morris Minor, Ricky Henson out of Covington with his Morris Minor 434 Chevy for power. Dials 1026. Keaton Moeller out of Murray, Kentucky. sailboat fuel specialist, he says. The Chevy C10 dials 1208. Just under 2 seconds worth of head start for the pickup truck. The itty-bitty Morris Minor will be trying to run him down. Oh, sleeping on the line. A perfect reaction time for Keaton Moeller. A 1 second reaction time for Hansen. Moeller can lift the throttle right now, and he does. 12:20 to a 9:94. Huge breakout for Hansen, but he was flat asleep on the starting line with a 1 second reaction time, and his competition a perfect 000. Chris Moeller out of Murray, Kentucky. He's got the Chevy C10 pickup truck dialing 1040. Dave Dexter out of Gillum, Illinois. Painting contractor with the Nova, dials 936. Almost a full second worth of head start for Chris Moeller in the Chevy C10. Let's see if this C10 can haul. RPMs are up. Red light, and the wheels in the air. Moeller goes 013 red. Dave Dexter gets lucky. He was late on the tree, but gets the win. Double breakout, though, 1016 to a 918. Both ran it out the back door. They saw the numbers. They saw the lights. Bill Day out of Blanchard, Ohio with the Dodge Colt. The Mitsubishi sold by Dodge. 1089 dial. Mark Panello Sr. out of Coral Springs, Florida. 66 Impala, 540 big block. The big Chevy dials 1144. Bill Day dials 1089. Getting ready to go. Chevy's gone. Dart pulls the wheels up and is chasing. Better 60 foot for the Dart as he starts to close in on the Chevy, or the Colt. The Colt is there. They're side by side at the stripe. It's the Chevy holding on at 1147 on a 44 to a breakout 1075 on an 89. 57 Chevy taking on the Malibu wagon. Dave Sanderson out of Cincinnati, Ohio, 427 cubic inches worth of Malibu long roof. Mike Morris out of New Haven, Kentucky, 57 Chevrolet, 346-inch motor. He leaves the line looking for an 1132. Sanderson, 1074. Malibu close it in. The long roof racer coming on strong. Is it going to be enough in time? Breakout. It was too much. 2/10 too much to an 1133. Morris right on the number he needed to be. He dialed the 32 and ran a 33. Comet and Nova getting ready to go. A 1072 dial in for Tim Boggs in the 67 Chevy 2. 350 cubic inches worth of motivational power. Johnny Matthews out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. 65 Comet with a 351 cubic inch Ford V8. Dial-ins of 1165 for the Merc, 1072 for the Chevrolet. Merc will leave the line first, and Chevy's going to try to chase him down. Comet rolls in. Comet, the kissing cousin to the Ford Falcon during its first few years. Became a Fairlane-based car later on. Red light for Tim Boggs, and Johnny Matthews goes on to another round with the Comet. Coming up on the finish line lights, what do we got? Oh, double breakout, but Matthews gets the win. Bear Nichols out of Cable, Kentucky, 65 Nova. That shiny blue machine's going to be dialed 1010. Nicole Vanderwalker in the Duster, dials 1086. Just over 7/10 of a second head start for the Duster. Will the Duster be able to dust off the Nova? Or will the Deuce do it? Well, let's see. 1086 dialing for Nicole. She'll lead the line first. 1010 for Bear. He's going to be scrapping to get down there. Off goes Nicole. Reaction times are good and close as they head down track. Duster keeps pulling. Chevy's not closing rapidly enough. Is she going to be too quick? No. Real good. 1109 to a 1088. Bear doesn't run the number. A Hot Rod Lincoln. This baby's for sale. If you want to go racing with something that's quick, how about a 460 cubic inch luxury barge? That's going to go drag racing. Larry Ronalds out of Union, Missouri. 67 Lincoln with a 460. Dials 1222. Wesley Buchanan out of Wickliffe, Kentucky. 72 Nova. Dials 1322. Gets a whole second head start over Larry in the Lincoln. Give the Hot Rod Lincoln do it. Lights dropping, and they're gone. Ooh, big disparity in reaction times. Hot Rod Lincoln coming on strong. Is it going to be strong enough? Can he make up that difference from the starting line? No. Chevy goes on double breakout. 13-18 for Wesley. A 12-14 breakout for Larry. And the Hot Rod Lincoln is relegated to first round runner-up. Rick Jensen out of O'Fallon, Missouri. 72 Chevelle with a 406. Dials 1063. Jason Stills out of Evansville, Indiana. 1071 with his 56 Chevrolet. Red light. Rick Jensen goes 0-2-1 red, and Jason Stills gets the win. He was looking for a 1071. Let's see how close he gets. He goes 1056, way under the number. All right, Dragster going up against the Mopar. Joey Thigh out of Webster, Kentucky. It's a Woody Gilmore chassis, true vintage machine with a 327 small block. Mike Molgard out of Loveland, Colorado. 65 Belvedere. 1013 dial in for the Mopar. 1014 for the Dragster. Red light for the Mopar. Pulls the front wheels up in the air, and the Dragster gets the win. This would have been a good side by next. Let's see what they do for times. Well, Molgard goes under with a 10:02 to a 10:06. They both run under the number. Dragster will be back for another round. Ed Lucy out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. 37 Ford. 500 cubic inches worth of CAD for power. 1118. Corey Martin out of Eminence, Kentucky. 67 Comet. This is when the Comet became part of the Fairlane midsize range. He's now 1097. So the Hot Rod going to leave the line first. The Comet going to try and rocket past him. There goes the Hot Rod. Comet pulls the wheels up in the air. Better reaction time for the Hot Rod, but 60-foot mark erases that reaction advantage. The Comet out in front. Is it going to be too quick? No. 1098 on a 97, right where he needed to be. The Hot Rod goes a 30 on an 18. 56 Chevy, Mike Moss out of Paducah, Kentucky. 56 with he says 265. That's only on half the engine. Rick Osborne out of Appomattox, Virginia. 38 Chevy pickup truck. 406. He's dialed 1085 to an 1105 for the 56 Chevy. And this guy's got a Swiss cheese tailgate on this thing. Take a look at the back of this pickup. This thing is wild. It'll leave the line real hard. Calling it the 38 Special. 1085 dial in for the truck for Rick Osborne. 1105 for Moss. Mike Moss, red lights pickup, puts it up on the back of the wheels. Huge wheelie. Gets the win. He goes 1080, little bit of a breakout, to a 1095, even bigger breakout. But a red light for Mike Moss gave the win away right on the starting line. Gene Schwartz out of Euclid, Ohio. This is a very famous and successful race car. 52 Bel Air with a 310 V8, dials 1098. Michael Card out of Lansdale, PA, 71 Nova, dials 1180. So 9/10 of a second head start for the Nova. And I think he's letting the smoke out or something, but he's opened the door on the Nova. Not sure if that means he may have a problem or not, or he's just trying to get some air inside there. A couple of dry hops for the 52. Well, Nova seems to be all right. Close the doors, moving up to the line. Gene Schwartz. Long history of racing successfully and with this car as well. Oh, big I mean huge, and something broke. Gene Schwartz red lights for the 256, an insult to injury, something broke. Now, he did the right thing. He pulled over to the guardrail on his side of the track, came to a stop in case parts and pieces are ejecting, and fluids, we get to clean up a small spot rather than the length of the track. So 1173 is what Card runs. He breaks out, but he got the win because of the red light. But then Gene Schwartz leaves the line, and Sutton let go in the drive line. So we got a little bit of stuff here on the starting line. They're getting it mopped up easy. Now, guys, I want you to watch this. Brad, who's doing the mopping right there, is a professional. Do not try this at home. If you try this at home, your significant other is going to know which end of a mop to hold, and guess what you're going to get to do? Yeah, bathrooms, kitchens, don't do it, guys. But speaking of that, it's Father's Day weekend, ladies. The Manufacturers Midway is open. You're going to find plenty of gifts for Dad and out there. Check it out. Also, don't forget to get the event T-shirt. Proof that you were here for the 2022 edition of the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, we're going to get the Chevy towed off track. Apparently has a little bit of a problem. He may need a proctologist. Apparently something in the rear end let go. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. I'm Bob Beck. We are also simulcasting or streaming live on YouTube at dragracer.tv. So if you got friends or family that couldn't make it out, they can be watching it at home on their computer. Dragracer.tv on YouTube. Check us out. Getting notes from people all over the world saying they're watching us and enjoying the racing action they're seeing. So the next pair up will be Mike Apiu. I'm not sure of the pronunciation. Sorry about that, folks. He's from Moscow Mills, Missouri. 65 Malibu with a 427. Alongside him, it's Pontiac's midsize, the Tempest. Terry Spear of Columbia, Tennessee, 455 Pontiac Power. Now, in the early 1960s, all the GM divisions had a compact car. Chevrolet had the Corvair, then got the Nova in 62. Pontiac had the Tempest, Olds had the Cutlass, and Buick had the Special. In 1964, all the divisions got a midsize car, but Pontiac, Buick, and Olds lost their compacts, and the names were given to their midsize cars. Chevrolet kept two compacts, the Nova and the Corvair, but gained the Chevelle in 1964. Now the Nova continued on, and later in 1964 got the V8 engines they'd never had before. Ford one-up them, put the V8 in the Falcon in 1963. Chevrolet came back with the 283. The Malibu did not get the big block from the factory until late in 1965, and it was only available on the SS. Now, in 1966, if you ordered an LS Chevelle or an SS Chevelle, you got the big block as standard. 396. There were three versions of that back then. The 325 horse was the standard 396. There was a 350 and a 375 horse as well. And the era of big block muscular power became part of the Chevrolet tradition. Pontiac, though, beat them to the punch in 1964 by putting the 389 in the GTO. John Z. DeLorean was responsible for that, as he was the product guy at General Motors for Pontiac at the time. He tested the water by taking prototypes and other things out to Woodward Boulevard or Avenue to check out the street rod crowd and see what they thought of it. Tow truck is backing up. They'll pick up Mr. Schwartz's car, and we'll get the track cleared out, ready to go in just a moment. Thanks again for coming up or coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA. Don't forget, at 2 o'clock, we're going to have the autograph session with today's honorees. So please come over to the reunion tent and meet and greet with the NHRA Hot Rod Reunion honorees. Nostalgia Midwest Modifieds to the staging lanes, please. Nostalgia Midwest Modifieds. First call to the lanes. Nostalgia Midwest Modifieds to the lanes. Straight axle. This is your final call. Straight axle. Final call. A little bit, not much stuff to clean up. Truck is loaded, or the car is loaded on the back of the tow truck. And once they clear the track, we'll get back to racing. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for joining us here at the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA. All right, tow truck headed down track as we get ready to return to racing action. Mike from Moscow Mills in the 65 Chevelle will be pulling up. He'll be dialed 1069. Terry Spear out of Columbia, Tennessee with the 64 Tempest long roof, the wagon. He'll be dialed 1047. So it'll be a relatively close race as they head down track. A little bit of prep, and we'll be back to racing action. Judging has officially ended for the show and shine area. Judging has now ended for the show and shine. The engines come to life. Track is clear. Safety crew's back in position. Dave Layton, our stage master, got his hand up holding things. He says, okay, you're fired. Let's go. So Terry with the Tempest and Mike with the Malibu pulling up. Tires good and hot on the Chevelle. 1069 dial in here in the Jegs lane. 1047 dial in the Budweiser lane. Chevelle will leave the line first. The long roof Pontiac will try to chase him down. Reaction time going to be extremely important, as close ET-wise as they are. There's no room for error. Full stage for the Pontiac, full stage for Chevelle. Red light, and Spear gets the gimme. And he needed it too. He had an 8/10 reaction time. He needs some caffeine. He was sleeping. 004, Mike misses a perfect light by 4 thousandths of a second. Was just on the wrong side of the green. S10 pickup of Cameron Morris out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Engine builder. Got a 355 small block in it. Dials 1150. Tom Girding out of Cincinnati, Ohio with the Nova. Dials 1030. The S10 will leave the line first. The Nova will try to chase him down. Barely bumping in with the S10. He's gone. Reaction times are relatively close as they head down track. The Nova closing the gap. He's there. Is the Nova going to drive by? He does. Double breakout. The S10 got there first, but went 11:41 to a 10:28. So the Nova getting the win. Dragster against Henry J. Scott Hodges out of Anderson, South Carolina. A 1950 Henry J. takes on Brett Fye out of Harn, Kentucky. 69 front engine dragster. And it's 50th anniversary for Joey and Judy Fye. They're in the hot rod class, and the whole family's here racing. But 50th wedding anniversary to Joey and Judy. Congratulations, and thanks for celebrating it here with us this weekend. Scott Hodges, dials 932 in the Henry. A 1004 dial for Brent in the dragster. Henry J. Now, this is a base model Henry J. There's no trunk lid. The trunk lid was an option, believe it or not. Dragster gone, Henry chasing. Henry closing rapidly, has already caught the dragster. Is he going to be able to hold on? He does. Double breakout, though. And it's the Henry J getting the win, breaking out by the least amount, 928 to a 993. Lester Rogers on a single with his Nova. He's looking for an 1130 dial out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. The 68 Nova is running a 327, he says. All right, straight axle coming up next. Midwest Modified. You should be ready to go. You should be in line. You will follow the straight axle. Midwest Modified. You will follow the straight axle. Nova headed down in a good, straight, smooth run. Excellent 022. Reaction time goes 11:29 with a 5. Breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second, but it's a single run. He's okay. All right, the straight axle group coming up now. 2 early Chevys. Willie Robinson out of Louisville. 51 Chevy with a 301. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky. 48 Chevy with a 350. Pre-stage light lit for Robinson. Burton moving up. Burton gone. Long wait, but Robinson is chasing. At the stripe, it's tight, but it is going to be Burton with an 856 to a 650. Runs right where on his dial-in, but left later and lost. This is 8th mile for these guys. Henry J. Herm Hill taking on Kenny Shames in the Litchfield-based 33 Austin Bantam Sedan. Now the Henry J, this has got the optional trunk lid. If you get a chance, compare the two that just ran. He's got the trunk lid. So this is a higher trim level. It's also a newer, it's a 52. Got the tail lights up on the fins. Red light for Herm Hill, 088 in the red to a 190, and it is Kenny going on to another round. He goes 894 to a 672. Double breakout, but the red light, that did it first. Malibu of Bruce Allen from Harrisburg, Illinois, 64 with the 434 big block. Chuck Deaver out of Clarkson, Kentucky. He's got a dial of 750 with his 55 Chevy. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. You should be suited and ready to go. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds. Lights dropping, they're gone. Oh, reaction times a little slow for both. At the stripe, Bruce Allen gets the win. Chuck Deaver breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Shoebox Ford, John Jones out of Taylorsville, Kentucky, 53. Johnny Armstrong with the 50 Chevrolet, dial 650. Almost 2 seconds of head start going to that Shoebox Ford. Now, back in the day when you bought those Fords in 1953 and you wanted a V8, you got a flathead V8, the last of the flathead V8s. Ford switched everything over to overhead valve beginning in 1954. The Y block was born. Johnny Armstrong will be chasing the Ford of John Jones. Jones is gone. Armstrong's got a chance. It's an 8th mile. It's tight. He's coming on strong. He gets it. 6:59 to an 8:40. Jones doesn't run the number and left late. There is so much metal flake in this Opal, I bet it weighs 100 pounds more than it used to. David Mansfield out of West Paducah, Kentucky. 67 Opal Cadet with a 355 Chevy, dial 7 flat. Donnie Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky. 41 Student, no, not, it's a 57 Pontiac, so it's not Donnie Wilson. 725 to a 7 flat dial. And it's the Pontiac going on to another round. 728 to a 740. So the Opal doesn't run the number. 55 Ford takes on 57 Chevy. Joey Bridges out of Louisville. 400 cubic inches, 408 cubic inches with the Ford power. John Stevens out of Ocala, Florida. 57 Chevy with a 383 small block. Dial in 725 here in the Jaggies lane. 7 flat for the Ford. Lights drop and red light for John Stevens. 007 lights the red light. The win going to Joey Bridges, who breaks out with a 695, but it's the red light that takes the first. Now this is Donnie O. Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky. 41 Studebaker Coupe takes on Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. 66 Nova. 675 dial in for the Nova. Studebaker with an 8-second dial in. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. We need you to the lanes. Or nostalgia super stock. Nostalgia super stock to the lanes. Donnie O. Wilson, red lights on the hit. And Shane Lyle going on to another round. Yopinimini, we got a Volvo. Taking on the coupe. Mike Moore out of Murray, Kentucky, 36 Plymouth. Philip Trantham out of Bowling Green with the Volvo. 850 dial in for the Volvo. 650 for the Plymouth. The Volvo does not use IKEA speed parts. I can guarantee you that. 125 reactions with 163. Whoa, he's going. He's closing. It's the Volvo at the stripe first, and big breakout. An 839 to a 648. So Mike Moore going on to another round. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky, 56 Park Lane. That has a 454 Chevy in that long roof Ford. This was Ford's answer to the Chevy Nomad. Jerry Hansen out of Charleston, 57 Ford. This body style was favored by the NASCAR crowd back in the day. Lyle chasing, pair of Fords headed to the stripe. And it is a double breakout. Bill Lyle getting the win, though. They have huge breakouts. Hansen breaks out by over 0.2 of a second. Greg Skidmore out of Mount Vernon, Illinois with a Rompin Rambler. And Dwight McGee out of Louisville with a 47 Nash. A lot of people remember the little Nash Ramblers, but this is just the full-size Nash. Nash merged to become part of American Motors. And then American Motors got bought out by Chrysler. So it's kind of a Mopar. Well, Dwight McGee drills the tree with a 003 and gets the win. Double breakout, 822 to a 741. And had the reaction time advantage by over 1/10 of a second. A very rare Ford pickup truck, 1961 unibody. The bed is part of the body. There's no separation between the pickup bed. This is the short wheelbase version. Tim Brannon with a 358 Ford, dial 650. John Wolz, a 675 out of Louisville with the 55 Chevrolet. Got a 422. Chevy pulls away. Good reaction times. The 55 tries to stay out in front and does. 677 on a 75 to a 51 on a 50. The difference in reaction time was a mere 0.05 of a second. 55 Chevy pulling up. Bill Wallace out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. 55 Chevy 210 model. 825 dial-in. Bobby Turner coming up with his 55 Chevy. Well, looks like it's a single. Bill Wallace gone. Wallace looking for an 825. Goes 836. Mike Combs out of Carmi, Illinois. Headed down track, gets a little bit of a wiggle. Brad Outlaw was supposed to be his competition, didn't make the call. So Mike Combs looking for a 7-0, goes 7:08. Very cool looking 68 Camaro. It's modified, getting ready to go as we move into a new category. Jack Dietzel out of Harrison, Ohio, 68 Camaro 355. Dials 1125. It's his index, I modified production. Cotton Perry out of Ringgold, Georgia, a 10 flat dial. He is a D modified production car. 66 Chevy 2. Says he's running 280 cubic inches. Camaro with a 355. Dietzel in the Camaro will leave the line first. Cotton Perry will try to run him down. Let's see what the action is on the starting line. Who's going to get the better of the two reaction times? That's going to play a big part in this one. There's a huge gap over a second in dial-ins. Second and a quarter separates them. Camaro's gone. Cotton chasing. Well, reaction advantage. A big one. Full tenth of a second. At the stripe. Double breakout. Cotton goes 988 on a 10 flat to an 1124. Got shut down on the starting line, a 154 to an 057 reaction. Two Camaros, first gen, second gen. Donnie Beeler out of Elizabethtown with a 1967 Camaro with 327. Tom Gillum out of Lafayette, Indiana, 70 Camaro with a 350. First of the second gens and first of the first gens. Beeler dials 11 flat. Gillum a 1075. Gillum in a G modified production. Beeler in an H. Reaction times are nearly identical. It's going to be heads up at the stripe. Who's going to take it? Ooh, a tight one. Double breakout. And Tom Gillum getting the win. Runs a 72 on a 75 to a 95 on a 0. Dave Walther out of Lanesville, Indiana, 66 Nova, H modified production. Jay Detzel out of Harrison, Ohio, 64 Corvette, dials 1150 in an F modified production. Corvette's got to make up a little bit of time. About a half second difference. Wheels go up in the air for the Nova, and the Corvette goes red. 042 red light for Detzel, and it's Dave Walther going to get the win. He's looking for an 11 flat, goes 1118. The Corvette, well, he realized the error of his ways and just slowed down to a 1506. Nova and Camaro ready to go next. Danny Kellums out of West Baden, Indiana, 67 Nova. Donnie Vaught out of Milton, Tennessee, 67 Camaro. D-modified production Nova goes 10. H-modified production Camaro is 11 seconds. So a full second head start for the Camaro. RPM's coming up. Camaro's gone. Nova chasing. Nova drills the tree for a 005 reaction time. Is that going to be good enough? 10:01 on a 10. Yes, it is. To an 11:04. Margin of victory on this one was 96 thousandths of a second. That was close. Robert Getzey out of Lowell, Ohio, 57 Bel Air. He's a D-modified production 10-second car in the 57. Dennis Fishley from Potosi, Missouri, 1075 index for his G modified production Camaro. RPMs come up. Camaro is gone. Banging the gears. Gets a little out of shape. Looks like he slowed down a little bit. Now he's picking up the pace again. 57 closes the gap rapidly. And it's a double breakout. Dennis Finsley getting the win with the Camaro. Goes 1065 on a 75 to a 989 on a 10 flat. Monza with a 355 small block. Gary Rollo Brothers. Tug Brock in the 78 Malibu. Last of the rear motor or rear drive Malibus. Dials 9 flat. It's a double A modified production car up against a B modified. You'll see the Monza leave the line first. And goes red. 015. The red light comes on. And Tug Brock gets the gimme. He goes 888 on a 9 flat. Figured, what the heck? Let's see what it'll do. To a 948 on a 50. But the red light gave the win away. 69 Camaro Shane Smith, E-modified production out of Central City, Kentucky, 1025 the index. James Schneiderer out of Brookville, Wisconsin, 66 Corvette, 1050 in the F-modified production. Getting ready to go. Red light bites another Corvette. 032 in the red to an 024 green. So Shane Smith goes on to another round of racing. He goes 1022 under the number to a 1076. Mighty Maverick here in the Jeggies lane, taking on the Tri-5 Chevy. 1955 ushered in the performance era for Chevrolet with the introduction of the 265 V8. Scott Abbott's got his 55 Chevy stuffed full of 427. J. Mike Johnson in the Maverick. 377 cubic inches worth of Chevrolet. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Maverick was the almost official replacement for the Falcon, and he red lights. He goes big red with a 119 red light. So Scott Abbott gets the gimme on this one, looking for 1025. He goes 1029. Johnson, knowing he already lost it, runs it out the back for 1035. Beautiful second series body Nova of Mike Welfel out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 327 in his 66 Nova. It's an I-modified production car with an 1125 index. Danny Bowling. I-modified production Camaro. It's going to be a heads-up 1125 race for these two cars. Or is it a race? Let's see. Looks like Waffle gets a gimme. Bolding was his competition but didn't show. This is a different car here. So Waffle looking for the 1125, goes 1123, but on single he's okay. Next up, Camaro. 1969 Mark Mag out of Bowling Green. It's a Z28 with dials 11 flat, H modified production. And he gets the buy. Modified eliminator, modified eliminator. You need to be in the lanes. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Looking for an 11 flat. Mark Mag goes 1094 on a single. It's okay to break out. A little bit of track prep as we move into some more racing action. And again, we need modified eliminator. Modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the lanes. right, little track prep going on. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment. Again, modified eliminator. Modified eliminator. We need you to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator. To the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock is in the lanes, getting ready to go. So if you're not in the lanes and you're a Nostalgia Superstock, you may be late. But we need Modified Eliminator to follow Nostalgia Superstock. Modified Eliminator. Don't forget, our award winners, our honorees, will be signing autographs at 2 o'clock in the reunion tent. Check it out. Head on over there. Don't forget, programs available there, plus the event shirt. Proof that you were here. Sun's coming out. You may get a little touch of sunburn, but that won't be proof that you were here. So get the event shirt to prove it. All right, horsepower sounding as the cars come to life. This is Nostalgia Superstock coming your way. The Survivor 65 Dodge of Donnie O. Wilson. It's a G class car with an 1150 index. Frank Gaskins in an E Plymouth, and he's got an index of 11 flat. 64 Plymouth Savoy, 493 cubic inches worth of Mighty Mopar power. The Cornet with a 413, which until the 426 came out was the biggest wedge motor they had. In 65, you get the 383, and you can sneak in a 426. But this one's got a 413. The red Dodge will leave the line first, has an 1150 index. Frank Gaskin goes red, giving the win away to Wilson. Wilson with a 126 reaction time gets the gimme on this one. He's looking for the 1150, goes under with an 1141, a 1082, way under for Gaskin. Barracuda, Dale Mears, a Nostalgia Superstock 10 index. Bernie Lawrence with his M class car, a 13-second index. 3 seconds worth of head start. He'll be nearly at the 330 mark. He's gone. Coming up at the 330, the Barracuda leaves. Big disparity in reaction times. Will it pay off? Coming up on the finish line lights. They are next to each other. And it's the Barracuda with the advantage. Goes 1029 on a 10 to a 1390. Bernie Lawrence doesn't run the number. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois, 64 Belvedere, 383 big block power. And Ron Tiller out of Lebanon, Tennessee, with a 540 cubic inch Hemi. $950 index to an 1125 index. Plymouth gone. Dodge chasing. Plymouth out in front. Dodge with the better reaction time. Can he make it work? At the stripe, he does. Double breakout, 943 to an 1107. Lesser breakout for Tiller. Pete Ailes out of Clarksville, Indiana, 63 Fury, 524 cubic inches worth of Mopar power. Taking on the Plymouth, Matt Grove, Louisville, Kentucky, 67 Plymouth with a 440. In this case, Mopar stands for Move Over, Plymouths Are Racing. Wheels go up in the air, and a hole shot from Matt Grove. He's way out there. The car pulled hard and strong. 60-foot marks are nearly identical, but he holds on. 10.28 on a 25 index to a 10 flat for Pete Ailes. He got it on the starting line. A 180 reaction to an 030. Mick Ailes, New Albany, Indiana, 11 flat index. Jimmy Grauer out of Litchfield, Kentucky, 65 Buick with an 1175 index, an H nostalgia against an E nostalgia car. Buick will leave the line first. There he goes. Plymouth chasing. Huge disparity in reaction times. Let's see if it plays out at the finish line. Air has been good. A lot of guys have been breaking out, and that's what happens to Mick Ailes. He goes 10.93 on an 11 to an 11.76 on an 11.75. Jimmy Grover right on the number he needed to be. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, 65 Belvedere with a 512 cubic inch Plymouth power plant. 1050 is the index for the C Nostalgia Superstock car. Frankie Riggs out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, 67 Dodge, 1175 his index. He's gone. He had a big head start. It's starting to evaporate, though, as Deaton closes the gap. Deaton comes on strong and gets the win. Double breakout. 1044 on a 50 to an 1159 on a 75. Biggs breaks out big time. Steve Staub out of Dale, Indiana. 1225 index for his J stock. Danny Whitford, a 975 with his CFX Chevelle. Big gap. Over 2 seconds worth of head start for the Dodge. Steve's patriotic 64 Dodge going to lead the line first with a 1225 dial to a 975 for the Chevrolet, and he goes red. Evaporates with that big lead with an 011 red light. Cut it close, too close. And Danny Whitford getting the win, runs 966 to an 1165 and a big red light and a big, big breakout for Steve Staub. Long roof Malibu wagon, Gabriel Ray, 64 Chevelle, 548 CFX car, runs 975. George Warren, Greenbrier, Tennessee, 67 Fairlane, an 11 flat index for his E Nostalgia Superstock. Wheels go up, Ford gone. Malibu, wagon, chasing, closing, rapidly, getting there. Can he do it? Double breakout, and he gets it. A 74 on a 75 to a 97 on an 11. Tough break for George Warren, and it is the Chevy going on to another round. Bubbleback 61 Chevrolet getting ready to go. Or 62 Bel Air Sport. It says 609 Big Block Barry Camp. AFX car out of Monroe, Georgia. 925 his index. Ed Becker, Middleton, Tennessee, 65 Belvedere with a 1025 index. Full second head start. Green light won't hit that Chevrolet until about the time the Plymouth hits the Christmas tree. Lights are dropping. Off goes the Plymouth. Chasing is the Chevrolet. Excellent reaction times for both. This is going to be a tough race. Coming up on the stripe. The Chevy moving strong. And he double breakout. 913 to a 1016. Ed Becker with the Plymouth going to another round. Chevy becomes first round runner-up. Mitch Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee. 65 Chevelle. A Nostalgia Superstock 10 flat index. Robert Hill out of Jackson, Tennessee, 1175. He's going to be past the 60-foot mark before the Chevy can hit the throttle. And there he goes. Ooh, but he's got the light. Excellent reaction time. Heading down track. Chevy closing in on the Mopar and gets him. Double breakout. 998 on a 10 to an 11.65 on a 75. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. 65 Malibu gets the bye run. He's got an index of 11 flat for his E Nostalgia Superstock car. Modified Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Modified Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. An 11 flat index goes 1078. Figured, what the heck? Let me see what it'll do. Daryl Nelson out of Glen Ellen, Illinois. 66 Fairlane. Gets the competition by. He's looking for a 10 flat. 1/4 the first 60 feet. Powers down to the stripe. Goes 999 with a 1. Breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Neil Broyles out of Beach Bluff, Tennessee. 69 Dodge Dart, 383, big block. Also a competition by. His competition not making the call. Final call this for Modified Eliminator. Final call for Modified Eliminator. Nostalgia Pro Stock, you will follow Modified Eliminator. Nostalgia Pro Stock, you will follow Modified Eliminator. Dart leaves the line, 1/460 foot mark. Gets to the half track point with a 6.35. Crosses the finish line, 998 with an 8 on a 10 flat index. Buick also getting the competition by. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee. 67 Buick Grand Sport. B Nostalgia Superstock index is 1025. Let's see how close he can get to it. .007 reaction time. Misses a perfect light by 7 thousandths of a second. Cruises to the stripe with a 10.08 on a 25. Again, it's a buy run, not a problem. Malibu coming up here next. He also getting a competition buy run. As some of the drivers' cars not making the call. Matt Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee. 65 Chevelle, 454 big block. It's a D Nostalgia Superstock with an index of 1075. RPMs come up. He's gone. 016 reaction. 1.5 the first 60 feet. Half track, 6.7. At the finish line, looking for 1075. Goes 1061. But again, single run, not a problem. Little prep there on the starting line as we get ready to move into the Modified Eliminator bracket. All right, Modified Eliminator coming your way. So if you're not in the lanes and you're a Modified Eliminator, you're late. Nostalgia Pro Stock, this is your call to the lanes. Nostalgia Pro Stock, you need to be in the lanes. Nostalgia Pro Stock, you will follow Modified Eliminator. Jake Broerman out of Rockport, Indiana, 72 Vega. A modified with a 10 flat index. Bryce Lawrence out of West Paducah, 67 Nova, a B modified with an index of 1050 will be coming up next. Some interesting cars as we look over the staging lanes in this category. Little starting line prep for these cars getting done, and we are ready. Jake coming up with the 72 Vega, and Bryce with the 67 Nova. Vega was Chevrolet's answer to the Ford Pinto. The Nova was when Chevrolet realized that the Corvair really wasn't what they needed to compete against the Ford Falcon. Nova came out in 1962. They said they started development in 1959. That was about the same time the Falcon was introduced. The base engine on the Novas back in the day was a four-cylinder, 153 cubic inches. Stayed as the base engine until 1970. The Vega, a 2.3-liter aluminum block four-cylinder, and that was part of its downfall. Cast iron cylinder head, aluminum block without sleeves. Jake in the Vega, a 10 index. Bryce, a 1050 index. Off the mark they go. Reaction times identical, down to the thousandth of a second. This is going to be one tight race as they come up on the finish line. And it's a double breakout. Broerman taking the win, breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Bryce, a full 10th. Barracuda, 1966. Tony Miles with the C modified, 11 index. Charlie Hamilton with the 37 Ford, a 1050 index. 66 Barracuda, last of the first generation Barracudas. They were introduced in 1964, 2 weeks ahead of the Mustang, but nobody really noticed. Barracuda puts the wheels up in the air. The sedan closing in. Can he catch him? It's tight at the stripe, and it's a double breakout. Miles in the Barracuda, 1091 to a 1028. Big breakout, and the Barracuda getting the win. Long Route 57 Chevy, Shea Smith out of Louisville, 11 flat in his C-modified production. Chris Cowles out of Bowling Green, a 12 flat. Full second head start for the Nova. Second generation Nova SS leaves the line well. And the 57 Chevy making some motions, but is he going to be able to catch up? He's not making any ground here. The Nova's out in front. Can he break out? Well, the 57 does by 6 thousandths, and the win goes to Chris Cowles. Was 12:01 on a 12. Plymouth Valiant, Terrell Fulcher out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Taking on Dennis White out of Bardstown, Kentucky in the Fairlane. C-modified production cars a pair. It's a heads-up 11-second race. Oh, and a big hole shot. Ford leaps out in front. 0.3 of a second head start. By virtue of that reaction time, is he going to be? He's got it. Double breakout, though. 1097 to a 1085. Terrell really pushed it to try and catch the Ford, and he breaks out. Brian Todd, 10 flat index in that Model A. 31 Ford. Mike Meyer out of Duncanville, or Duncan Falls, Ohio. 60 Studebaker Lark. Studebaker moved into the compact arena in 1960 with all their cars, which was kind of their detriment. Studi taking the win. 034 red light for Todd. So the Flame Studebaker's going to come back for another round. Todd becomes first round runner-up. Goes 10:09 on a 10 to a 10:03 on an 11. Meyer was good. Malibu and Camaro. Oh, we got a little bit of stuff there on the starting line. They're mopping it up. Now, from what I understand, these guys do a great job of mopping, but they don't do windows, so don't even ask. So Neil Poole out of Rochester, Kentucky with the Malibu. He's an E-modified production car with a 12-second index. 350 Chevy. John Minot out of DeLand, Florida. 67 Camaro, 350. An 1150 index, a D-modified. Camaro and Malibu. Full stage for the Malibu. Camaro moves up. Oh, big red light for Poole. John gets the gimme on this one. He had an 0.66 reaction, which was good, but a red light gave him the win right away. 11.55 on a 50 to a 12.29 and a red light for Neil Poole. Pontiac Tempest. When the first Tempest came out, they were a compact car. The base engine was a half a 389. They sliced 4 cylinders off a 389 V8. The optional engine was a 326 V8. The Tempest had a transaxle in the back, much like the Corvairs. Bill Kuber out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, with the 61 Tempest. Dave Lang out of Collierville, Tennessee, with the 67 Camaro. 1050 index to an 1150, and the Pontiac's broken right on the hit. Camaro going to get the gimme unless he breaks out. Let's see what happens. He goes 1077, good for the win. Pontiac pulls to the side. We'll get the track clear. We've got a little bit of stuff there on the starting line, and we will get back to racing in just a moment. We need Steve Gibbs to the front of the tower, please. Steve Gibbs to the front of the timing tower. Steve Gibbs to the front of the timing tower, please. Exhibition, first call to the lanes. Exhibition, call to the lanes, please. Exhibition cars, first call to the staging lanes, please. All right, a little bit of cleanup going on track right now. Pontiac done broke, and we'll get him off track in just a moment. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion here in Bowling Green at Beach Bend. We're glad that you could be here joining us for this event. We got a lot of things going on throughout the day, a lot of racing action, and one of the things we're going to be doing right here in just a moment is a special presentation. So bear with us here for a little bit. Mark, well, we've got some downtime. Do you want to do the presentation? All right, one of the things happening right now as we're getting ready to go is the Midwest Nostalgia Pro Stock Association is honored and pleased to induct Steve Gibbs as the first member of their Hall of Fame. Steve was introduced in the early days of helping us, or he was instrumental in helping them, and promoting the pro stock category. Without his help and guidance, they're not sure they would have made it this far. On behalf of the Midwest Nostalgic Pro Stock Association, we're proud to present you with this plaque. Thank you from Mark Pappas to Steve Gibbs. Let's put your hands together for Steve Gibbs here as he gets his award, the first member to be inducted in the Pro Stock Hall of Fame. Steve Gibbs was instrumental in starting the Hot Rod Reunion Series, the Cackle Fests, and he's very involved in the automotive aftermarket and racing industry. All right, here we go. Back to racing action. Greg Kerna out of Franklin, Kentucky, a law enforcement specialist in the 67 Camaro. It's a two-time modified eliminator champ in 2019 and 2021. The Shafarov Engine Company, his sponsor. 1050 Index in his B modified production Camaro. Billy Moffitt out of Clinton, Tennessee, 72 Nova SS. 421 cubic inches with a Chevy motivational power. He's a C-modified production car with an 11-second index. Both cars staged. Lights begin to drop. The Nova leaves the line. Camaro wheels up, is going after him. Reaction times are close as they head down track. Side by next at the three-quarter point at the stripe. It's going to be Carter. 1050 on a 1050. To a breakout by 4 thousandths of a second for Billy Moffitt. That was a close one. Right down to the wire. All right, Nostalgia Pro Stock coming your way. The rear Morrison machine getting ready to go up against the Rod Shop Firebird. Mark Pappas, the number one car, qualified fourth with an 850 at 151 miles an hour. Michael Ropo was the number one qualifier with the Firebird at 767, 180 miles an hour. Drivers are getting strapped in place and getting ready to go. When the Pro Stock category was formed, it was a heads-up race for manufacturers to participate, and they did. One of our honorees, Ted, was one of the engine builders and development people for Mopar, for the Chrysler Hemis, did such a great job Well, they had to change the rules because the Mopars were dominant. By the time this Pontiac Firebird was developed, the engines were corporate. So basically a Chevy engine in the Firebird. Rear Morrison Camaro, second generation Camaro. With the advent of the rubber bumpers, they streamlined the Camaros back then. We need gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas eliminator to the lanes. Gas eliminator cars to the staging lanes, please. Gas eliminator. And gas eliminator, your 10-second cars will be in lane 1, your 950 in lane 2, 90 in lane 3, 850 in lane 4, and 80 in lane 5. Gas eliminator to the lanes. 10-second cars, lane 1, 950 in lane 2, 90s in lane 3, 850s in lane 4, and 8 flat in lane 5, and gas eliminator. All right, Mark Pappas in the rear Morrison car pulls up into the Jegs lane. Mike Ropo, number 1 qualifier, is in the Budweiser lane. Now, Pappas ran a best so far of 850, almost a full second off the time that Ropo ran, and he's the number 1 qualifier. So Pappas has got a lot to do to try and catch up with this tire-smoking Firebird. Wow. Does he think he's John Force or something? Look at that burnout. Put your hands together. You know, talking about burnouts, he might want to wait and get into the burnout contest we're going to have a little bit later on. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. 10-0 into lane 1, 950s into lane 2, 9-0s lane 3, 850s lane 4, and 8-0s in lane 5. Gas eliminator to the lanes, please. Camaro against Firebird, kissing cousin cars. When they first came out in 1967 model year, there was significant difference between the two, although the bodies were somewhat shared. Pontiac had a single overhead cam 6-cylinder as the base engine. Firebirds had up to 400 cubic inches worth of V8 power. Look at how quickly he backs up. I hope he stops in time. Woo! And no side mirrors to see what he's backing into. I don't know. Pappas is there. He's ready. Ropo says, yeah, I just needed a little more heat in the tires. You know, I am faster than you. Let's see what happens. A faster car doesn't make up for a red light. Let's see how they do on the starting line. Ropo. He ran a 7:67, qualified number 1. Pappas at 8:50, qualified 4th. Big gap in what they ran. RPMs come up, and it is, Pappas has a problem. Now Pappas picks up the pace at half track, but it's all for naught. 761, quicker than he qualified, and faster at 181 miles an hour. Pappas has a problem on the hit, and only goes 12:05. The Glidden replica coming up here in the right lane. Going to take on the Weehall Camaro. Mike Ruth. Mike Ruth out of Trevor, Wisconsin. 79 Ford Fairmont, 500 cubic inches worth of Ford power. Billy White out of DeMonte, Indiana. 79 Camaro, your number 3 qualifier. Ruth didn't have a good qualifying session. Got Chevy against Ford. The Fairmont on the Fox body, or the Fox chassis, which most people associate with Mustangs. And we've got something on track down there. We're going to get things taken care of before we send these two cars down. So a lot of people think of the Fox Body Mustangs as the only one that got that chassis, but that chassis was shared with Lincoln, Ford, and Mercury. And in this case, the Fairmont got the same chassis as the Mustang. And a lot of guys don't think about that, but they are just as modifiable as the Mustangs, and in some cases a lot less expensive to buy. The Fairmont was chosen by Bob Glidden to be his pro stock car, and it worked out quite well. A number of the GM guys used the Camaros and the Firebirds back in the day, and we're pretty happy with the way those cars performed. Mike Ruth has the 1979 Fairmont with 500 cubic inches worth of Ford power. Bill White out of DeMonte, Indiana with the 79 Camaro, a 477 cubic inch big block. So he's given away 23 cubic inches to the Ford. He qualified third with an 826. Mike Ruth, well, he had some problems during qualifying, and we don't have a number on what he actually did. So this is going to be an interesting run to see what they do and who is going to pull out the victory. We got the issue taken care of, and we're ready to go. We fire them back up. Thanks again for being here for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. And the Ford's got a problem with reverse. They have to push it. Hope that's not an indicator of what's going to happen. He's going to do his burnout, but is he going to do one across the line or just up to the line with that problem? Camaro goes across the line, smoking the tires. Mike Ruth, crew saying, come on, let's go. Move it up. He says, hit it. Ruth getting crossed up, doing his burnout, but he does go across the line. Hopefully he finds reverse gear this time. And he does, so he's backing it up. Ford backing up. All right, Ford against Chevrolet. Mike Ruth in the Ford. Bill White in the Chevy. We know what White can do. 826 is what he qualified at. Ruth's the unknown. Oh, and he gets a whole shot. 077 to a 311. Ruth got left at the starting line, but is he making up for it? No, 808 to an 828. He runs a better time, but couldn't make up the difference in reaction time. He loses by 0.03 of a second. 828 for Bill White, then 808 for Ruth. Joe Gallagher out of Westville, Indiana, engine builder in the Chrysler product, the 84 Daytona. It's got a Hemi 572. Now, when this car first came into production, it was a front-engine, front-wheel drive car. With little hot rod ingenuity, they take the four-cylinder out, put a big Hemi in the front, and make it rear-wheel drive. He qualified number 6 with a 1338. He loses fire, gets it restarted. Gas eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Gas eliminator, you should be in the lanes. And gas eliminator, your lane assignments. 10-0, lane 1, 950, lane 2, 9-0, lane 3, line 850, lane 4, and 8-0, lane 5. A little adjustment on the wheelie bars as they get ready to go. Joe Gauger out of Westville, Indiana. Didn't have a good run on his first attempt. Only doing 13:38 at 63 miles an hour. Hopefully, whatever the issue was, they've gotten it straightened out. But his crew is staying real close to that car, not sure. They're telling him to back up. Something's not quite right there. I'm thinking that he may not have been lined up straight. They're bringing him up now. Car is capable of excellent ETs. They had some issues yesterday. Hopefully they've gotten those straightened out. Inching forward, full stage. There he goes. And shuts it off. Gets back in it again. It's going to be a better run than he qualified with. 894. And it looks like something came off of the car, so we're going to shut him off. He goes 894 at 159 miles an hour. Now, when you're racing, you're supposed to blow the doors off the competition, not your own car. But I think that's what just happened. He just lost the door on the car. So we'll get that taken care of, get him off track, get the parts and pieces away, and they'll tape it back together again for the next round of racing. All right, again, we need gas eliminator to the lanes. Your lane assignment for elimination. First round is 10 O's in lane 1, 950 in lane 2, 9 O's in lane 3, 850 in lane 4, and 8 O's in lane 5. All right, we got a special one coming your way next. As soon as we get the clear track, a special exhibition run. The Wheel Standers Extraordinaire are coming up here for you. We got two guys that love to set them up on the rear bumper, and I'll tell you what, I've seen them rip the bumper off the back of that 56 Chevy a number of times. Mighty Mike Bolina is going to be coming up here with his 56 Chevrolet. Now, that car goes every which way but straight while it's in the air, and yesterday he got the beach bend stripe right down the side of the car as he kissed the wall. That didn't stop him. The car's ready to go, and he's going to be racing again. He's going to put that thing way up in the air for you. Now, he's going to run side by side with another beautiful wheel-standing machine, and that is the Mighty Fish car. It's called the Bad Fish Racing Team. It's a wheel-standing Barracuda, and they're going to be coming up here in just a moment. He can put it back on the bumper, and as a matter of fact, with the short tail end of that fish car, he puts it up so high you can just about read the part numbers on the transmission. They're coming up here for you. Bolina's already pulled up part way. Doing a little bit of checking of the track right now, and we'll be back to action in just a moment. So get ready. If you like wheel stand in action, you're not going to find it any better than between the Bad Fish and Mike Bolina. You want to see a picture of what this looks like from the front? Go to your program, page 42. Bolina's got his up just a little bit, but the Fish, he's scraping his tail. Now, Mike Bolina's car is set up to have fun. And he'll do his burnout, then he'll do a dry hop and hit the bumper. Then he doesn't, if the car's not pulling the front wheels in the air, he's not having fun. And fun is the name of the game for this guy. All right, again, Gas Eliminator, you should be in the lanes ready to go. Gas Eliminator, your lane assignments for your first round. 10 O's, lane 1, 950 cars, lane 2, 90 cars, lane 3, 850 cars, lane 4, and 80 in lane 5. Gas Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, you will follow Gas Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, you will follow Gas Eliminator. And Comp Eliminator, same lane assignments for you. Comp Eliminator, same lane assignments. 10-0 lane 1, 950s lane 2, 9-0s lane 3, 850s lane 4, 80 lane 5. Final call, Gas Eliminator. Final call, Gas Eliminator. First call, Comp Eliminator. First call, Comp Eliminator. All right, exhibition cars firing up. Get ready for some wheel standing action here. Mike Bolina in the 56 Chevrolet. The Badfish Racing Team's wheel standing Barracuda coming up next alongside him. If you look at the 56 Chevrolet of Mike Bolina's from the driver's side, you can see where he got the Beach Bend stripe down the side of his car. Did that yesterday during Fun Times, his exhibition run. The Badfish getting ready to go. Bolina starts his burnout before he even gets into the water box. Gets it all crossed up every which way but straight. Badfish does a short burnout. Well, he may not need much more than that. There you go. Look at that. Whoa, baby. And that is just on the burnout. Mike Bolina out of Wheatfield, Indiana, retired Chicago police officer. 496 big block in his 56 Chevy. Larry Jelinowski out of Orland Park, Illinois, a 52-year-old union truck driver. 69 Barracuda with a little bitty 340, he says, under the hood. Whoa, Bolina says you can pop a wheelie, so can I. Bolina gets more miles to the front tires than most drivers. Of course, he's wearing out the paint a little quicker than most. The first 3 years that I was coming out here, Bolina would come up and rip the bumper off each of his runs. What's left of the bumper is on there. Oh, they're not backing him up real straight. Uh-oh. Don't hit the starter. He's on our side. Uh-oh, Belina not pull it up straight. This could be an issue. He pulls that thing up in the air. Photographers, get your cameras ready. Belina coming at you. Larry in the Barracuda. Mike in the 56 Chevy. Oh, big red light, and Belina pops it up, and look at the Barracuda go! Half track before he brings it down to the ground, and Belina's going to get the win this time. Mike Belina goes 995, 136 miles an hour. I don't care how fast Larry went. He carried the front wheels to half track. All right, the gas eliminator cars are in the lanes. Comp eliminator, we need you now. Comp eliminator, you will follow gas. Comp eliminator, remember your lane assignments, or gas eliminator as well. Gas and comp eliminator. 10 O's, you should be in lane 1. 950, you should be in lane 2. 90, lane 3. 850, lane 4, and 8 O's, lane 5. All right, here comes gas eliminator. 10-0 cars coming out first. We're going to try and pair them up based on their index to start with until we get down to the point where we can't do that anymore. So we got a Camaro up against the Vega. Jim Hayes out of Troy, Ohio, 61-year-old auto shop repairman. 72 Vega with a 468 big block. Mike Sexton out of Bloomington, Illinois. Two Chevys, 10 flat index, gas cars. Heads up. No breakout. Actually, there's a breakout. They can't go quicker than 10. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Hayes with the Vega slightly ahead. Camaro starts to close in at the stripe. 996 to an 987 double breakout, but Hayes getting the win. Barracuda and Camaro up next. J.B. Wood out of Springfield with the 68 Barracuda, and Dave Marcusberry out of Florence, Kentucky, 68 Camaro. 10-second index. Barracuda pulls the wheels up, sets it back on the wheelie bar, and he's on his way. Reaction times are within 0.02 of a second of each other. Barracuda slightly ahead. Double breakout. Barracuda getting the win. 992 to a 990 on a 10 flat index. Still the E-gas category. Ricky Stutz with the Nova. Olin Brock with the Duster. Light goes green. They're gone. Stutz with the advantage on reaction time by a mere 0.04 of a second. They're looking for the elusive 10 seconds, and he goes 10:02 to a 10:27 for the win. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Jason Wright in the Nova. Sam Patrick in the 37 Chevrolet. Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan. Jason Wright out of Flickville, Tennessee. Big gap on reaction times. The coupe starts to pull away. He's got 600ths at the halfway point advantage, and he goes 10:02 to a 10:19. So Sam Patrick going on for another round with the old school Gasser coupe. Blaine Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana, 72 Vega. We're now in a 950 car, the D-Gasser, up against 10 knots, 10-second E-Gasser, Chevelle. The Chevelle will leave the line first. He gets half a second head start. It's an E-Gas car up against a D-Gas. Vega just bumps in. Off goes Ted Knott, and he's got the whole shot and the advantage. Chevelle heads down track, good straight smooth run, but he doesn't run the number. 9:58 for Blaine Bolding, comes back from behind to take the win by 52 thousandths of a second. Steve Skoll out of Lockport, Illinois, D-Gas Nova, 950 against Mike Cutler's 950 D-Gas 55 Chevrolet. The Tri-5 Chevy, got that little wing thing going on in the trunk. He's gone. 300's advantage in reaction time to one of those drivers. Coming up on the stripe, looking for the 950, double breakout. Mike Cutler goes 949 to Skoll's 948 to take the win. Jeff Thomas, Columbia, Kentucky, in the Barracuda. Donnie Rotler out of St. Genevieve, Missouri, 66 Rambler, 950 index. They're both D-gassers. Oh, and Donnie Rotler bumps the car in red lights. He bumps the car, the light flickers, he will not get a time, and Jeff Thomas gets the win. Bob Klink out of Hamilton, Ohio, 65 Corvette. D-gasser. Todd Kapp, also a D-gas car, 70 Chevelle. Heads up, 950, they're gone. Vet carries the front wheels out there. Drills the tree on the competition. The Chevelle, though, is starting to close in. He's quicker. Oh, and a breakout for Klink. He was too far ahead by a thousandth of a second and breaks out. 9:55. Kapp goes on to another round. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky, taking on Sal Petrulis, both in D-gassers. 9:50. Heads up. Here we go. Little Dodge Colt. 440 cubic inches worth of Mopar engine stuffed in that little Mitsubishi. Ronnie Egner's Mayfield, Kentucky, 55 Bel Air, 509 big block. Starting to move up. Full stage for the Colt. 55, inching forward. Got to bump in. There he goes. They're gone. Reaction times, little disparity, but they're close. At the stripe, side by next. Double breakout. Ronnie Egner in the 55 breaks out by less. He goes 43 to a 40. They were looking for 50s. Camaro in Vega. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, 67 Camaro. D-gas. Brent Cole in the 74 Vega is a C-gas. The Vega, a 9 flat index to Terry Lindsay's 950. Lindsay in the Camaro will leave the line first. 427 cubic inches worth of big block against 421 small block. Red light for Cole. The gimme going to Terry Lindsay in the Bowling Green car. He gets the win, goes 47 on a 50 to a 97 on an O. So they both break out by the same amount, but the red light gave the win away. Scotty Tomlinson out of Paris, Tennessee in the Corvette. 9 flat is his index, C-Gas. Ross Chitwood out of Bloomington, Illinois, also a C-Gas car. It's going to be a heads-up, 9-second race. Reaction times are close. Incrementals say they're almost identical to 3:30. Now Chitwood starts to pull ahead, and it's a double breakout, but Chitwood breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Scotty Tomlinson 0.04 breakout. So Chitwood going on to another round. Donovan Bolding should be alongside there. There he is. He's backing his car up. 74 Vega with a 496 big block. C-Gas car, 9 O's. Stuart Forney out of Orlinda, Tennessee. Also a C-Gas, 9-0 heads-up race. Mustang with a 447. Vega with a 496. Ford against Chevrolet. Pre-stage lights lit. Vega just bumps in. There we go. Reaction times are close. 200th separates them on the tree. Looking for the elusive 9-0. Who's going to get it? 901 for Stuart Forney for the win. Budweiser Lane. 907 for Donovan. Margin of victory, 79 thousandths of a second. Kyle Renfro out of Homer, Michigan, 62 Corvette. C-Gassers, a pair. Mike Ryan in the Chevelle. Red light for the bright yellow machine. 013 for Kyle Renfro in the red. Mike Ryan gets the win. Goes 884 to an excellent 901, but the red light did him in right on the start. Ivan Ray, the third. Driving the Nova. C-Gasser. It's a body man and painter. They call him Buddy. Kevin White out of Indianapolis in the 72 Nova. A first gen and a second gen Nova getting ready to go. Both are C-Gas cars with 9.0 index. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator, you need to be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Hole shot for Buddy. Can he hold on? Incrementals say no, he's behind. But he's behind enough to hold on to the win. 895 with an 8 breakout to an 887 big breakout for Kevin White. So sometimes it pays to be slow. Jeff Bissaro out of Glencoe, Alabama, 41 Willys. Phil Stamps out of Tipton, Indiana, 72 Camaro. They're gone. 9-0, the index they're running. Incrementals show the Willys out in front. Is he going to be too quick? Yes. 893 breakout to a 909 for Stamps. Pair of Novas, one a Phantom two-door wagon, Robert Aker. Aker out of Kemby, Indiana. Eric Walkup out of Clearwater, Florida. They're gone. 0.03 of a second separates them on reaction times. The long roof car moving and goes 901 to a 915. Excellent run. The 9.0 index misses it by a thou. Plymouth pickup truck here in the Jeggies lane. Shane Gill out of Oakdale, Illinois. Yes, Plymouth. Plymouth had pickup trucks for a few years. 540 cubic inches worth of Chrysler power. John Renfro out of Litchfield, Michigan, 67 Nova, 400 incher. Both are C-Gas cars with a 9.0 index. Comp Eliminator, you need to be in the lanes. Final call, Comp Eliminator. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Difference in reaction times, very small, but the Nova got out of shape, close to the wall, backs out of it, and a 905 win for Shane Gill. Another unusual car to see in a drag strip, a Chrysler 300 letter car. Now, these were performance luxury cars back in the day. And Chip Brown brings out his 1964 300K with 600 inches. Little Thunderbird, Dan Hobbs out of Hawesville, Kentucky. 56 bird with 604 cubic inches worth of mountain motor. He's got a 9-second index. He's a C gas car. Chip Brown in the big, heavy Chrysler is a B gasser with an 850 index. So the Thunderbird will leave the line first, and it's the Mopar trying to chase him. Margin of victory, could be tight. Reaction times are big gapped. And it's the Bird holding on. 9 flat on a 9 flat. It's tough to beat that. And an 826 big time breakout for Chip Brown. Butch Hill, the Hill Boys out of Baldwin, Missouri. 53 Studebaker, stuffed full of heavy. 392 old school heavy. Taking on Butch Steffens. This is the Butch race out of Washington, Missouri. 41 Willys with a Chevy. 8.0 index for Steffens, 850 for Butch Hill. Bought a car from Butch about a year ago. We started talking and realized about 20 minutes into the call that I was calling a race that he was running. He sent me the video while we were conversing. We've become friends, good friends since then. Love the drag racing community. All right, so we got an 8-second car, Butch Stevens in the Willys, Butch Hill an 850 car. The Super Stews leaves the line a little late, and that's something you don't do against Steffens. Steffens out in front, and Steffens gets the win. 818 to a breakout, 844. Hill was late on the lights with a 260 reaction. Steffens with an 045, and then Hill breaks out. Mustang, Ronnie Hayslip out of Nolensville, Tennessee. 67 Mustang with a huge 632 cubic inch Ford. He gets the gimme into the next round. Byron, C-Gas, 9.0 is what he's looking for. 104 reaction, 1.2 60 foot, 3.6 at the 330. Goes under with an 895, but on a single, that's okay. All right, Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator. You need to be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator. Following Comp Eliminator is Geezer Gassers. We're doing a little track prep here. But Geezer Gassers, we need you to the lanes behind Comp Eliminator. Geezer Gassers behind the Comp Eliminator cars. Now, Comp Eliminator, based on your index, you need to pull into the proper staging lane. Comp Eliminator, 10-0s, lane 1, 950, lane 2, 9-0, lane 3, 850, lane 4, and 8-0s, lane 5. Doing a little track prep, getting ready for the Comp Eliminator cars. They're coming around the bend right now. And remember, Comp cars, lane 1 is for 10-0s, lane 2, 950, lane 3, 9-0s, lane 4, 850, lane 5, 8-0. Geezer Gassers, call to the lane. Geezer Gassers, you'll follow Comp Eliminator. Geezer Gassers. Now, in this case, Geezer Gasser is referring to the car, not the driver. I just want to make sure you understand that. Although a lot of their significant others may say otherwise, Geezer Gassers are the car class. It's the car class. Grandstands are full. Glad to see you all here for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Presented by AAA Insurance. I've been lucky enough in my business career to work for both NHRA, doing what I'm doing right now, but I was also a field rep for AAA for about 8 years. All right, Comp Eliminator is coming up. They've got a bunch of interesting cars coming your way. Track is prepped. It's ready to go. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Tom Head out of Highland, Illinois, driving the Roadster in the Jegs lane. And Scotty Lynch out of Halesville, Missouri in the 23T. If old Henry could see what American Hot Rodders were doing to the Model Ts. This is an E Comp Eliminator category, 10-second heads up. The little T-Bucket going to take on the Chevy. Three-stage lights lit as they inch forward. Tom Head in the Chevy Roadster. Scotty Lynch in the Ford. 10-second heads up. Huge difference in reaction times, and that's going to play a big role at the end. Now, we've seen a lot of breakouts thus far. Let's see what happens now. 10-11 to a 10-01. Scotty Lynch was late on the light, but ran the number. Dragster of Beth Malik, the Cookie Monster from Churchill, Tennessee. 78 built front engine dragster with an unusual Ford motor. Not so many dragsters coming out with Fords. She's got a 358 in that. The T is Mike Duke out of Murfreesboro. Duke is a D Comp Eliminator car with a 950 index. Beth is a 9-second car with the C Comp Eliminator category. So dragster against altered. RPMs come up and they're gone. Beth, a little sluggish on the starting line. Duke out in front. Could he be too quick? He is. Duke had the better light, drilled the tree. That goes 942 on a 50. Beth right where she needed to be, a 903 and getting the win. Mike Sopko out of Crown Point, Indiana. He's an elementary school principal. 23T with a 493 Chrysler power plant. Jameson Griffin out of Owasso, Michigan. 32 Bantam. Now, Bantam was a small company here in the U.S. Their biggest claim to fame is the military Jeep you're familiar with. Bantam is the one that designed it. Now, Willys refined the style. Ford and Willys built the majority of them during World War II. After World War II, Bantam was no longer in business and capable of continuing on, and Willys was given the rights to build the Jeep afterwards. Ford said they didn't want it. They didn't see the need or why people would even want one in a civilian. Light goes green. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Reaction times within 200ths of a second of each other. Dragging down the track. It's a tight race at the stripe. It is going to be Jameson Griffin, 902 on a 9 flat with an 899 and an 8 breakout for Sopko. breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. So Griffin getting the win. Another T Roadster over in the left lane, and we've got something we need to check on track. We'll be back to racing action in just a moment. Jason Maximore, Hanson, Kentucky, 38 Chevy Roadster here in the Jegs lane. Ron Bailey out of Eaton, Ohio, the 23T Chevy against Ford. Although the Ford is built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. 406 cubic inch Chevy engine. Jason Maximore's got 576 cubic inches. No substitute for cubic inches. So Messamore is a C comp eliminator with a 9 flat index, as is Ron Bailey. So this is going to be a heads up 9-second run. RPMs come up and they're gone. Excellent reaction times for both. Messamore with the slight edge. Can he hold on to it? Double breakout, and he breaks out by less. 896 to an 892, and Messamore going on to another round. 2 T Roadsters, 1 full fendered, 1 traditional altered style. Joe Foster out of Leslie, Missouri, 23T altered with a 582 Chevy for power. Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, 27T full fendered car. Oakley engine is sponsor. 565 cubic inches with a Chevrolet power. These are both C comp eliminator cars. Geezer gassers, you need to be in the lanes. Geezer gassers, you need to be in the staging lanes. Pre-stage light lit for Nick Hamilton. Joe Foster, full stage now, and they're gone. Hole shot for one of the drivers. Pulls out a long list of leads. At the stripe, it worked. 909 to a 904. Foster loses with the better ET. Hamilton drilled the tree on him and takes the win by 28 ten-thousandths of a second. Shane Rassler out of Walcottville, Indiana. It's a 92 Canode chassis car with a 355 small block Chevy. 850 the index for both of these cars. They're B comp eliminators. Jim Kelselman out of Jackson, Ohio. 351 cubic inches worth of Ford power in his dragster. Index 850, both B comp eliminator. Geezers gassers, you need to be in the lanes. Pre-stage light lit for Cunning Councilman. Rassler moving in. They're both staged. Here we go. Wheels come up in the air, and Councilman backs out just a little bit. Loses 0.2 of a second the first 60 feet, and that could hurt him. 852 on an 850 to an 863, and Rassler going on to another round. Steve Boley out of Kennebuck, Maine. 2019 Horton chassis car in the Budweiser lane. Jim Hooker out of Festus, Missouri. His dragster built in 1963, a real vintage machine. B Comp Eliminator cars have an 850 index. Two dragsters in Comp Eliminator getting ready to go. Big, big tires on the back of Bowley's car. They are big and wide. Crewman checking the wheelie bar. Tells the driver, okay, hang on a second. I got to wipe off the, all right, don't hang on. Just keep rolling. So much for paying attention to his crew. His crewman says, no, wait a minute. He's checking something on the wheelie bar. He's got it ready to go now. Double wheel wheelie bar here in the right lane, single wheel in the back. Jim Hooker out of Festus, Missouri. Got the 63 vintage dragster, and they're gone. Reaction time's pretty darn close. Within 200ths of a second of each other. Hooker's slightly ahead and then takes the win. 850 on an 850. Bowley got into it a little bit too much and broke out with an 834, but Hooker right on the number. 850 on an 850. Sean Bowman with the T out of Farmland, Indiana. 23T with a 400-inch. Tommy Cook out of Columbia, Kentucky. 34 Chevrolet Roadster taking on the T. 555 cubic inches worth of big block Chevy power. Both are a B Comp Eliminator. Green light, they're gone. Hole shot for Shane Bowman. Can he hold on? Will he run too quick? He gets the win. 8:55 to an 8:48. Tommy Cook couldn't make up the difference in reaction time. Tried to and went too quick. So Bowman goes 8:55 to a 48 for the competition. Russ Snyder out of Bartlett, Tennessee. 23T with a 582 big block Chevy. 8-second ETs for both these cars. Jeff Lawson out of Lexington, Kentucky. Here with the Chevrolet, or 27T, probably Chevy powered. Over in the Jegs lane, Russell Snyder in the 23T. He's in the Budweiser lane. A Comp Eliminator cars getting ready to go. Geezer Gassers right there. Scott Rods to the lanes, please. Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Scott Rods to the lanes. All right, getting ready to go. Lawson and Snyder off the mark. Reaction times within 200ths. Lawson backs out, gets back in it again. He's drifting close to the center line and gets the win. Double breakout, 797 to a 796. That's how close this was. 399 ten-thousandths of a second separated them at the finish line. Richard Lawson getting the bye run. Out of Brookville, Ohio. 31 Model A, he says that is. No Ford person will agree with that, though. He's looking for a 10-second run. He's an E-Comp Eliminator car. And he goes 994, so he knows he's got some room there. Geezer Gassers are coming your way, and so are the cars. Chevrolet pulling up into the Jegs lane first. That's Greg Berg out of Purvis, Mississippi. The Willies of Chuck Lepika out of Eureka, Missouri. A retired police officer, 41 Willies. They are two 10-second cars. They're C gas. The Geezer Gassers, both C cars with a 10-second index. Chevy against Willys. Oldsmobile power in the Willys. 400 cubic inch to 522. Chevy sets it back on the wheelie bar. Backs out of it when it lands, and that's going to cost him. Is the Willys going to be too quick, or does he see he's out in the lead? He sees it. 10:31 to a 10:98. Good for the win for Chuck. 55 Chevy with the patriotic American flag during the burnout. Patrick Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana. 33 Willys pickup truck. Taking on the Tri-5 Chevy of Larry Bagwell. Bagwell out of Headsville, Alabama. Patrick Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana. Fully staged, looking for 1050 for Canal, 11-0 for Bagwell. Bagwell leaves the line first. Drills the tree. Patrick Canal's got the reaction time, and he's way out in front. And he slows down enough to go 11:01 to a 12 flat. Bagwell unable to run the number a full second off. Ted Wood out of Mooresville, Mississippi with the 41 Willys. He's an A-gasser with a 9-second index. Gary Raber out of Royal Palm Beach, 40 Ford, 11-second car. 2 seconds were the head start for the black 40 Ford. Scott Rods, S-C-O-T-T, Scott Rods to the lanes. Red light, anticipation, and he couldn't wait. So Gary Raber going on to another round of racing. Goes 11:05 on 11:0 dial, a 9:49 for Ted Wood. But he left when it was bright red, so that's not going to be a good one for him. Hal Connor out of Cape Coral, Florida. The Cape Coral, Florida is a 41 Willys with a 454 Chevy for power. Joe Bush with the panel-painted 55 Chevy out of Laurel, Mississippi. 40, well, no, it's saying it's a 40 Willys. I don't think so. Well, what must have happened is the Willys in the right lane gets a competition by. Uh-oh. He hits the loud pedal. It stumbles. Good thing he was on a single. He's looking for the 1050. He goes 1091. Shane Lyle out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Now the 55 panel painted car. 468 big block. It's a C-gasser, running 10 seconds. Scott Rods. You should be in the lanes ready to go. 750 eliminator, first call to the lanes. 750 eliminator to the lanes. Shane Lyle looking for a 10-second run. Has a 126 reaction time. And goes 989, little quick. He's going to be able to move that down a little bit. Little starting line prep. And we need 750 eliminator to the lanes, please. 750 eliminator to the lanes, please. Scott Rods, you should be suited up. Scott Rods, you should be suited up. So the Scott Rod Gassers are coming up. They're sponsored by Fuel Injection and Supercharger Drives, alkydigger.com. They got the big uglies, the bird catchers, the bug catchers, the buzzard catchers, H-stack, big block Chevy, and Hemi injector systems. They handle Enderley, the blower shop, superchargers, RCD Engineering. They're the largest blower shop dealer in the world, alkydiggers.com. And we're going to do a Scott Rod's Burnout Contest. That's going to be coming up in just a moment. Sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment. You almost think it should be sponsored by a tire company, but anyway, they're going to do a burnout contest. The judge is going to be up here in the tower watching what's going on. So Scott will choose a spectator. Well, he didn't choose he already got the spectator. He's going to be in the tower here in just a minute to watch the burnouts and judge who did the best burnout. So first round of AA gassers, of Scott Rod's gassers coming up. The name of the car with the best burnout will be relayed to the officials and announced at the end of the round. The best burnout winner will receive a $200 gift certificate from Summit Racing Equipment. And our judge will receive an official Scott Rod's AA Gasser t-shirt. So get ready. They're going to be coming out in just a moment. A little track prep, and we're ready to go. All right, in the tower with me is the judge appointed to watch the burnouts. And your name?
David Butler.
All right, Dave Butler's going to be watching this, and he's going to be the judge as to who did the best burnout. But you clapping and letting us know doesn't hurt. It also lets the drivers know how they're doing, and they're more interested in your applause too. Of course, that $200 Summit gift certificate, that's worthwhile. So they're going to use up $400 worth of tires for a $200 gift certificate. I understand. Yeah. All right, so a little track prep going on as we wait for the Scott Rod Gassers to pull into the lanes. We need 750 eliminator to the lanes, please. 750 eliminator to the lanes. 750 eliminator. Second call to the lanes, please. 750 eliminator to the lanes, please. All right, the Scott Rod's coming up, and they're bringing up their backup girls, too. All right, they're going to start the burnout contest now. Scott Rod, sponsored by alkydiggers.com. All right, watch him here. Big Red, Tim Irwin. Ray Kositsky. The Willys is called the Violator out of Montilla, Ohio. Tim Irwin alongside him with Big Red. The Violator, 105-inch wheelbase TBS 671 blown. 33 Willys with a 540-inch big block. Big Red out of Portland, Indiana. Tim Irwin, 110-inch wheelbase. SSI supercharged, 427 cubic inch engine. Been racing for 47 years. Connie Irwin and Mark Kobeck, the crew. Thanks to his sponsors, Mickey Thompson, Bossier Engineering, Abruzzi Transmission, Nye Racing Engines, and Cigar City Garage. Ray Kositsky with the Willys, four-time points champion with Nostalgic Nations. On top of his full-time job, Ray has spent many years building and restoring numerous gassers and hot rods. His backup girl, Yunyi Thomas. Irwin was the number one qualifier, running a 5:57. Kosicki was the number two qualifier with a 5:63. What'd you think of those burnouts so far? Yeah, a little weak. They're looking for the win. We'll see what happens. Tim Irwin, he's got the target. He was the number one. Kosicki, he can take him. He ran a 63 to a 57. So 0.06 of a second separated them in qualifying and 2 miles an hour. Irwin being the faster and the quicker of the two cars. Green light, they're gone. Nova using up some real estate. Hole shot for Ray. And it's Ray taking the win. 5:55 to a 5:57. 121 to 124 miles an hour. He got him on the tree. 0.45 reaction to a 1:05. All right, let's watch this burnout. Let's see what happens. We're looking closely at these burnouts. These guys got to do a good one. They're looking for that $200 certificate. 233 Willies. Oh, baby! What do you think about right lane on this one? Yeah, $500 tires for a $200 certificate, but it looks like to me and the judge up here that I think the right lane is doing the better burnout. What do you think? Put your hands together. We got Frankie Allen over in the Budweiser lane, the number 5 qualifier with his 33 Willies. And I think we got Ed Kosicki here in the right lane. So you got Ray Kosicki that ran a little bit ago, but Ed Kosicki, good dry hop. He wants that money, honey. So the Kosicki boys out here in force with their 33 Willies. Now Ed's no slouch. 2016 Keystone PID Nationals winner. 2017 Sportsman Award. 2018 winner of the most Scotch Rod AA Gasser events. Enjoys, and he's won the gift certificate before, so he knows how to use up a set of tires. Enjoys building and restoring gassers and hot rods, best known for his high wheelies and big burnouts. Crew chief is his wife, Mary. Backup girl, Uni. She's doing double duty. Wheels come up in the air, and they're gone. Better reaction time, though, for Frankie Allen. It's Kosicki coming on strong. He gets the win, 5:58 to a 5:81. He runs quicker than he qualified. Next up, Mike Kalinowski out of Orchard Park, New York. Unfinished business. He's got an impressive history. 2018 U.S. Nationals Indy winner. NHRA Hot Rod Reunion Bowling Green winner in 2019. NHRA Summit Series Nationals winner in 2019. 2020 Keystone Nationals Nostalgia winner. Backup girl is his lovely wife, Joyce. Crew chief is son, Brad. The body on this car originally from our legend winners or legend guys, Cottrell and Reichert. We crowned them last night. They'll be at the autograph signing session in a little bit. In the Corvette, Scott Lieber, Scott Rods himself. Scott Lieber is the owner of Scott Rods Custom Hot Rods and Fiberglass, a family-owned business that builds nostalgia car bodies for street, racing, and show car enthusiasts. Scott has supported and sponsored nostalgia racing events for over 10 years and has been a major sponsor and race coordinator for Scott Rods AA Gassers for most of that time. After putting in his time and effort into the group, Scott decided it was time to leave the sidelines and join the fun with his own car. Scott Lieber qualified 6th with a 5.74. Mike Kolanowski qualified 7th with a 5.82. The Austin with a long history. British car, the Austin. Split window Corvette. Corvette is U.S.'s only American homegrown sports car in production. Oh, the big red light for Scott on the hit. He goes 057 red, and it is going to be Kalinowski cruising slowly to the win. Scott goes 781 or 553, which would have been great, but that red light took the win away. 781 for Mike, and that's all he needed. Al Lynch up here now. Al Lynch from Monroeville, Pennsylvania, number 4 qualifier, gets the gimme, the bye run into the next round. 67 Nova. All right, so far, I think what we've got for the burnout winner was the Willys of Ed Kosicki. What do you think? Ed Kosicki's Rapid Red Willys with that massive burnout. I think so. Judge agrees. It's his decision anyway. I just had my 2 cents for free. No, but doing another dry hop. 566. Ooh, little too far there. All right, back it up, straighten it out because you're headed towards the wall right now. And they're saying, shut it off. Your car's not track trained. You just went tinkle on the starting line. It's an old car. It needs a set of depends. All right, so Ed Kosicki is going to get the Burnout Award. And Alan Lynch gets the Leaker Award. A tough break for Al. All right, we're going to be back to racing action in just a moment. Congratulations to Ed Kosicki for the Burnout Contest win. Seems to be something he enjoys on a regular basis. $750 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. $750 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. 7-0 Eliminator, you will follow. 7-0 Eliminator, you will follow the 750 cars. All right, if you're on the show and shine and you want to find out what your standings were after judging, the top 50 winners are posted at the judging tent. Top 50 winners in the show and shine are posted in the judging tent. So head on over and check it out. All right, so last minute prep on the track, 750 eliminators. Drivers, you should be suited up. 750 drivers, you should be suited up. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. Little track prep going on as we get ready for the heads up 750 eliminator category. They're going to be pulling up around the bend in just a moment. And once they do 7-0, you should be in the lanes as well. 7-0 eliminator. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes. All right, those of you driving golf carts in the wooded area, in the woods, you need to cease and desist, please, because we're going to be running cars down that way, and we don't want you to inadvertently meet and greet violently. So please stop driving down in the wooded areas at the end of the pits. Have you got your official NHRA Holley National Hot Rod Reunion shirts yet? We've got them. T-shirts available at the T-shirt booth. Get them while they're hot. They're running out of sizes. Make sure that you got yours before they run out of your size. Don't forget to pick up the program, check out some of the other goodies there, and then walk to the manufacturer's midway. You know, Father's Day is just a day away, guys and gals. Take a look at what's there. You might find something for that special guy. And if you got the munchies, I'll tell you what, we got some of the places around here that are full of good food. And I know there's an ice cream place around here someplace. My wife brought me some ice cream yesterday that was just so good. All right, the 750 car is coming around the bend right now. 7-0, that means you're ready to go in the lanes. 7-0 to the lanes. 7-0 eliminator to the lanes, please. Seven 0 eliminator to the lanes. The 750 cars coming into the staging lanes right now. We're getting ready. Track is clear. Tractor's parked. Getting ready to fire them up. Kelly Friel's Key. Pull it up into the Jegs lane. Fisherville, Kentucky. Boutique owner with the 34 Bantam was the number 7 qualifier with a 7:53 and a 9. Mike Hyman out of Smiths Grove, Kentucky. The pipe fitter with a 2011 Smith S&W chassis. 360 cubic inches with a Chevy in the dragster. Old school dragster taking on a Bantam Roadster. Was your number 6 qualifier with a 7:53. Now, both of these cars ran 7:53s. When you take it down to 1,000th of a second, the difference was 1,000th. Freeze ran 7:53 with a 9, and Hyman a 7:53 with an 8. Just 1,000th of a second separated them. This is going to be a heads-up race that is probably the closest one on paper you'll see all day. Reaction time is going to have a significant and a profound difference. We'll see how they do. Kelly Friel's Key here in the Jegs lane. Mike Hyman in the Budweiser lane. Looking for the elusive 750. They both ran 753. RPMs are up. Red light. Kelly going on to another round. Hyman knew he had to be good on the lights, and he went too quick. So Kelly taking the win. She saw that she got the win lights, and she ran it out the back door just to have fun. Goes 727. Way under the number. But the red light gave her the win. Tom Malik from Battle Creek, Michigan, in 23T altered here in the Jegs lane. Was your number 5 qualifier with a 752. James Hayes from Troy, Ohio, was the number 8 qualifier with a 757 in the Corvette. Big picnic table style spoiler on the back of that Vet. Try and keep it stable. The wing on top of the Roadster. Hayes ran 757 with a 5. Malik a 752 with a 9 to qualify. Hayes, though, had to slow it down. He was way under the number on his 2 previous runs. They hit the loud pedal off. They go identical reaction times down to the 1,000th of a second. Is the Corvette just going to give up the win? No, he takes it. 743 to a 738 double breakout. He ran him out the back door at 187 miles an hour. So James Hayes takes the Corvette on to another round. Beautiful 57 Chevy getting ready to go of Randall Bowles out of Slaughter, Kentucky. Number 11 qualifier with a 769. Derek McCushion out of Covington, Ohio. Nielsen Park chassis. Number 2 qualifier with a 751 in the dragster. We have a Toyota license plate GBY936 from Minnesota. You are blocking a racer's pit. He cannot get his car out. You can move it or they can move it. If you move it, you'll know where it is. If they move it, so you've got a Toyota from Minnesota, license GBY936, move it or lose it. It's your choice. You're blocking a racer's pit. He has a floor jack and he knows how to use it. Randall Bowles, 57 Chevy, Ran 769. Only one shot at qualifying for him. Unknown quantity. Derek McCuston. Nielsen Park chassis, number 2 qualifier. He had 2 runs, a 64 and a 51. RPMs are up. Chevy using up some real estate. Dragster goes straight. The Chevy backs out of it. Dragster keeps on going. 761. Good for the win. The 57 Chevy had to back out. Goes through with a 1247. Mustang here in the Budweiser lane. Getting ready to go next. 750, the magic number. Dragster against Door Slammer. Jared Bradshaw out of Utica, Kentucky. Qualified 4th with a 752. Rick Burdine out of Mooresville, Indiana. Qualified 9th with a 759. Out of Mooresville, 67 Mustang, 545 cubic inch big block. (7-0) Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. 7-0 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. All right, Mustang going to take on the Dragster. Rick Burdine and Jared Bradshaw getting ready to go. Burdine getting some last-minute help from his crew. Dragster's fully staged down the Mustang. RPMs are up and red light. Misses a perfect light by 1,000th of a second. Goes 001 red. Then breaks out with a 748 to a 743. Dragster going to take the win. Jared Bradshaw going on to another round. Bo Bowles, the number 3 qualifier. Funny car to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. Bart Bowles and Bo Bowles. We got a bunch of Bowles on the line. Bart out of Slaughter, Kentucky, as is Bo. 46-year-old project engineer. Bart in the Dragster. 46-year-old self-employed. Bo Bowles in the 23. So we got Bo Bowles, number 3 qualifier, and Bart Bowles, number 10 qualifier. Bart in the Dragster, Bo in the Roadster. Both with big Chevy engines. Bart qualified 10th with a 759. Bo was number 3 with a 751. The index, 750. Funny car to the lanes. 6-0 to the lanes. 6-0 to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. 6-0 Eliminator and Funny car to the lanes. Pre-stage lights lit. One thing I can tell you for sure, there will be a Bowles in the next round. RPMs come up. They both lead the line. 032 to 025 reaction time. Dragster using up some real estate. Gets close to the center line. And it still gives him the win. 750 on a 750 index for Bart. Bo goes 44 under. So Bart Bowles runs a 750 on the 750. His best run of the weekend. Sean Gant out of Owensboro, Kentucky, the 67 Mustang. Was number 12 qualifier with a 785. Tyler Allen in the Corvette was the number 1 qualifier. This could be a big upset if Sean can do it. that green Mustang up against the Corvette. John Grant out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky. Ford's got a smaller engine, only 400 cubic inches, 632 mountain motor in the plastic Corvette. Corvettes were introduced 1953, have always been fiberglass. Light goes green. Mustang does a little wiggle, but they're staying side by side. Better than two reaction times goes to the Corvette. And the Corvette takes the win, 7:59 to a 7:67. Margin of victory, 0.13 of a second. 7-0 cars, you should be suited, ready to go. 6-0, come on down. 6-0, you should be in the lanes. And funny car, funny car to the lane. Tony Lombardi in the dragster here in the Jegs lane. Lombardi was the number 8 qualifier, running a 7:12 on the 7-0. Jeff Cochran, his competition. All right, coming around, Tony Lombardi is already up into the water. Jeff Cochran hasn't pulled up yet. Two front engine dragsters. This is a 7-0 heads up index category. Here comes Cochran. Cochran with a 351 cubic inch Ford power plant. Lombardi with a 371 cubic inch Oldsmobile. True nostalgia racing when you pick the engine of your choice. You just didn't run a belly button engine like everybody else. Your number 7 and your number 8 qualifier. Lombardi was your number 8 qualifier, running a 7:12, and Cochran was the number 7 qualifier, running a 7:10. The index is 7-0. The only one shot at qualifying for these drivers, so they're really not sure where they're going to be. As we've seen so far in earlier competition, the air quality is good, the traction is good, and a lot of drivers are breaking out, going too quick, faster than expected. Their tune-up is based on yesterday, and yesterday we had high humidity and higher heat. Let's see how they do. Lombardi and Cochran, heads up. A lot of tire turn for Lombardi. Reaction times are good for both. Lombardi has the RPM, but it's 7-0 on the number for Jeff Cochran. Cochran runs a 7:00 with a 3 to a 7:05. Margin of victory, 735/10,000ths of a second at the finish line. Gary Lever out of Moraine, Ohio in the altered. He was your number 3 qualifier with a 7:01. Art Millett out of Pequot, Ohio was your number 12 qualifier with a 7:41. That was qualifying. This is race time. And the 7:41 may have been good enough for that engine when he qualified on Thursday. But right now, the air quality is better. It may make the number he needs, the horsepower he wants. The traction is there. Lever, on the other hand, he was right there on the number at 7:01. He's got the bigger possibility of breaking out. They move up to the line. Full stage is what we're looking for. Lever's there. They're gone. Whole shot. Lever on target. At the stripe, it's a breakout for Millet. Air came in great for him. He goes too quick, 698. 709. Lever slowed down just a bit, but gets the win with the 709. Long wheelbase, front motor dragster. Steve Matthews, Nielsen Parks chassis 406 small block Chevy for power. He was the number 11 qualifier with a 735. The Fiat Topolino. Got a picnic table style spoiler in the back to try and keep this thing stable at speed. Not only does it help it stay stable, but it's seat 6 in the pits for snacks. Jeff Sanborn out of Shelbyville, Tennessee, 38 Topo with a 438 cubic inch Hemi. Now the strange thing that I see, I was over in Europe a few years ago. Here in the United States, a Mopar is a Chrysler product. A Dodge, a Plymouth, a Chrysler. When you get over to Europe, a Mopar is a Fiat or a Ferrari. Strange thing for us Americans to see. Jeff Sanborn, number 4 qualifier out of Shelbyville. Steve Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. Number 11 qualifier with the dragster. 7-0, the elusive number they're trying to hit. Sanborn ran a 7:04 in qualifying. Matthews a 7:35. Full stage is what we're looking for, and Matthews the first one there. Sanborn's there, they're gone. Reaction times within 0.03 of a second of each other. Headed down track, side by side, incrementals are close, and Sanborn, the number 4 qualifier, breaks out. Goes too quick. Matthews, the number 11 qualifier, goes on to the next round. Chop, top, fat, British machine. It's Larry Harlan in his 48 Anglia, Americanized, with the big wing thing up at the top. Number 6 qualifier with a 7:07. Gordon Horn in the Corvette. Out of Rockport, Indiana, the number 9 qualifier ran a 7:15. So your number 6 and your number 9 qualifier matching up. Corvette's got a 532 cubic inch Oldsmobile engine. The Anglia, a 565 cubic inch Chevy engine. What's the difference between the two? Cylinder head design. For a time, General Motors was issuing different cylinder heads, some labeled Olds, some labeled Pontiac, some labeled Chevrolet. They all fit the same big block configuration. Depends on which one worked best for your configuration, I guess. Gordon Horn got the Corvette. Harlan in the Anglia. Corvette uses up some real estate, makes a hard right turn, straightens it back out again. At the stripe, it's the Anglia, 7:03 to a 6:99. Margin of victory, 63 10,000ths of a second. Horn breaks out by 7,000ths of a second. Randy Norris out of Brevard, North Carolina. He's a 66-year-old auto shop owner. Number 13 qualifier, ran a 7:48 under the number. Pat Friels, the number 2 qualifier, ran 7:01. He's got the door slamming 1966 Pontiac GTO. Gran Turismo Oblongata, the brainchild of John Z. DeLorean. Spent many a night on Woodward getting the input from street racers, and he developed the GTO. We're having a little bit of an issue with the passenger door. "7-0, the magic number. 6-0 car, you should be in lanes. 6-0, you should be in the lanes. Hit the loud pedal. Oh, GTO takes a hard right. He straightens it back out again. Is he going to be too quick? No, right there. 706, 184 miles an hour to a 723 at 184 miles an hour. Randy Norris went straight. Friels had a heck of a job driving that machine as it took a wild turn. He straightened it out, still got the win. Billy Smith coming up out of Pinkerton, Ohio, the 63-year-old corporate pilot. He's the number one qualifier, ran a 7:01 with a 5. Ernie Lipinski out of Wilmar, Minnesota, an electrician, was the number 14 qualifier. He ran under the number with a 6:95. So Smith runs the number, and they wheel race or fender race. Ernie's going to get pushed out. 6-0, 6-0. We need you to the lanes. Funny car to the lanes. 6-0 and funny car to the lanes. Billy Smith will be in the Budweiser lane. Ernie Lipinski here in the Jegs lane. Lipinski with that candy-coated and polished-bodied dragster out of Wilmar, Minnesota. Billy Smith out of Pinkerton, Ohio. An 03 Holt chassis car. Was the number one qualifier. He's got a Chevy power plant. Ran 7:01. Lipinski under the number 695. He's got to slow it down. He only had one hit at it to understand and figure out what he's doing. So this will only be his second run. He didn't make the other two qualifiers. He should be familiar enough with the car, though. But if he tries to wheel race Billy Smith, he's going to be in trouble. Smith ran the 7:01 to put him in the number one spot. Cars are staged. Well, they're moving up. Pre-stage light lit for Smith. Lipinski's there. Full stage rolls right in. They're gone. Reactions are close as they head down track. Side by side. Who's going to take the win? It's going to be Lipinski. He goes right on the number. 7:00. 696. Smith gets broken out. Lipinski had the slower reaction time, and he ran the number one qualifier out the back door. Robbie Friels out of Island, Kentucky. Hot rod builder. A 94 Canode chassis vehicle. Number 5 qualifier. He ran 7:06. Dave Rosenberg, the old Snap-on man out from Huntington Beach, California, was the number 6 qualifier. This car was a very successful machine in Nostalgia Eliminator when the index was 750. He had marginal success when the index changed to 760. He and his business partner at the time, Bruce Dida, parted ways amicably. Dave bought him out, and Dave continued racing. Dida still working his fabrication business, makes some excellent chassis. Rosenberg, I believe, retired Snap-on distributor. All right, dragster's moving up. Robbie Friel's local boy. Dave Rosenberg, all the way from California. Deep stage for Rosenberg. Oh, and he gets left at the line. Rosenberg sleeping, backs out of it, realizes he's lost it. Oh, he wins it. Friels goes through and breaks out by 5 thousandths of a second. Rosenberg, late on the lights, backs out of it, figures it's lost, and wins. Robbie is going to be a little upset. He goes too quick, 6.99 with a 5. Rosenberg gets the win into the next round. What an upset. Cody Crone out of Port Charlotte, Florida. It's a 6-0 car. He's getting ready to go. Funny car drivers, you should be suited up. Funny car, you should be suited up. Number 1 qualifier. Cody Crone out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Got a Donovan engine in the dragster. He's looking for the elusive 6-0. All right, 6-0 dragster moving up. Cody Crone, 20 chassis, a McKinney chassis, 388 cubic inch, it says. Now, the tech card says Chevy, but it's a Hemi. Getting ready to go. See how close he can get to that 6-0. Funny car drivers, suit up. Nitro in the air as we get ready for the funny car. Funny car eliminator, first round coming your way. Fuel altered, you'll follow funny car. Fuel altered, you will follow funny car. Fuel altereds to the lanes, please. Fuel altereds to the lanes. There's a Toyota, we need it moved. Blocking a racer's pit. He can't get out for this next round. Cody Crone moves up. RPMs come up. Digs in. Sounding good. A little bit of a wiggle. 665. 665. 203. All right, funny cars coming your way. Doing a little track prep here as we get ready to move funny cars up. Are you ready for Nitro? Well, they're coming your way. Shout out to all the people watching us on dragracer.tv. Got a group from Centipod. Messaged me this morning, said they're watching us. Centipod Raceway, the biggest drag strip in all of Great Britain. All right, going to do a little track prep. Don't forget, Legends are doing their autograph signing in about 5 minutes. Our honorees are going to be in the reunion tent in about 5 minutes signing autographs. So if you want to catch them, head on over to the reunion tent. We'll have our honorees, this year's honorees there, signing autographs. Funny cars are pulling up. Get ready. Here they come. Dan Horan out of Selmar, California. Number 3 qualifier over in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 426 Hemi in his machine. Levi Keenan, the number 4 qualifier. Alan Johnson, 413 Hemi. Keenan qualified with a 616, 209 mile an hour run. Horan, a 594 at 235 miles an hour. Horan has been one of the top performers out on the left coast, winning a number of big events in Nostalgia Funny Car. Nitro firing in the background. All right, funny cars have come to life. Keenan getting ready to do his burnout. Now comes Horan. Horan does a shorter burnout, coasts out just a little bit more. This could be an upsetter. You got your number 3 and your number 4 qualifier. We just saw the number 1 qualifier in one category get upset. Anything is possible. Keenan from Paris, Illinois. Dan Horan out of Sylmar, California. Horan lists his occupation as racer. He's an electrician by trade. His dad was a top fuel star back in the early days of front engine top fuelers. Last race that his father won was a good guys event at Pomona in top fuel, running his old 60s vintage top fuel car. Horan continues the legacy. Full stage. They go. Keenan goes up in smoke. Horan pulls away, losing up a lot of real estate. Horan has to pull it back, goes 598, 233 miles an hour. Keenan, a 676, 216 miles an hour. Horan was less than a second the first 60 feet, a .996. Keenan, a 1.2. Spun the tires at the 60-foot mark. Slowed down to 3 seconds at the 330. Horan was at 2.5. And Horan kept on going. Horan was at 5 seconds flat at the 1,000-foot mark. Keenan at a 576. Keenan ends up with a 676, 216 miles an hour. Horan a 598 at 233 miles an hour. All right, here comes your March meet winner, Bobby Cottrell. Cottrell out of Whittier, California. 39-year-old fabricator was the number 2 qualifier with a 576 at 256 miles an hour, driving the Bucky's car. Eric Stevens out of Somerset, Kentucky. He's driving a 69 Camaro with a 500-inch Hemi. Was the number 5 qualifier with a 629 at 202 miles an hour. Tuned for Bruce Litton and Mike Wolford. Bucky Austin turning wrenches on the Bucky's car. 426 Hemi in Cottrell's car, giving up 70 cubic inches to Eric Stevens. But that Bucky's car is a tough one. Coming off a win at the March meet. Chris Crable was unable to make the call. Chris Crable is here today. Let's see if he's going to redeem himself and eventually meet up with Bobby Cottrell. I see Bobby often at my home track, Irwindale Drag Strip. He comes out helping other racers. Right now he's been working with the Canberra Speed Shop, getting them up to speed. They've been bringing their top fuel car out for testing. They're fired up. They're ready to go. Cottrell with the high mile per hour of the meet so far. In qualifying, he ran 256 miles an hour. Stevens ran 202. Stevens, the first one to get some heat in the tires. Cottrell getting a little bit more heat in the tires. Eric Stephen out of Somerset, Kentucky, local boy, 47-year-old in the construction business. Bobby Cottrell out of Whittier, California, 39-year-old fabricator, driving the 69 Camaro from Bucky Austin's garage. Cottrell, the hot shoe. Bobby normally runs 2 classes on the West Coast, 7-0 Pro, where he's been the champion, and Funny Car. Right goes green. They're gone. It's side by side. Oh, right lane using up a bunch of real estate. Has to back out of it. Cottrell, 573, 256, matching his qualifying mile per hour, a little bit quicker on the ET. Eric Stevens had his hand full. Car drifted towards the center line. He had to back out of it. Slows down to 680. Bobby Cottrell going on to another round. In the tower with me right now, it's Top Fuel standout. And our number 2 qualifier today, Brendan Murray out of San Jose, California.
I could have qualified number 3 and really pulled something out of my hat.
Yeah, you could have. Your hat, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these people here, the last couple of days, slow crowd.
Yeah.
Today, phenomenal again.
Oh, it's big.
They came out to see some guardrail nitro action.
Yeah, I was hoping to see that too, but Paul Romine's not here.
He'll make it.
He'll make it. No, he's not going to do it. Yeah, when you used to run the good guys, and Paul Romine was one of the standouts in Top Fuel then, that was kind of the thing he did. He could rub the guardrail and still qualify number 1.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
So, and you've come in all the way from San Jose with a running wild car.
Yeah, it takes 3 or 3.5 days to get here. We've done this race for years. We've always wanted to do this race because it's, I have a lot of friends and family back here, and we ran a business back here, and we do a tremendous amount of business in the Midwest, so it makes it fun. Chris Crable driving the Bartone Brothers car. This is really a good car, very consistent. It's coming around. You never can count them out. These guys make power.
No, and he's number 1 qualifier right now. Ran a 575 at 231 miles an hour, but we just saw Bobby Cottrell run that number as well. So it's going to be tight, and this might be vindication day because at Marchmead, the Crable had some problems in the final round.
Wow, and this is an interesting deal. One end of the scale or the other. East Coast versus West Coast.
Yep.
Could you come further? Washington and New York. Long Island, New York.
Long Island, yeah. Been there, done that.
They got a super crew. They got good parts. These guys can make a number on the table anytime.
Yeah, and they have. They've shown it. 575, 231 miles an hour. Now, it's still Horan with the high mile per hour of the event.
Never cut those guys out. That
No.
Fritz Kaiser horsepower and Dan Horan, he's a second-generation racer, lots and lots of experience. Between those guys, those 2 guys, there's 80 years of racing experience.
And, long time. With Horan, he started out driving the Top Fuel car of his dad's.
Yes.
He stretched it a little bit, was able to slow it down,
Yep.
and then moved to Funny Car. And he's gone through crew chiefs. Ron Tobler, at one point in time, was trying to get him going. And
Yep.
he was trying to make the big show back then.
He did run a big show car for a little bit, as I remember.
Yeah.
But a guy who just, all he does is, these guys live to race. We're a different breed, and as we lose 10 guys that do this, we don't replace them but with one younger guy.
Yeah.
We need to get more younger guys involved in this.
Yeah.
And it's neat seeing Dan Horan with his son Ryan out there, and Fritz Kaiser with his son Pete's, coming out there again too.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to culture this more.
All right, and we're doing it now. Bartone, or Crable, with the Bartone car, getting the bye run into the next round by virtue of their number 1 qualifying position. Out of Kent, Washington, Chris Crable, 46-year-old racer, 1969 Camaro. And this car gets the second award for most metal flake used in a single paint job.
Oh yeah, it's definitely sparkly.
So right now, the number 1 qualifier, seeing if he can better his time. Now, conditions are changed since their first day of qualifying. We had a lot of humidity and a lot of heat when they qualified. He was still number 1. Today, drier air, better temperatures.
The track looks like it's tightened up a bit, and the air came in.
Yeah.
There's about half as much water in the air as there was yesterday and the day before.
We've had a lot of breakouts in the bracket classes and index classes, so we know the air is doing well. It's hard for them to judge where to be. But in the case of a run it out the back door, no breakout, this guy can be quick. And we've also seen some of the other guys move up.
Yeah, the track has definitely improved, and the air is definitely better. So, you know, us being in the final round and not being able to make a run in this is going to be a challenge. Final round for us.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where you go. You know you can go quick. You just got to be able to get all the way to the end. Hot rod to the lanes, please. Hot rod to the lanes, please. Hot rod eliminator to the lanes, please. A little bit of a check. We're saying, okay, put the body back down. We're ready to go. Chris Crable. A lot of driving experience. The Bartone team, very tough to beat. T-Bone used to be one of the top competitors. He's gotten out of the driver's seat.
Right. He's been doing some road racing, and you know he's got some pretty fast street cars as well.
Yeah. So Chris Crable handling the funny car chores now. Moving up into the beans. Let's see if he can improve his number one qualifying spot. He ran a 575 at 231. Uh-oh. They're not happy with something. They went too far. Didn't get the lights. We're going to push him back.
That might have been a problem with temperature at this point.
Could have been. All right, now he goes in.
Hard enough to do this once.
Yeah. Wow, look, no fuss, no muss, right down the groove. Up in smoke, 581, slows down to 209. Something wasn't right with that one.
Might have got a little bit warm, and it might have been on the lean side still from yesterday's tune-up. They got some work to do. They'll get back and take care of it. It won't be a problem for those guys.
Yeah, a little bit of smoke going through the finish line for these is relatively normal. I don't see anything down on the track.
Yeah, they have Horatio out there, and Horatio is a trained professional.
Horatio? Horatio. Okay. All right, we're going to do a little bit of checking.
Blinky red light might not be off the track.
All right, so we're going to do a quick check on the track down there at the finish line before we send any more cars out. We've got fuel alters coming your way next. Hot Rod, you need to be in the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes, round 2.
Randy Bradford from Washington. The Rat Trap back there. So is Rich Guasco's Pure Hell. But coming up now, Rat Poison.
Now we got 2 of the father-son racing today.
Yes, they are.
They are. And this is going to be the last year of racing for Pop. Ron Hope's going to put the gloves down as far as fuel alters. He's still going to be doing Bonneville.
Yes.
His goal is still 300 miles an hour to Bonneville, but the Rat Trap's going to get parked as far as him driving it after this year's of racing. His son driving Rich Guasco's car.
Well, what's funny is that Randy Bradford, with his dad, it was Pops Bradford for a long time.
Yeah.
And then in the other lane here, we have the Rat Poison car, and Dan Pettinato driving it. Robbie Pettinato tunes it. These guys, all second-generation racers.
Yeah. Now these are the guys that kept the history, the legacy going. And
Absolutely.
the fuel alter was a class that got eliminated a long time ago, but resurrected in heritage racing.
If I did anything else, I would do this.
I could see you doing this, really.
This could be fun.
Yeah.
And both of these cars are just all of them are knockout gorgeous cars.
Yeah. Now, one of the things we got to say, and we're missing, who would probably be here today, be Mike Boyd.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Mike Boyd with the Winged Express, picking up from where Willie Bosch had left off. We lost the whole team.
Yes.
Bosch years ago, but in the last year we lost both Mousy and Mike Boyd.
Yes, unexpected. Nobody expected that.
No. Mousy was getting up in age, but Mike had just moved to Texas and was starting to enjoy life back there.
Right.
All right, so they're getting ready to go. We got a cleared track. Bradford against Rat Trap. Dan Pettinato Sr., Fountain Inn, South Carolina. Oh, equipment sales guy. So Brad Anderson, 426 for power. He's going to take on Randy Bradford's Fiat Topolino out of Camino Island, Washington. Donovan, 417. Fiat Topolino became a popular body in the fuel-altered range. Lightweight. Then the fiberglass repops came out, making it even more fun. Model T has always been a popular vehicle in racing. They were light in weight, small in stature. Hot rodders and drag racers adopted the body for a multitude of classes. We've seen them in just about everything, from hot rod to altereds to pro categories, 7.0 eliminators, and so forth. They're a popular car.
426 cubic inch motor, 90% nitro, 2-speed transmission, has run in the 5-second range. Randy Bradford's car is the car to beat here. It's very, very consistent.
Short wheelbase, any which way but straight cars. If you see a fuel altered going straight, they just didn't have the power.
It's not on fuel.
Yeah, it's not on fuel. A couple of guys tried funny car style chassis on the altereds a number of years ago, but said it wasn't fun.
They're a little more efficient. The shorter wheelbase, lots of power, gets up on the tire pretty quick, makes you work for it.
Yeah. We've seen interviews with Willie Bosch when he switched to the funny car chassis on their altered, and he said, it's no fun. He went back to the regular chassis, he wanted to get sideways. I remember the first drag race I went to was at the Winter Nationals, and all I wanted to see was Wild Willie with his arm out the door.
Remember in the funny car, they had a fake arm that they used to hang out.
Yeah, understand Tech didn't like that. Oh, Patinato going every which way but straight. Look at it. He's made the drag strip into a road course. 644 at 205 to an 827 at 133. And it's that kind of run that made us put the porta potties at the turnout.
Absolutely. Guardrail to guardrail action. Nobody misses out on anything fun here.
No. And that's just a pair. More coming your way. Fuel altered. It's a fun class.
No matter who wins this race, the Hope family's a winner.
Yeah, Hope family's going to do it, yeah. The Hope family both here, Brian and Ron. Ron, the birthday boy, just had a birthday a couple of days ago, and he's out here racing.
At 39 years old.
Yeah, plus a few. But he's going to continue on with his Bonneville attempts. Now, his goal this year is 300 miles an hour. Yep. He already holds a record of 258. Now he's got a friend, Jeff Stillwell, in Great Britain, who also wants to hit 300 miles an hour.
That's the car I used to tune.
Oh, okay.
The Cool Olson and Bowman car. That was, a pretty good car, and they've just taken it to the next step when they
big step.
When Mike Cool passed away, and then the team disbanded. Jeff Stillwell bought it and did a great job with the car.
Yeah.
Addressed everything we wanted to do.
And he holds the record right now as well at about 256 or so. And but that was with the 1,500 horsepower engine. Now he's got 5,000.
Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
Bonneville's the ultimate dyno and the ultimate limiter.
Oh, yeah. Now he ran about 220 at El Mirage a few weeks back.
Everybody runs El Mirage once because it looks
Yeah.
like it'd be fun.
Yeah.
And then you clean it for about 6 months.
6 months, yeah. I took my street rod out there to watch, and it took me $20 worth of coins at the car wash to try and get all the dirt out from it.
Yep.
All right, here we have Pure Hell and Rat Trap getting ready to go. Ron Hope and Brian Hope, father and son.
This should be a really great show. Rich Guasco, a legend in fuel-altered racing, makes gobs and gobs of power, knows how to make this car get down the track. But again, don't ever sell short the Rat Trap fuel-altered on the right side.
Yeah, Ron doesn't give up. He may be seasoned, but he definitely is still a competitor.
Heck yeah.
Rich Guasco, a West Coast legend in fuel altereds. He's down there still going strong at it. If this race wasn't this weekend, he'd probably be at the LA Roadster Show right now with his car.
That's a pretty big event.
Yeah. All right, both of the Bantam Roadsters come to life. Ron Hope and Brian Hope. Brian out of Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. Ron Hope out of Franklin. Both with 4 17 cubic inch Hemis. Father and son moving up. Brian, first one to do the burnout. Ron comes right up alongside.
That's what we call a photo opportunity.
Yeah. Yesterday during qualifying, Ron's car got really out of shape. He had to back out of it.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. He was the only one that drafted down the straightaway.
Oh, yeah. Always makes for a good picture.
Oh, yeah.
Lane choice is just merely a suggestion with fuel altered.
Well, you got to start someplace. All right, Hot Rod coming around the bend. Hot Rod is coming around the bend right now, which means we need straight axle to the staging lane. Straight axle, first call to the lane.
Making the final adjustments, getting these cars ready to come to the starting line. They got to make sure it's idling at the right speed so the clutch and the fuel system work correctly. A little bit too much RPM, the fuel system starts throwing fuel at it too early, and then it can drop a cylinder, and then it gets crazy again.
All right, so here we go. Father and son. Ron Hope, senior of the two, here in the right lane. Brian Hope in the Budweiser lane. Lights dropping. Whoa! Brian takes a wild hop off the line. Ron get close to the center line. He backs out of it for 767. Brian says, oh, baby, I'm staying off the wall. He just backs out completely, kind of coasting down track.
They call that the sphincter factor.
Yeah, it sure is, and that's another reason we put the porta potties at the turnout.
Good racing. We'll see these guys in another couple hours. There'll be more nitro cars and nitro guardrail to guardrail action showing up soon.
And you'll be up in a little bit later this afternoon.
I believe we come in about 5 o'clock tonight.
That's the goal.
Yep. For the all-yellow car final.
That's it. All right, thank you very much. Brendan Murray, top fuel driver out of West Coast. All right, the hot rods have pulled up into the lanes. We'll need the straight axle cars. Straight axle, please pull into staging. It's your call to the lane. Straight axle. Hot rod eliminator, drivers, please suit up. Get ready to go. Put your hands together for the fuel alter drivers and their teams as they head down track. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion presented by AAA Insurance. All right, hot rod coming your way right now. Randy Bennett, Little Rambler, 390 cubic inch AMC engine powered with an 1115 dial-in. Dennis Locker out of Queensboro, Kentucky, 1187 dial-in for his mighty Malibu. 350 Chevy power, runs 11s. He's liling 1187, Bennett at 1115. The Chevelle will leave the line first. The Little Rambler will try to chase him down. Now, although not extremely popular here in the States, but they were a great little economy car. In Argentina, they were top road race cars, believe it or not. They have a very strong 6-cylinder class back down there. Randy Bennett chasing, closing in. The Rambler closing on the Chevrolet. Who's going to get there first and not break out? Double breakout. But Bennett breaks out by the least amount. When he had a big breakout, too. 11:04 to 11:69. And he goes on to another round. Mike Goodwin in the Duster from Jefferson, Georgia. Dials 949. Jody Blaylock out of Danielsville. A 985 dial in. Off the mark they go. 053 reaction, and it is Blaylock in the Nash. Trying to stay out in front. He doesn't do it. He breaks out. He goes 984 to a 952. Goodwin gets the win. 57 Chevy looking nice and neat over there in the left lane. Nathan Spinks out of Bowling Green. Taking on Max Bartnell in the Ford. 1355 dial in for the Ford, 1152 for the Chevy. Straight axle to the lanes, please. Straight axle. Second call to the lanes, please. Straight axle. Red light for Max. 018 in the red, and Nathan gets a gimme. Nathan's reaction time was a 371. Max goes 18 in the red. 1150 on a 52, dial into a 43 on a 55, so it's insult to injury. Not only does Max red light, he breaks out as well. Kerry Carizzi from Hodgenville, Kentucky, 69 Dodge Super B, 1277 dial in. Mark Wumble out of Paducah, Kentucky, a 1004 dial in that fabulous Ford Fairlane. First generation mid-size Fairlane. The original Fairlanes being a full size. Dodge is gone. Long gone. Red light for the Ford. 015 anticipation and anxiety, and he red lights. So the Mopar of Kerry going on to another round goes 1271. Too quick, but a red light win. Mark Wumble not only breaks out, but red lights. Number one qualifier in the hot rod category with the Oldsmobile is Terry Tyler. Ran an 867 in qualifying at 138 miles an hour. Joey Fye out of Webster, Kentucky, a 1014 dial in. Although qualified with a 1006. So knowing the air is as good as it is, they're looking up in front of the dragster. Don't know if it's got a leak or something. They're getting something mopped up. Not sure if it's coming off the dragster. They're checking a look. So far, looking all right. Oh, they're telling him no. Looks like the dragster of Joey Fye has some problems. Oldsmobile going to get the single. Olds digs in. Qualified with an 867. Let's see what he runs this time. He's dialed 866. Goes 853. He's got more in the bag on that thing. Big leak. So they backed the dragster off. He did leak quite a bit. They're getting it cleaned up right now. Luckily, he was right in the center of the lane. But that's something when you're accelerating can spread out and cause significant problems. On Thursday, we had a coupe that had a leak. Left the line, popped a freeze plug or a hose or something about 100 feet out and kissed the wall hard. So we want to avoid that happening whenever possible. So when we see an issue like this, we're going to make sure we shut them down before we do it. All right, hold them up here as we get the track cleared up here on the starting line. I'm Bob Beck, along with many helping out here, the whole NHRA Museum crew here for you. We're glad you could make it out. Thank you for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA. All right, we got the spill cleaned up. We're ready to go. Lewis Atwood from Cloverport, Kentucky, with the Malibu. He qualified with a 10-17. He's dialed 10-25. Skeeter Haggard out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, qualified with an 11-54, dialed 10-87. So he knows something about that Mustang going quicker than he qualified. Mustang's got a 408 small block, Malibu a 423 big block. Mustang gone, red light for the Malibu. 053 in the red. Coming up on the stripe, though, the win going to Haggard. Haggard goes 11-24 to a 10-16 breakout for Lewis Atwood. Little S10 pickup taking on the dart. Caleb Masterson out of Brandenburg, Kentucky, 1076 dial. Philip Shaw out of Mount Washington, Kentucky, with the 1092 dial in. The dart going to try and stick it to the Chevy. Full staged. Lights dropping. Pickup truck spins them. Had the better reaction time, but look at the streaks on the starting line. He was spinning those tires hard. Coming up on the stripe, he still takes the win. Double breakout. Goes 1075 on a 76. Misses a perfect run by 1,000th of a second. 1091 for the Dodge Dart for the lose. Flying Falcons taking on the number 5 qualifier in the long roof Nova. Kenny Pease dials 932. DJ Schneider on 1183. Falcon will leave the line first. Nova's got it. Oh, I said the Nova's going to have to be patient, but not necessarily that. Pulls the front wheels up in the air, and the Falcon in red lights with an 052. 026 green for the Nova. Nova getting the win, going 927 to an 1135. Way under his dial in. Nova and Camaro. Wesley Buchanan, 72 Nova, dials 1322. Caden Cowling with the Camaro, dials 1165. Nova off the mark, Camaro now chasing. 5:13 reaction time. Going to be hard to make up that gap unless the Nova breaks out. And he does. But he still wins. Camaro breaks out even worse. 11:59 for the Camaro of Caden. 13:18. Good for the win. Straight axle, final call. Straight axle, final call to the lanes. Straight axle, final call to the lanes. 57 Chevy of Mike Morris is gone. Whoa, big tire spin problem for Dave Dexter. And Dexter not closing in. Is the 57 Chevy watching? No, he breaks out. The 57 Chevy breaks out, not looking in his mirror. Dave Dexter goes 1124 on a 9 dial in and still wins. You got to look at your mirrors, guys. Ray Morris dials 1077 out of New Haven, Kentucky, the 55 Chevy. Mark Pinello, Coral Springs, Florida, dials 1144 with his 66 Chevy. Close on reaction times. 9,000ths of a second separates them. They're side by necks going down the track. Who's going to get the win light? Who's going to be too quick? They're both too quick, but Ray Morris isn't as quick. He goes 1064 on a 77 to an 1131 on a 44, and Ray Norris goes on to another round. Corey Martin in the Comet dials 1097. Johnny Matthews dials 1165. Now, a lot of these guys are dialing slower than they qualified, and we're seeing a lot of breakouts because the air is still good. In this case, Corey Martin goes under his dial, or his qualifying time, which may be an advantage for him. But he goes red, so it really doesn't matter. Corey Martin leaves too early. 082, red light. Johnny Matthews going to get the win on this one, regardless of what ET he runs. And they double breakout again. Guys are not watching their mirrors. And they're running them out and breaking out. Nova's a pair. Lester Rogers out of Bowling Green with the 68 second generation Nova. Randy Vaught out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee with his first gen second series. First gen because he used the same chassis from 1964 to 67. Just the body change. Red light. 098 Reds or 025. All right, let's see if Lester Rogers is worried about ET. He's already got the race won. He can run it out the back door. Get an idea of what ETs he can run. He goes 11:31 on a 30, right where he needed to be. Vaught runs a 54 on a 61, but red lit. Nicole Vanderwalker with the Duster out of Portland, Tennessee, dials a 1086. Ron Meredith out of Litchfield, Kentucky, dials 1177. Now Meredith qualified with 1163, probably runs the risk of breaking out. Nicole, well, she knew it. She dialed under what she qualified. Is Nicole going to catch the dart? No. Dart goes 1178, slows it down to right where they dialed. That's good. 1093 for Nicole, doesn't run her number. Margin of victory was 0.05 of a second. Rick Osborne, Appomattox, Virginia, with the 38 Chevy pickup truck. Did a heck of a wheelie on the last run. Dials 1085. Brenda Blair in the big Chevy Caprice. Dials 1181. Qualified with an 1177. Reaction time's going to be important, but those ETs, you got to watch them. Brenda's off the mark. Wheels go up in the air. Truck carries those front wheels for quite a distance out there. Better reaction time for Brenda. Is she going to be able to hold on to the lead? Does. She goes 1190 on an 81 dial to a 1078 breakout for Rick Osborne. Margin of victory, 0.16 of a second. A little bit of cleanup going. Beautiful 56 Chevy 150 model here in the Jegs lane. Jason Stills out of Evansville, Indiana. 56 Chevy 150. Dials 1071. Qualified with a 1056. Tom Girding qualified with a 1028, dialing 1030, driving the 68 Nova. Nova will chase the 56. 56 got a parachute on. That's got to be concerning to the cops as he drives down the street. Now, what's he got a parachute for? Big hole shot. Big difference in reaction times. 56 is running strong. Too strong. 1013 breaks out by a whole bunch. 1033 for Girding, right where he needed to be, takes the win. Nostalgia modified. Nostalgia modified. To the lanes, please. Nostalgia modified. To the lanes. Mike Card out of Lansdale, Pennsylvania. Got the 71 Nova with a 350. Dials 1180. Scott Hodges out of Anderson, South Carolina. Dials 932. Your number 4 against number 53 qualifier. Little Henry Chase set down low. One of the original American compact cars. Full stage, lights dropping, and they're gone. Well, at least the Nova is, but look at the streaks. He spun the tires hard. Red light for Scott Hodges. Gives the win away. Card goes 1163 breakout big time to a 934 on a 32 for Hodges. He runs where he needed to be, but left too early. Terry Spear dials 1047 in the Pontiac wagon. Keaton Moeller Dials 1208 in the C10 pickup truck. Moeller qualified number 63 with a 1220, and Spear number 19 with the 1039. Headed down track, C10 trying to stay out in front, and does. 12:16 to a 10:36. Spear breaks out. Dialed the 47, ran a 36, 16 on an 08. So Keaton Moeller going to another round. Another 56 Chevy taking on the Axle cars here. Mike Combs out of Carmi, Illinois. 56 Chevy 210, 496 big block. Dials 70. Johnny Armstrong out of Pinson, Alabama. The 50 Chevy, dial in 650. All right, Mike Combs at the 56. Taking on Johnny Armstrong. Armstrong chasing, closing. Reaction advantage to him, and he gets it. 660 on a 650 dial to a 720. Now, you're wondering why the lights came on so quick. These guys run 8th mile. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky with the 56 Ford wagon. The Park Lane. It was Ford's answer to the Nomad. Mike Moore out of Murray, Kentucky, 650 dial with his 36 Plymouth. Chop top coupe and ready to go. Oh, in the Ford, pulls away with an excellent reaction time. Bill Lyle trying to close in but can't do it. He goes under his number. He dialed 50. He goes 49. Lyle goes 75 on a 75 dial. Runs right where he needed to be. Nash here in the Jegs lane. Dwight McGuire out of Louisville, Kentucky. 47 Nash with a 350 Chevy. Dials 825. Kenny Shane out of Litchfield, Kentucky. 33 Austin Bantam sedan. Dials 9 flat. Yes, it is an Austin. It is a sedan. American Austin built the sedans and the Bantam Roadsters. Looks like a shrunk Model A, but it's not. Dwight late on the lights. Let's see how Shane goes. He breaks out. The win goes to McGuire. McGuire goes 830 on a 25. Shane goes 96 on a 0-0. Shane Lyle in the Nova, Taylorsville, Kentucky. He says he's a male foot model. Okay. 66 Nova. Taking on Bruce Allen, Harrisburg, Illinois, base 64 Chevelle. He's a welder. 7.0 is what the Malibu driver's looking for. 675 is what Lyle wants to get. And the win goes to Allen. Lyle didn't have enough foot pedal. 680 to a 702. 57 Pontiac. Wade Craig. It's a Chieftain with a 455. Taking on Joey Bridges from Louisville. Craig from Fern Creek. 55 Ford. 7.0 dial in for the Ford. 725 for the Pontiac. Pontiac leaves the line first. Ooh, but it's close. Pontiac using up some real estate. Gets to the finish line. 729, too late. 705, Joey Bridges going on to another round. 55 Chevy. Over in the Budweiser lane is Bill Wallace. Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky with the 48 Chevy. Two Super Chevys ready to go and another one to follow. Wayne Burton looking for an 850. Bill Wallace in the Tri-5, looking for an 825. Better reaction time for Burton. Coming up on the finish line for him. And it is Burton holding on. 8:59 on a 50 to an 8:29 on a 25. Margin of victory, 28/10,000ths of a second. John Wolls out of Louisville. HVAC Tech. 55 Chevy with 422 cubic inches. Nostalgia Modified, Midwest Nostalgia Modified. We need you to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modified. We need you to the lanes. He was looking for a 675, goes 681. John Wolls out of Louisville. Nostalgia Modified. Midwest Nostalgia Modified to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modified to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modified. We need you to the lanes ASAP. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock, come on down. So Midwest Nostalgia Modified and Nostalgia Superstock, come on down to the lanes. More racing action to happen as we continue on with elimination rounds. Thanks for coming out for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA Insurance. If you headed over to the booth yet, because at the t-shirt booth you can get your event shirts to prove that you were here. The sunburn alone is not going to solidify it. You may need the t-shirt for an alibi later on. We have Cackle Fest shirts too, and the Cackle Fest still coming up later this evening. When the sun goes down, the nitro fires up. Little track prep as we get ready to move into the modified cars and super stock. So we need the super stock and the modified. To the lanes, please. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds and Nostalgia Super Stock. To the lanes. I give a shout out to our friends in Great Britain that are watching us right now. The guys getting ready for their version of this. They call it Dragstalgia. It's coming up on the 8th to the 10th of July. So our European or British drag racing enthusiasts watching us right now at dragracer.tv. Neil Pank's out there leading the crowd. He doesn't know it, but he is. So shout out to our friends in Great Britain. Hope to be there for the Dragstalgia sometime. right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Back to racing action with modified production here. Dennis Finsley in a G modified production card, index of 1075. Danny Kellums in the Nova, a 10-second card, D modified production. So Camaro against Nova. Camaro will leave the line first, and Nova will chase him down. All the cars in the modified category have to be manual transmission cars. Wasn't aware of that. Jay just let me know. So these guys are shifting for themselves. They don't win automatically. Finsley will leave the line first. Kellums will try to chase. RPMs come up. There he goes. Red light. Kellums unable to wait. Goes 085 red. So Finsley going into the next round had an 08 reaction. Looking for a 1075, goes 85. Kellums looking for a 10, goes 1003, but red lit. Gave the win away. Modified to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Mike Welfel out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 66 Nova, 327, 1125 index. Mark Mag out of Bowling Green, 69 Camaro, 11 flat index, and they're gone. Ooh, reaction time, big difference. You hear them shifting, you hear the RPMs coming up, engines revving high, and it is going to be the Nova, a 1028 on a 25 for Mike, a 1099 with an 8 breakout for Mark Mag. Shane Smith powers away with an 051 reaction. 2 E-modified production cars. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's right there. 1029 on a 25. Unfortunately, Abbott unable to run the number, was late on the light, goes 1144. Rivalry going on in the Nostalgia Pro Stock category. Words have been said. We're going to see what happens when they pull up. We may see something interesting going on between the two Pro Stock guys. Jack Detzel out of Harrington, Ohio. 1125 for the Camaro in the right lane. He's gone. Tom Gillum using up a bunch of real estate with his second gen. Cuts a perfect reaction time. Trip zip. 3 zeros on reaction. Losing with a 1089 on a 75 to an 1126 on a 25. A perfect light, still loses. Wow. Dave Walther out of Lanesville, Indiana with the 66 Nova, 327. Up against Tug Brock out of Williamsburg, Ohio with the 78 Malibu. RPMs are up. Nova is gone. Excellent reaction times for both. Brock's going to make up 2 seconds difference on the starting line, though. He does. 9 flat on a 9 flat. He runs the number. Had an 039 reaction to an 029. Walther goes under, breaks out, runs a 1096 on an 11 dial. Modified eliminator to the lanes. Pro stock to the lanes. Pro stock to the lanes. Lots more racing action to happen. Thanks for being here for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Track prep going on as we get ready to go. Nostalgia Super Stock coming up here now. Modified Eliminator, you should be in the lanes as well. Modified Eliminator. Mitch Reed going to be one of the first coming up here. 10-second car, a Nostalgia Super Stock out of Huntington, Tennessee. 65 Chevelle with the 454 big block. He'll be up against Ron Tiller out of Lebanon, Tennessee. 66 Dodge Coronet. Got a Hemi, 540 cubic inches. Tiller, a BFX car, dials 950. Mitch Reed, the A Nostalgia Superstock, dials 10 flat. And they'll be up here in just a moment. All right, here we go. Malibu or Chevelle, the base model, hard sedan here in the right lane, dials 10 flat. Mitch Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee. Ron Tiller out of Lebanon, Tennessee, the Dodge Coronet. Now, although the Dodge was a bigger car, they weighed about the same as the Malibu. Dodge was a unibody vehicle, and at the time, the unibody cars were lighter in weight. Malibu, a full frame car. 454 cubic inches worth of Chevy power in the Malibu. 540 cubic inches worth of Hemi in the Dodge. Dodge hits the pre-state light. Chevy is already staged. Lights begin to drop. Off they go, red light. Tiller. 051 in the red. Mitch Reed with an 031 good. Looks for his 10. He's still got the win. He goes 10. 10:01 on a 10. 9:44 on a 50 and a red light to boot for Tiller. Matt Grove out of Louisville. 67 Plymouth. Going to take on the Ford of Darrell Nelson. Glen Ellen, Illinois. 66 Fairlane 482. 10-second dial in for the Ford. 10:25 for the Plymouth. Left before the tree can get activated. A bright red light. The ballpark going on to the next round. Nelson left just way too early. He couldn't even get a reaction time out of it. Goes 10:66 on a 60 to a 10:30 on a 25. Barracuda taking on the Malibu. Dale Mears out of Buffalo, Kentucky. 68 Barracuda with the 440. Danny Whitford out of Paducah. 67 Chevelle, 555 big block. 975 dial for the Whitford car. 10 flat for Mears. Wheels up high for the Chevelle. Reaction times are within 600ths of a second of each other. 6,000ths actually of a second of each other. The Chevy taking the win. Double breakout. 973 to a 998. It was close. 16,000. 10,000ths of a second close. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee. B Nostalgia Super Stocker dials 1025. He's the 66 or 67 Buick. Matt Reed in the Huntington, Tennessee, 65 Chevelle, dials 1075. Chevelle leaves the line first. The Buick's going to be chasing. Chevelle with the bigger engine. Gone. Reaction difference, a big one. Buick trying to close in. Has a deficit from the starting line. Trying to make that up. And does. Double breakout. Reed, not looking in his mirror, goes 10.66 too quick. 10.20 too quick. But Netherland was closer to his number. 2 Malibus, 1 wagon, 1 coupe. Gabriel Ray dials 975 with the long roof car, 11 flat for Jimmy Ray. So Gabriel Ray and Jimmy Ray. Jimmy's gone. Gabriel gets out of shape. Wagon's wiggling and wobbling. Is Jimmy going to look in the mirror? He goes 11.28. He did. 12.59, and the wagon was just not getting the power to the pavement. Plymouth against Dodge. Ed Becker, Middleton, Tennessee, 65 Belvedere with the 440. Donnie Wilson out of Cave City, Kentucky, 65 Coronet with a 413. Off goes the Cave City car. Becker chasing. Better reaction time by a 100th of a second. Is it going to work? It's going to be tight. At the stripe, he's got it. Double breakout, 10.18 on a 25 to an 11.32 on a 50. Again, racers, you know the temperatures have changed. The humidity has changed. A lot of cars are breaking out. Guys still not adjusting their dial-ins. Jimmy Grower. Plymouth off the mark, 091 reaction, 1050 the index. Looking for the 1050. Goes 1046, 123. If it's on a single, no problem. All right, modifieds are pulling up in the lanes right now. We got more racing action coming your way here at Bowling Green for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Glad you could be here with us. Hope you're enjoying the racing action you're seeing. We got more for you. We're going to show you the top 50 cars in the show and shine a little bit later on. And then the Cackle Fest, always a fan favorite, will be coming your way a little bit later on, as well as the award presentation for drag racing. So stick with us. When the sun goes down, the nitro gets hot. Barracuda, 20 miles out of Tippersville. 66 Barracuda, index is 11 seconds. Greg Carta, index a 1050 for the Franklin, Kentucky based 67 Camaro. Full Full stage for the CUDA. And he's gone. Wheels up in both cases. 003 to an 023 reaction. But I'm not telling you who got what. As they head down track inside by next, the halfway point. Looking for some numbers. They get 1052 for 1103. Both of them running close to their dial-ins. But it was Greg Carter with the Camaro to get the win. John Meinelt out of DeLand, Florida with the Camaro. 1150 index for his demodified. Dave Lang out of Colliersville, 1050 dial-in or index. So we'll see the right lane, the Jegs lane, lead the line first, a 1 second head start. And he's at the 60-foot mark before the competition gets going. He's 1/10 behind him on reaction time as well. At the stripe, it is the Jegs lane, 1161 on a 50 to a breakout 1041. Chris Cowles out of Bowling Green, 70 Nova. Dennis White out of Bardstown, the 64 Fairlane. 11 flat index for the Fairlane, 12 flat for Chris Coles in the Nova. Nova gets a 1 second head start. Ford chasing. Wow, Ford spins the tires hard. Slows his 60-foot down. He had a good reaction time. May have lost some time with that burnout and loses the win. He picks up the pace, goes 1096. Breakout, 1204 for Chris Coles. Vega, Jake Bowerman from Rockport, Indiana. His competition doesn't make the call. Vega looking for a 10 flat. And he goes 996. On a single, he's okay. Exhibition to the lanes, please. Exhibition. And then gas eliminator. Exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Nostalgia Pro Stock is here. We need exhibition and gas eliminator. Exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Exhibition and gas eliminator, please come on down to the lanes. Exhibition and gas eliminator to the lanes. Now really, folks, when I'm calling gas eliminator, it is a car class. I'm not talking to some of the older people out here. All right, so the Pro Stock's coming up. Exhibition to the lanes. Nostalgia Pro Stock is here. Gas Eliminator, don't forget, you guys are supposed to begin a lane assignment. Gas Eliminator, 10 O's, lane 1, 950, lane 2, 90, lane 3, 850, lane 4, and 8 O's, lane 5 for Gas Eliminator. Exhibition, you will follow Pro Stock. Exhibition, you will follow Pro Stock. Joe Santeri's Weehall Camaro coming up here. Bill White out of DeMonte, Indiana. 79 Camaro, 477. Car does a good burnout, head straight. He's run a best so far this weekend of an 826 at 159 miles an hour. Nostalgia Pro Stock getting ready to go. Bill White behind the wheel. Screw getting him up. RPMs come up. Car takes a little bit of a hop to the left. 1.160 foot mark. And goes 821. 161 miles an hour, better than his qualified. 821, 161 miles an hour. Next up, the Firebird and the rear Morrison Camaro. So the Rod Shop, nationwide Pontiac Firebird, taking on the rear Morrison Camaro. Mark Pappas out of Park Ridge, Illinois. 81 Camaro was the number 5 qualifier. Mike Ropo, number 1 qualifier out of DeMote, Indiana. 84 Firebird. A lot of bit talking back and forth, trash talking between these two drivers back in the staging lanes. They're kind of rivals. Goes back to the earlier days of Pro Stock. Whoa, baby, look at that burnout. You'd think he was in the Scott Rods group. Goes almost all the way to half track before he's able to stop it. And that was part of the discussion they were having back in the staging lanes. Pappas complaining about this excessively long burnouts. But look at how quick Ropo packs up. Ropo is back to the starting line before Pappas. Ropo's told Pappas, look, I can do as long a burnout as I want. I'll be back here before you, and he is. So Ropo makes it back. Pappas does a shorter wheel burnout. Ropo with the newer car, more aerodynamic, sitting down lower. Words exchanged between the two drivers while they were in the staging lanes. Pappas complaining about Ropo's burnouts being too long, taking up too much time. Ropo sitting here. He hasn't pre-staged. Pappas hasn't pre-staged. There it goes. Pappas goes in. All right, Ropo's now in. The pre-stage is lit. Who's going to take the bulb? Who's going to full stage? And these guys are taking a long time. This is just like the old days. What's going on here? Pre-stage lights are lit. You're trying to burn each other down. Come on, let's go. Starter's telling them, you got to move up. Come on, let's move up. Let's go. They're holding it up. Gosh, these guys are recreating the 80s. What is this? The RPMs are up. They're not listening to the starter. Starter's saying, come on, you got to get up there. Pappas not moving. Ropo just looks at him and goes, yeah, whatever. Starter's going, come on, guys. Move it up or back it out. What are you gonna do? What's it gonna be? 8 points out of it. He's giving up. They're staged. And there goes Ropo. Pappas chasing. Ropo still spinning the tires as he heads down track. 767, exactly what he qualified with at 181 miles an hour to an 801 at 171. And they recreate the burn downs of the 80s. They're actually good friends. This was all for fun. I hope you enjoyed it. One of the most senior guys out here, Jim Mize out of Harriman, Tennessee. Every year he comes out just to make some exhibition runs with his Anglia. It's got a little, I believe, slant 6 in it. I may be wrong. Maybe a 360 V8 or a punched out 6-cylinder. But Jim Mize, 84 years young in the 1950 Anglia. Uh-oh. He's got lots of RPM, but no forward motion.
Uh-oh. I think he broke something.
He's trying different gears, but it ain't working. Oh, I got a feeling either the clutch let go or that car's going to need a proctologist. May have a broken rear end. Now they got him to shut it down. They're going to be pushing him back. They're looking underneath right now. Is it pops? I think it's time. We're going to park it. As we all know, drag racers quite capable of disassembling the cars with while in motion. You got a little bit of motion and a whole bunch of commotion there. Nothing down on track. That's the good news. He now has a project to work on during the week. Next up will be Mike Bellina in his 56 Chevy. Going to take on Larry Jelenowski. And Luncheon Larry will be driving the Bad Fish Racing Barracuda. He's a union truck driver. Obviously, the union doesn't know what he does on the weekends. It's a bracket car, no rear steer motor in the front. It's got a small block 340 in the Barracuda coming up here. It's out of Chicago. Bad Fish shirts for sale in his booth. So Luncheon Larry has some of the tallest wheel stands ever. And if you'd like, go to your program, look at page 52, I believe it is, and you'll see a great shot of Luncheon Larry and Mad Mike Bellina putting the front wheels up in the air. It's page 42. And there is some daylight underneath the bumper of the Bad Fish and the 56 of Bellina, but not much. Bad Fish loves the right lane. So Luncheon Larry is here, and Mad Mike Bellina over in the Budweiser lane. These guys do burnouts and wheel stands while doing burnouts. Bellina, oh, he gets all crossed up, straightens it back out again. He's already met the wall once this weekend. I don't think he wants to do it again. Bad Fish, oh, baby. Old school wheel standing. Mike Bellina, you look down at the track from our point of view, you can see where he just spun those tires hard, and the car was going every which way but straight. Mike Bellina says, all right, Larry, you did a wheelie. Watch this. And Bellina, truck starts to open up on the car as he bounces it down. It used to have a full bumper in the back. And every year, he'd break off another piece. Finally, I think they welded on what's left so it won't come off. Launching Larry, the bad fish. He got a cool sticker for you, too. You can follow him on Facebook. Bad Fish Racing. Sounds like something you get at a bad sushi bar. Photographers are ready because they know these cars are going to go high in the sky. Bellina got the beach bend stripe down the side of the driver's side of the car. Lights are staged. They're waiting for the green. Up they go. Whoa, baby. Bad Fish carries it down to the 330 mark. Wheels in the air. Bellina puts it down a little sooner and powers to the lights with a 1017 to an 1173. 135 miles an hour. Not only does it pick the wheels up, it flat boogies down the track. Competition eliminator, comp eliminator. You should be in the lanes. Comp eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Gas eliminator is there. You final call for gas eliminator. Comp eliminator, you should be there as well. And again, gas eliminator. 10-0 cars, lane 1, 950, lane 2, 9-0, lane 3, 850, lane 4, and 8-0s. Lane 5, come on down. All right, here we go with the gassers. Jim Hayes in the Vega. It's a 10-second index car, as is Ricky Stutz. Stutz out of Ohio City, Ohio, 74 Nova. And Jim Hayes out of Troy, Ohio, 72 Vega. 10 seconds. These are E-gas cars. Comp. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Comp eliminator to the lanes. Vega takes a hard left turn. He straightens it out before he crosses the line. Heads down track. Looking for the 10s. He gets it. Even going out of shape, he gets the win. 10:01 to a 10 flat That was tight at the stripe. 0.53 to an 0.59 reaction time, and oh, baby, that was close. J.B. Wood out of Springfield, Illinois, 68 Barracuda, taking on Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan, 37 Chevy Coupe, taking on the 68 Barracuda. Light goes green, they're gone. Reaction times are close, looking for 10-second runs. They're both e-gassers, and it is the win going to the Chevy. 10:01 to a 22 for the Wood car. So the Barracuda doesn't run the number. Another Cuda, this one the notchback, taking on the 55 Chevy. Now both of these are degassers with a 950 index. Jeff Thomas out of Columbia, Kentucky with the Barracuda. Mike Cutler of Dawson, Illinois with the Tri-5 Chevy. 55 Chevrolet sedan getting ready to go. Green light, they're gone. Excellent reaction time for Cutler. At the stripe, the 950 is what they're looking for. They both go under, but Cutler goes 948 to a 945 for Thomas, getting the win. Vega. Blaine Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana, 72 Vega, 427. Taking on Todd Kapp out of Springfield, Illinois. Both of these are degassers with a 950 index. Heads up racing at its best. Oh, Comp Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Comp Eliminator to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Geezer Gassers, you will follow Comp. Geezer Gassers, you will follow Comp. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Blade with the better of the two reaction times. Can he hold on without going too quick? He's out there in front with the Vega and gets the win. Goes 953 out of 50 to a 45 breakout attempt from Todd Kapp. So Bolding goes on to the next round. Terry Lindsay out of Bowling Green, Kentucky with the 67 Camaro. This is a degasser also with a 950 index. But Stuart Fordoy out of Orlinda, Tennessee, alongside him with the Mustang, has got a 9-second index. So he's going to have to wait half a second, which is an eternity, before he can leave to chase Lindsay down. Pre-stage lights are lit. Full stage now, and they're gone. Camaro digs in and goes. Reaction times within 0.02 of a second of each other. It is going to be a close one at the stripe. The Ford closing in on the Camaro and gets the win. 9:05 on a 9 to a 9:48 with a 9. Lindsay breaks out. Ross Chitwood out of Bloomington, Illinois. 69 Nova, 9 flat index with the C-Gas car. Shane Gill out of Oakdale, Illinois. Got the Plymouth pickup. They're headed down track. Gill with the better reaction time, and Gill gets the win. 9 flat on the 9 flat. Chitwood breaks out. Phil Stamps out of Tipton, Indiana. Got the 72 Camaro, 9-second index. Mike Ryan out of Piazza, Illinois. Also 9-second index. Going to be a heads-up run. Neither one's taken the stage beam yet. What do they think? They're pro stockers? Come on, guys. Let's go. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage quickly for Ryan. And red lights. 041 for Stamps. 002. Misses a perfect light by 0.02 of a second on the wrong side of the green. 911 on a 9-0 for Phil Stamps. Good reaction time of 041 and runs where he needed to be to take the win. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator in the lanes. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Ron Hayslip From Nolensville, Tennessee, the 67 Mustang. Buddy going to get the win. Buddy Ray in the 67 Nova, 062 reaction time, but Ronnie, red lights. You both run under the number of 9 flat, but Ivan, or Buddy, gets the win. Robert Aker out of Canby, Indiana, 67 Nova wagon, the Phantom two-door. Takes on the little 2-seat Thunderbird. Danny Hobbs out of Hawesville, Kentucky, 56 Thunderbird, second year of the 2-seater, with a 604 cubic inch big block. They're both looking for the elusive 9-second run. Both are considered C gassers. They hit the loud pedal. The bird takes a little bit of a hop. Reaction times are close. At the stripe, it's the bird. It's 9:01 to a 9:04 margin of victory, 75/10,000ths of a second. That was close. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky in the Tri-5 Chevy. Butch Steffens out of Washington, Missouri with the Willys. Willys has an 8-second index. Egner a 950. Three-stage light lit for the Willys. Got the picnic table spoiler in the back. Tri-5 Chevy getting ready to go. RPMs come up, but they're not even staged yet. There we go. 55 Chevy is gone. Reaction times are, in the same neighborhood, different street. The Willys doesn't run the number. 950 on a 950 for Ronnie Egner. A 1077. Steffens not able to muster the number. Car slowed down quite a bit. All right, push start cars. We're going to try and slip you in here a little bit. You push start practice cars. We're going to try and slip you in here on an exhibition pass. So push start cars, be prepared. We'll let you know when we're going to bring you out. Competition Eliminator and Geezer Gassers, you should be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator and Geezer Gassers. Now, I know when I say Geezer Gassers, a lot of people don't necessarily think of the cars, but actually it is a car class. So we need Geezer Gassers to the lanes, Geezer Gassers to the lanes, and Comp Eliminator. Scott Rods, stand by. Scott Rods, stand by. All right, Richard Lawson out of Brookville, Ohio with the little, he calls it a Model A. They are E Comp Eliminator vehicles, and they both have a 10-second index. Scott Lynch out of Hallsville, Missouri, 23T with the 350. Ten-second index, E Comp Eliminator. Geezer Gassers, you should be in the lanes. Geezer Gassers, to the lanes, please. Geezer Gassers, to the lanes. Pre-stage lit, moving in for full stage. Looking for an elusive 10-second run. They hit the loud pedal. Reaction times are close as they head down track. Little Model A with a slight edge. Is he going to be too quick? No, he's right there. 10:01 on a 10 to a 9:96 breakout. Jason Maxenmore out of Hanson, Kentucky. Logistics specialist, the 38 Chevrolet Roadster. And Jamison Griffin out of Owasso, Michigan, 32 Bantam. Both of these cars are C Comp Eliminator. Index is 9 seconds flat. Messamore rolls right into a deep for a full stage, then backs up. Now they're going full stage. RPMs are up, and they're gone. Reaction times within 200ths of each other as they head down track. Maximore looking to hold on to the lead and does. Goes 9:08 to a 9:09. Margin of victory, 300ths of a second. Dragster taking on Altered. Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, 27T. 565 cubic inch big block Chevy. Oakley engine is sponsor. Beth Malik out of Church Hill, Tennessee. 78 vintage front engine dragster, the Cookie Monster. 358 cubic inches worth of Ford small block. Red light for Beth Malik. 006 red light. Misses it by 0.06 of a second. Nick Hamilton goes 9:02 on a 9:0. Beth goes 9:14. All right, someone's going to be looking for this. If you can tell us the serial number on your disabled placard, we had one turned in. Someone lost one. We've got it here in the tower. Shane Rossler in the dragster here in the Jegs lane. Canode chassis, 355 small block Chevy, 850 the index. These are B Comp Eliminator vehicles. Jim Hooker, Festus, Missouri is location. A 63 front engine dragster Chevy powered. They're both looking for 850s. Geezer Gassers, we need you to the lanes. Geezer Gassers, to the lanes. Scott Rods, we need you to the lanes. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods, to the lanes, please. Scott Rods, S-C-O-T-T. Oh, look at this. Shane drills the tree. He's way out in front. Will he slow down enough to not break out? Yeah, and right on the number, too. 851 on an 850 to an 852. He had a 005 reaction time. Jeff Lawson out of Lexington, Kentucky. 27 Ford, 8 flat index is an A Comp Eliminator. Shane Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana. 23T with a B Comp Eliminator class car and dials 850. Crewman adjusting the wheelie bar right at the end or doing something to it. Red light, takes a hard left turn. Jeff Lawson hits the loud pedal. It goes left. He backs out of it. 850 on an 850 for Shane Bowman with an 04 reaction time. Excellent run. Now we're into the Geezer Gassers. 33 Willys pickup truck here in the Jegs lane. 55 Chevy in the Budweiser lane getting ready to go. Patrick Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana. 1050 index for that Willys. Shane Lyle with a 10 flat index first try 5 Chevy out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. We'll see the Willys leave the line first. The 55 will try to chase him down. Little Willys leaves the line first once he stages. Going to have a half-second head start over the 55. Pulls the wheels up, spins the tires a bit. He's headed down track. Better reaction time for the 55. Can he close in time? At the stripe, it's the Willys holding on. Breakout by 0.02 of a second for Shane Lyle. He goes 9.99 with an 8. And it's the Willys going on to another round of racing. 750 index cars to the lanes. 750 index to the lanes. We need 750 index cars to the lanes. Chuck Lepica out of Eureka, Missouri with the 41 Willys. Gary Raber with the 40 Ford. Raber got an index of 11 seconds. It's an e-gas car. Lepica, a 10-second car. Full second head start for the black 40 Ford. Fully staged. Here we go. Raber off the mark. Lepica chasing. Raber way out in front. Lepica moving, but is he going to get there in time? No. 11:01 on an 11 index to a 10:39 on a 10 index. And the time machine, Willys, Hal Connor from Cape Coral, Florida. Got his backup gal in position. Trying to bring him up. Hal Connor, 41 Willys, 454 Chevy for power. It's a D car. Looking for a 1050 number. Gets the by run. It's a little bit of a stumble off the hit. 2:08 reaction time, 1.960 foot. Crosses the finish line with a 1083, about 0.3 off his number. We need Scott Rods to the lanes. Scott Rods, you should be coming out next. Scott Rods, 7.5 eliminator, 750 eliminator. We need you to the lanes. And I hear the Scott Rods coming underneath the tower. Frankie Allen out of Covington, Louisiana, 33 Willys, 355 small block. These guys run 8th mile. He's got a 5:68 qualifying time on a 5:60 index. Tim Irwin with the Nova, another 5:60 index car. He was the number 1 qualifier, running 5:57. Nova getting ready to go against the Willies. Tim Irwin out of Portland, Indiana. He's 64 and 7/8 years old, he says. Has a 427 in the Nova. Frankie Allen in the Covington-based 33 Willies, 355 small block. The index, 560. Fully staged, here we go. Again, these guys run 8th mile. Off the mark. Reaction times are close. Willie's with a slightly better advantage, but doesn't run it. He goes 572 to 567. So Tim Irwin progresses to the next round. Here we go. Look at these two Willies. Ed and Ray Kosicki. Ed in the Budweiser lane, Ray in the Aurora lane. Now, who do you think won the burnout contest? It's a Kosicki tradition to win your number 3 and your number 2 qualifier. Ed qualified with a 566, Ray with a 563. Ed won the burnout contest, I believe. Ray going to get even. We'll see. Both out of Aurora, Ohio. All right, the two Kosickis getting ready to go. Two 1933 Willies. Family that races together well. Left lane, red lights, 101 deep in the red. 555 to a 557, but the red light, the first red light wins or loses. Ray Kosicki also had a red light, but second. It's the first red light that loses. Here comes Scott from Scott Rods with his brand new car. He's tired of watching everybody have fun, so he went out and got himself a Corvette gasser. He ran a 574 in qualifying. 63 split window Corvette with a 427. Scott Rods and their racing series, sponsored by Alki Digger. Alki Digger fuel injection systems and blowers. Alki Digger out of Nashville specializes in mechanical fuel injection, EFI, and carbs from Enderley, Holley, Aeromotive, Waterman, Hillborn, ATM, and APD. They are the largest and only warehouse for the blower shop, superchargers, and related equipment. So Alki Digger, the main sponsor of Scott Rods Gassers. 750 Eliminator, 750 Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. 750 Eliminator, you need to be in the staging lanes. 70, 70 Eliminator, we need you to the lanes as well. 70 Eliminator and 750 to the lanes. 750 and 70 to the lanes. There goes Scott. See what he can do. 054 reaction, pedals it, and goes 549. Too quick. 560 index, and it goes 549, 121 miles an hour. .750 and 70 index. We need you to the lanes. 750 and 70 index to the lanes. All right, so bringing more cars in. You know, you still have a chance to get an event shirt. Prove that you were here. Head over to the reunion tent. Check out some of the other good things, including the Cackle Fest shirts. And the Cackle Fest is going to be happening a little bit later on. When the sun goes down, the nitro goes up. Plus, we'll announce the 50 winners, the top 50 in the PPG Show and Shine. And if you'd like to meet and greet with Ohio George Montgomery, he's over there. He's got his books out there. You can check it out, chat with him, get him to sign an autograph, and you can even pick up a book from Ohio George. He's over by the swap meet area. All right, little track prep as we get ready. We need the 750 and the 70 cars to the lanes. 750 and 70 cars to the lanes. All right, if you're having trouble seeing right now, everything looks a little blurry, and it's not because you've been drinking. You happen to have some glasses that are missing. We may have them here in the tower. If your glasses have purple arms, then come on up to the tower and identify them. Also, if you happen to be a purveyor or an owner of a handicap placard, if you could tell us what number it is, we had one turned in, we'd love to get it back to you. All right, 750 cars are here. We need 7-0 as well. 750 and 7-0. As we close in on a round of Nostalgia Funny Car coming your way. They will come up right after the 7-0 cars. Funny cars, you will follow the 7-0. Funny cars, you will follow 7-0. Push cars, too. We need push cars up there. Push cars, practice push. Push cars, come on up. Push cars, if you want to practice push before tonight's Cackle Fest, pull into the staging lanes. Push cars, if you want to practice push, come up to the staging lanes. James Hayes out of Troy, Ohio with the Corvette, 1958 model, 540 cubic inch big block. He was your number 8 qualifier with a 757. He was running on a 750 index. Derek McCushion out of Covington, Ohio. Pronounced McCuston. McCuston. Neil and Pank's chassis car. McCuston. Number 2 qualifier. The dragster ran 751. 750 is the index, but this is racing, not qualifying. Let's see how they do. Full stage quickly. They're gone. Red light for James Hayes. 0-11 red. He's going to be upset about that because he had the whole shot covered. And goes 748 to a 749. But McCusson misses a perfect 750 by 1,000th of a second. So McCusson moves on to the next round. Another split window Corvette and Kelly Friel's Key. Tyler Allen, your number 1 qualifier with the Corvette, ran a 750 on a 50. Kelly Friel's Key, number 7 qualifier, ran a 753. She's out of Fisherville, Kentucky. A boutique owner, driving her 34 Bantam. I think she's been very successful at these events. Corvette really comes back driving quick. He doesn't want to lose any heat in those tires. Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky. 632 cubic inches worth of mountain motor, big block Chevrolet. Kelly Friel's Key won't tell us how big the engine is, but it's big enough that she was the number 7 qualifier with a 753. Friel's Motorsports, the sponsor. Barely bumps in for Freeze. Corvette still moving. There he goes. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Hole shot for one of the drivers. Won't tell you which until we get to the finish line. It's going to be tight. And it's a double breakout. Taylor Allen, 749 with an 8. Breaks out by 2,000ths. He had the hole shot, an 027 reaction. Dragster's coming up. Jared Bradshaw. Going to be in the Jegs lane. A 2013 Ruman chassis. Number 4 qualifier with a 52. Bart Bowles. Number 10 qualifier, ran 759. out of Slaughters, Kentucky. Again, push start cars, push start cars. If you want to make a practice push start cars. If you want to make a practice push, pull into the staging lanes now. Push start cars. You want to make a practice push, time to do it is right now. Pull into the lanes. 7-0 cars should be there as well now. Chad Bradshaw here in the Jegs lane. Number 4 qualifier. Bart Bowles, number 10 qualifier. Bowles ran 59. Bradshaw 52. Full stage, both cars, RPMs are up, they're gone. Reaction times are close. A little bit of tire turn for Bradshaw. Let's see how that works out. And it's Bowles. 7:52 to a breakout. 7:48 for Bradshaw. Bowles had the better reaction time. Bradshaw spun the tire just a wee bit. Runs 7:48 to Bowles 7:52. Again, if you got a push start car and you want to do a practice push, now is the time to do it. Pull into the staging lanes. Push start cars through the lanes. 7-0, you should be suited up. 7-0, get ready, you're coming out. Push start, we need you to the lanes. Funny cars, we need you to the lanes as well.
Funny cars.
To the lanes. All right, 7-0 cars coming around the bend as we continue on with eliminations. We'll culminate it with the Cackle Fest later on this evening. We'll announce and parade the top 50 in the show and shine a little bit later as well. Again, if you've got a push start cackle car and you'd like to make a practice push, we need you to pull into the staging lanes. Cackle cars that need to push start and want to do a practice push, we need you to the staging lanes to do a practice. All right, back in staging. The funny cars are coming this way. The 7-0 cars are here. Where are the cackle cars? All right, 7-0's fired up. Pat Friels out of Island, Kentucky. Love this GTO. Number 2 qualifier with the 701. Jeff Cochran out of Lacone, Illinois. Number 7 qualifier with the dragster. 61-year-old body shop owner. He was the number 7 qualifier with the dragster, ran 7:10 on the 7-0 index. Pat Friels ran 7:01 on the 7-0, was the number 2 qualifier. Again, if you happen to lose your glasses, I don't think these are guys' glasses. They might be a lady's set of glasses, their prescription. Describe them, you get them back. We got them here in the tower. So Pat Friels with a door slamming 7-0 car. Going to take on the dragster. A lot more weight to try and launch and move. It's got a 526 cubic inch GM engine, 351 cubic inch Ford in the dragster. RPMs are up, they're gone. Perfect reaction time for one of the drivers. Who's going to get there first? We'll let you know. And the guy with the perfect light, 707 with a perfect light to a 7 flat and a 113 light. The dragster driver, Cochran, got a perfect reaction time. It gave him the win. Larry Harlan out of, doesn't say where he's from. It's a secret. Driving the Anglia. Number 6 qualifier, ran a 707. Gary Lever. Number three qualifier with a 701. Again, if you got a push start cackle card, you want to make a practice push, now's the time to do it. 7-0, getting ready to go. Lieber out of Moraine, Ohio. He's in the 23T. Larry Harlan in the Anglia. The elusive number 7-0. We just saw someone run right on that number. And they're gone. Roadster moving. Anglia closing in. Roadster 7-0. Twist 7-0. 7-0-09 for Harlan. 7-0-02 for Lever. Lever got the tree. 060 to 155. But boy, these guys were close all the way down. Steve Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. The 07 Nielsen Park chassis car with a 406 Chevy small block. Number 11 qualifier with a 735. Dave Rosenberg. Number 10 qualifier with a 716. He got so lucky on the last run. He shut it down, and his competition didn't look and broke out. So Rosenberg got a reprieve and another shot at it. Let's see if he takes it and takes it to his advantage. All right, dragsters a pair getting ready to go. Steve Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. Dave Rosenberg out of Huntington Beach, California. Deep stage for Rosenberg, and he gets hole-shotted. Rosenberg wiggling and wobbling, using the long way down the track. And it's a win going to Matthews, 726 to a 719. He got him on the starting line by a tenth of a second. Wins by 34 thousandths. Cackle cards, if you want to make a practice push, now's the time to do it. Dragster coming up over in the Budweiser lane is Ernie Lipinski. Lipinski getting the bye into the next round. Lipinski gets to almost half track before he brings the dragster to a stop. He'll be the final car in the 7-0 as the funny car drivers get suited up, getting ready to go. And it looks like Lipinski's not running. All right, so we're going to need a tow for the crew. Ernie Lipinski stopped on track. He's out of the car. We're going to send the crew down. The safety crew's on the way, and they'll get him pushed off track. Cackle cars, if you want to make a practice push, now's the time to do it. Cackle cars, practice push, now's the time to do it. Pull into the staging lanes. Drivers of the funny cars are getting suited up, ready to go. All right, funny car drivers are suited up. Are you ready for funny car? All right, two of you were still awake. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We appreciate you being here and joining us this weekend. Hope you've enjoyed the racing action you've seen. There's still more to go. We're going to have Top Fuel coming up later on. More rounds of funny cars. Fuel Altereds will be back. In the final rounds in all categories. Plus the show and shine presentation and the always popular Cackle Fest. The thing I like about the Cackle Fest is after one walk past the cars, I no longer need to take a nitro pill for a week. All right, the glasses we have found are not sunglasses. They're not men's glasses. They're ladies' glasses, and they've got purple arms. So, guys, save the trip up. All right, the funny cars are coming your way. Chris Crable and Dan Horan. Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, first call to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Dan Horan, the number 3 qualifier with his 594, 2:35. Your number 1 qualifier, Chris Crable. Now this could be redemption this weekend. At the March meet, he couldn't make the call, and Cottrell won the event. He's got the number 1 qualifying position. He wants to get to that final. He wants to put Cottrell out. Horan, though, he says, yeah, not so easy there, guy. I'm going to be working on you, too, and I had more mile per hour than you. So who's going to get out in front? Who's going to get to the finish line? Chris Crable with the Metal Flake Camaro. Adds about 20 pounds to the car. Dan Horan with the Infinity Machine. Your number 3 and number 1 qualifier is getting ready to go. Dan used to call himself Digger Dan Horan because he drove a dragster. When he switched to funny cars, that didn't work anymore. Chris Crable out of Kent, Washington, driving the Bartone car. Crable qualified 575, 231 miles an hour. Haran qualified 594 at 235 miles an hour. 4 miles an hour faster. Last round, they both succeeded. Moving on. Haran being tuned by Pete Kaiser. Crable, Tony Labor. The Bartone team, always tough to beat. Tony Bartone, T-Bone, when he was driving, was someone you didn't want to beat up in the final, because you knew he was going to lay down some times. Haran, a lineage of drag racing back to the days of his dad, Curly. Used to drive Top Fuel. Curly won his last race at the Good Guys VRA race at Pomona. Dan picked up where Dad left off. Dan took Dad's car and continued on that legacy, but then decided to go big show and funny car. Now he's got Pete Kaiser, a Nostalgia Fuel champion, tuning his funny car. Get ready. Let's see what happens. Temperatures are good. Track surface is great. Traction is good, but these guys can overpower. Let's see what happens. They move up. They're gone. They both get the power to the pavement. But look at Crable. Crable up in smoke, and Haran takes him out. Haran goes 572. Crable a 578. 259 miles an hour for Haran. Crable's engine started going away and only does 214. And it's Dan Haran going to be in the next round. Who does he get? The only one left here is Bobby Cottrell. Put your hands together. Dan Haran does it. He had his best run of the day, of the weekend, with that 572, added 14 miles an hour to his time. With all that commotion down there, he still only won by 87 ten-thousandths of a second. That was close. Crable up in smoke and only loses by 87 ten-thousandths of a second. Faster than a blink of the eye. Bobby Cottrell coming up here next. He's the number 2 qualifier. He's run a best of 576 at 256 miles an hour. But now we know Dan Haran's got some more mile per hour in it, and they're going to set that tune up a little bit hotter in just a little bit. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod, to the lanes. And I'm looking back here, and I see some cackle cars getting ready to push down to give you a taste of what you're going to see later on this afternoon. All right, checking the track, making sure Chris didn't leave some stuff there. Bobby Cottrell getting buckled in and ready in the Bucky's car. Cottrell won the March meet. Crable really wanted to get even this weekend because he couldn't make the call. They could not get the car to run. And Cottrell got the bye into the win light. Now back in the staging lanes right now, we're looking at a couple of push start cars, some old nitro machines getting ready to go. We've got about 30 or so going to be firing up for you later this evening, but these are just a sample, and they're going to do a practice push start to see how they do. We're going to get all the cackle cars out here on track later. And we're going to be showing you the 50 award winners in the show and shine. Lots still to see as we narrow down the field of racers. Cottrell's car coming to life. Bucky Austin, the crew chief. Bobby Cottrell getting ready to come back to meet Dan Horan in the funny car final. Bobby Cottrell, a very experienced shoe. He drives a dragster in 7.0 Pro on the West Coast and this funny car all over the country. 1 year at the, I believe, the Hot Rod reunion, he doubled up, won both funny car and 7.0 Pro in the same day. Bobby is very generous. He comes out and helps racers whenever he can. We see him at Irwindale Drag Strip at least once a month helping some racer. Right now he's been working with the Canberra Speed Shop team. Their young driver making the move from junior dragsters to Top Fuel. Just a little change. So let's see how they got the clutch set up. Is this car going to get the power down that it needs? This is the time to experiment and find out what your limits can be. Cottrell moves up into the beams, clears it out. Little clutch dust, keeps it in the groove, heads to the stripe, 572. 257 miles an hour. This final round is gonna be exciting. Bobby Cottrell goes 572 at 257 miles an hour. All right, we got some cackle cars back here. Going to push start. Give you a taste of what you're going to see later on when the sun goes down and the nitro comes up. Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod to the lanes. Final call to Hot Rod. All right, Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod, straight axle. Straight axle to the lanes. Straight axle Mafia. We need straight axle cars to the lanes. Hot Rod, straight axle to the lanes. All right, here's a taste of what you're going to see later this evening. The push start cackle cars. Top fuel cars of the past. They still run on nitro. They still are exciting. They'll push start them. They'll cackle their way down the track. He fires up about half track, and there he goes. I love the push. Half the fun of the Cackle cars is the push cars. Look at this, cab over. Now, something tells me it is a cab over body, but the engine may not be underneath their feet. I got a feeling it's underneath that hump in the back. But here's a beautiful cab over, push starting the dragster. So Nitro car fires up about half track. Look at this chop top Ford pickup truck pushing the dragster. All the cars that will be push started are going to be front engine top fuelers of the days gone by. Now I like the way this Ford pickup is equipped. It's got a Chevy small block injected motor in the back. License plate says it all. Got rust. Cool little hot rod pickups. 56 Ford, chop top, small window, push start in the dragster. I never get my Ford pickups right on the early years because 32 to 34 use the same body with just a little bit of trim difference around the back of the bed. They're going to practice this for later on. Got about 30 cars going to be here in the Cackle Fest later on this evening. They'll all fire up at the same time. If you've got allergies and you need to clear your sinuses, it'll be a good time to be around. All right, hot rods coming around the corner. Hot rods coming around the corner, and we need the straight axle cars to the lanes. Straight axle to the lanes, please. Straight axle to the lanes. Most of the Cackle cars are finally restored. Top fuel cars of days gone by. There are some that are recreations of cars that, well, no one can find them anymore, but they remember them and seen them in pictures. Hemi is still the choice of Cackle car buyers and builders. Old school cast iron Hemis. Iskandarian is making a series of cams just for the Cackle cars so that they shoot flames higher in the air. And Ed figured out how to do that. Still working, still goes into the shop at 100 years old. All right, here comes Hot Rod, folks. Hot Rod coming up for another round of eliminations. Nathan Spinks in the 57 Chevy here in the Jegs Lane. Beautiful car. One of the cars is one of my favorite because it's just different. It's Randy Bennett's Rambler. It's got an AMC 390 in it. It's run 1115 is what his dial-in is. 1152 for Nathan Spinks. The 57 will leave the line first. The little Rambler is going to try and chase him down. Rambler American was kind of popular in the day when they came out with the Rambler Scrambler. Red light for the Rambler. That's the end of his racing day. 064 in the red. So the win goes to Nathan Spinks. Spinks looking for the 1152, goes 1180. Insult to injury, Bennett breaks out with an 1101 after red lighting. Mike Goodwin out of Jefferson, Georgia with the Duster. Mike Card out of Lansdale, PA with the 71 Nova. Plymouth Duster, 340, 350 cubic inch in the Nova. Valiant went from a compact to a bigger compact, competing with the Nova. Dodge's version was called the Demon way back then. Hits the loud pedal, the car takes a hip and a hop, and he's gone, but the reaction time advantage, Mike Card's got that one covered. And Card gets the win, 12:05 on an 1180 to a 9:52, but late on the lights by over 0.2 of a second. Long Roof, Nova, Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee, 434 cubic inch Chevy Power, the number 5 qualifier, dials 932. Lester Rogers out of Bowling Green, dials 1130. He's gone, 102. Red light. Pease goes on to another round. And Pease runs a 925 under his number, but the red light gave the win away right from the start. Skeeter Haggard out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, 1966 Mustang, first gen. Mustang, the only pony car to stay in production since introduction. All the others went out. Johnny Matthews out of Pleasant View, Tennessee with the Comet. Comet was the kissing cousin to the Ford Falcon. He's got a 351 in that. He dials 1165 to Skeeter's 1087. Comet is gone. Drifts towards the center line, brings it back to the middle of the track in the groove, trying to stay out in front of the Mustang. And he does, but he breaks out. It's a double breakout. Matthews breaks out by less and gets the win. Ray Morris out of New Haven, Kentucky, 55 Chevy, taking on Kerry Kersey's Hodgeville, Kentucky, Super B. Let's see if he can sting the 55. He's gone. Oh, reaction times were good. One of them's got a near perfect one. Headed down track. The Bumblebee's car's out. The Super B getting ready. Can he sting him? He does. 1275 double breakout. He breaks out by less. 1066 for Morris, 1075 on a 77 dial. Number 1 qualifier, Tyler over in the left lane. Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis. He's got his Oldsmobile. Actually, he was number 2 qualifier. Ran an 867. Ron Meredith with the Dart. A Dart GT with a 440. Qualified 53rd with an 1163. He dials 1177. So the Dart going to stick it to him, hopefully. But I don't know. Meredith has been tough. He's come from the 53rd qualifying spot. The movement was way up here. Nostalgia modified. Nostalgia modified to the lanes. Dart is way, way out there. Look at the Oldsmobile closing in. He's coming close. He's chasing. He's almost there. Gotcha. 862 to an 1166. Double breakout, but the Olds breaks out by less. Dave Dexter in the Nova. Keaton Moeller in the C10. C10 dials at 1208. Dexter dials at 936. Your number 3 against your number 64 qualifier. We're doing hot rods. We need straight axle, final call, and Midwest Nostalgia, first call. Pickup is gone. Nova chasing. Uh-oh, pickup's got a problem. He's pulled off. Is Dexter going to notice this and not break out, or is he just going to run it out the back door? He does. He breaks out. He loses. He didn't look out the mirror. He loses. His competition pulls over to the side, and he runs it out the back door. 928 on a 36, 148 miles an hour, and the C10 breaks, but gets the win. That's what mirrors are for. Come on, guys. All right, they're looking underneath the C10 right now, and again, I think we ought to have a proctologist on call here because he's broken his rear end. All right, well, he's backing it up under power, so maybe it's not broken that bad. We'll have to find out as he comes back. He's quality, he made it to the next round. He took the tree and his competition broke out. So technically, he's still in. I got a feeling there's going to be a lot of hammering away on this car when he gets back to the pit area. Crew's looking it over. He's backing it up under power, so it may not be bad, although it is bouncing quite a bit right now as he backs it up. All right, next up, Brenda Blair out of Elmwood, Tennessee, be pulling up with a 1977 Caprice. And Tom Girding out of Cincinnati, Ohio, will come up with the 68 Nova. Straight axle cars, you should be in the lanes, ready to go. Midwest Nostalgia Modified, you should be in the lanes as well. Midwest Modifieds, come on down. Midwest Modifieds, we need you to the lanes, please. Midwest Modifieds, to the lanes. All right, Girding coming up with his Nova here in the Jegs lane. Brenda Blair with a big Caprice over in the left lane. She's in the Budweiser lane. Dial in of 1181 to a 1030. Big heavy Chevy's going to leave the line first. Nova will try to chase her down. In qualifying, Brenda ran 11:77. She's dialed an 81 now. Girding ran a 10:28. He's dialed a 10:30. Off goes Brenda. Chasing is Girding. There's a slight advantage on reaction time. Girding closing the gap. He's already caught Brenda and passed her. And gets the win. He goes 10:85. Brenda runs a 12:44, unable to run the number. They both did 111 miles an hour. Wesley Buchanan out of Wickliffe, Kentucky, 72 Nova. Caleb Masterson out of Brandenburg, Kentucky. S10 pickup dials 1076. Nova dials 1322. Nova's going to leave the line first. Long wait. Is he going to be patient? Yep. Oh, good. His patience was about right. Better reaction time for the S10. Can he capitalize on that and get the win? Yep, he does. Double breakout, 1071 to a 1311. Bigger breakout for Wesley, so the S10 of Caleb goes on for another round. Straight axle cars coming up now. We need Nostalgia Modified and Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Joey Bridges out of Louisville, Kentucky, 1955 Ford. Johnny Armstrong out of Pinson, Alabama, 1950 Chevrolet. Bridges dials 7-0. Armstrong a 650. These are 8th mile runs. Nostalgia Modified, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Modified, you're coming out next. Where are you? Nostalgia Modified. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to the lanes as well. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to the lanes. RPM's coming up. And Joey Bridges out in front, 55 Ford running strong. Chevy trying to close in, but the Ford takes the win, 706 to a 659. Bruce Allen out of Harrisburg, Illinois, 7-0 dial, Ford's Malibu. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky, 850 dial. These are 850 mile or 8th mile cars. We need Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Old school Chevy's gone. Malibu chasing. Wayne Burton looking for an 850. 7-0 for Bruce Allen. 850, 853 is what he got. He got the win. 7-12 for Bruce Allen. Little late. Burton gets the win. Nash. Dwight McGuire out of Louisville. 47 Nash with a 350. Dials 825. John Wolls out of Louisville. Dials 675. They're staged. They're ready to go. Lights begin to drop. Nash off the mark. 55 pulls the wheels up high, chasing. Nash is out in front. He's only got a short distance to go. And he breaks out. Nash is too quick. The 55 takes the win by 99 ten-thousandths of a second. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky, 56 Park Lane. Ford's attempt to compete against the Nomad. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky. 454 Chevy power in the Ford. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Looking for a 675 and goes 662. Midwest Nostalgia Modified, we need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock, we need you to the lanes. Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds, pull them on up. All right, the Midwest Nostalgia Modifieds are coming your way right now. We need Nostalgia Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes. Modified Eliminator. We need you to the lanes. Modified Eliminator to the lanes, please. All right, more racing action happening as we whittle down the classes to the final rounds. Thanks for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion, presented by AAA Insurance. Glad you could be here with us. Dennis Finsley out of Potosi, Missouri with the Camaro, dials 1075. Mike Welfel out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee with an 1125 dial. We're going to see the Nova leave the line first. The Camaro will chase. Pre-stage lights lit. They both go in. They're ready. Lights dropping. They're gone. Finsley puts the front wheels up high on the Camaro. He's chasing. He's closing in. Incrementals say he's lots quicker. But he doesn't get the win because he breaks out. He goes 1070 on a 75 to a 29 on a 25. Malibu. Tug Brock out of Williamsburg, Ohio. 9 flat dial for his Malibu. Last of the rear drive Malibus. Shane Smith with the Camaro, 69. Last of the first gen Camaros. 69s were actually built a couple of months extra because Chevy wasn't ready with the 70. They had some stamping problems on the fenders, so they continued to produce the 69 for 2 extra months. Perfect reaction time for Tug Brock. Can he use it to his advantage? Yes, he does. He goes 905 on a 9.0 with a perfect light to a 1021 breakout. Jack Detzel gets ready to go. Jack with a 68 Camaro. Modified Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Modified Eliminator to the lanes. Modified Eliminator and Gas Eliminator. Come on down. Dumps the clutch and off he goes. Bang second gear. 024 reaction. 1560 foot mark. Coming up on the finish line lights. Looking for an 1125. Jack Dietzel goes 1128. 119 miles an hour. Good run. All right, a little track prep going on as we move into lots of rounds of racing. We need Nostalgia Superstocks down here. We need Modified Eliminator and Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. Modified Eliminator and Gas Eliminator to the lanes, please. We're getting ready for the award presentations for the Show and Shine. We got 50 awards to pass out in just a little bit. We're going to have the Cackle Fest, and we got finals coming your way in Top Fuel and Funny Car and Fuel Altereds. So stick around, don't leave. The action doesn't stop. Even after dark, we're going to go strong. I'm Bob Beck. Glad you've been here with us all weekend. The Tennessee Flash, Jimmy Ray. He's got the Chevy. Going to take on the Buick. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee. Jimmy Ray out of Atoka, Tennessee. 11 flat dial for Jimmy Ray in E Nostalgia Superstock. Jim Netherland, his index is 1025. 400 cubic inches for the Buick against a 396 Chevelle. Now that's a real 396 SS Chevelle. That is worth some money because they only made a little over 200 of those. Chevy's out in front. Buick trying to close the gap. He's coming on strong. He's getting closer. His incrementals are ahead by a whole bunch. And it's enough. He does it. Double breakout, 1022 on a 25 to a 92 on a 00, and it is the Buick going on to another round. Matt Grove out of Louisville with the Plymouth, 1025's his index. Jimmy Gower, the 65 Buick, another Buick special, goes red. So the gimme goes to Matt Grove. Grove gets the win. The Hot Rod Lincoln. No, not the Lincoln. This is the Chevelle. The sun's in my eyes, both of them. Mitch Reed out of Huntington, Tennessee with the Malibus. You got a 65 Malibu and a 67 Chevelle. Trim option level. Danny Whitford out of Paducah, Kentucky, 975 index for his CFX. And Mitch Reed, 10 flat index on his A Nostalgia Super Stocker. Wheels come up high in the sky, and a much better reaction time for Whitford as he tries to close in. He's caught him. He's passed him. Is he going to be too quick? Seen a lot of breakouts today. Double breakout this time. 973, but good for the win to a 997. So it's the Budweiser lane going to come back again. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, 1050 index to a 1025 for Ed Becker. Pair of Plymouths, Mopar, move over, Plymouths are racing. Full stage, lights drop. They're gone. Excellent reaction time for Deaton. He's out in front, but it's Becker closing the gap. Coming up next to the stripe. It is Deaton. Becker breaks out by 0.05 of a second, and 1050 on a 1050 for Deaton runs right on the number. He also had a better reaction time of 0.27 to an 0.82. Modified Eliminator, Gas Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Modified Eliminator and Gas Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Jake Bowerman out of Rockport, A modified, 10 flat index. Chris Coles out of Bowling Green, 70 Nova, E modified with a 12-second index. 2 seconds head start. The Nova is going to be past the 60-foot mark by the time the Vega gets the okay to go. It's tough watching your competition drive away from you. And he's gone. Oh, anticipation and anxiety. Red light. 028 red for Jake Browerman. And Chris Cowell's going to get the win, whether he breaks out or not, but he doesn't. He goes 12.04 on a 12 flat. Bowerman goes 9.99, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, but red lit. John Meinelt out of DeLand, Florida, 1150 index with his Camaro. Greg Carter, 1050 index. He's going to get a full second head start with his Camaro. He's the two-time modified eliminator champ, 2019 and 2021. He comes into this race as defending champ. Shafarov Engines, his sponsor. He's out of Franklin, Kentucky. He works in law enforcement. So if you see him get past and the pull-over lights come on the front, no, never mind. 67 Camaros a pair. Look closely, you can see the differences when you see a 68. Side marker lights and no wind wings on a 68. That's how you tell the difference between a 68 and a 67. Wheels come up high. And not only is he a cop, but now he thinks he's a special agent. 007 reaction time. Coming up on the stripe, the officer does it. He goes 10.62 on a 50 at 109 miles an hour for the win. 11.62 on a 50 at 111 miles an hour. So they were both they were 12 off their dials, but reaction time, that was the difference. The margin of victory, 57 thousandths of a second. Gas eliminator, you need to be in the lanes. Gas eliminator, comp eliminator to the lanes, comp eliminator to the lanes, please. Gas eliminator should be coming up. Comp eliminator, you are next. Geezer gassers, come on down as well. Geezer gassers, come on down. All right, Jimmy Hayes out of Troy, Ohio, 72 Vega. Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan, E-Gassers. Coming up on the finish line, lights. Oh, it's going to be Sam Patrick, runs 10.02. Hayes breaks out with a 9.96. Hot rod to the lanes, hot rod to the lanes. Hot rod to the lanes. Your call. Hot rod to the lanes. Mike Cutler out of Dawson, Illinois. 55 Chevy. 950 index for his degasser. And Blaine Bolding, also a degasser, out of Greenfield, Indiana. Little Vega taking on the Tri-5 Chevy. Vega's got a 427. No information as to what the 55's got. Red light for the 55, 007 red to an 050 green, and Bolding going on to another round of racing. 951 on a 950, right there. Cutler, insult to injury, 007 red, then a 944 breakout. Shane Gill out of Oakdale, Illinois, Seagasser with a 9 index, and Stuart Forney out of Orlinda, Tennessee, also a 9. You leave the line, reaction times are close. The Plymouth pickup trying to stay out in front. And it's a double breakout, 898 to an 897. Fornoy getting the win, 82 thousandths of a second better. Buddy Ray out of, well, it doesn't say where he's from, but he's Buddy Ray the third. 67 Nova SS 548 big block. Dan Hobbs out of Hawesville, Kentucky. Got the little Thunderbird. Ford introduced the Thunderbird kind of to compete against the Corvette back in 1955, but they didn't call it a sports car like Chevrolet called the Corvette. Although the Fords had some horsepower and a lot of better options than the Corvette did. In 1955, the Corvette still didn't even have door handles or windows. RPMs come up, they dig in. Reaction times are close. Thunderbird's got a slight edge. They're looking for the elusive 9-second run. And what they get is a 909 to a 911. Thunderbird thunders down to the stripe, wins by 29 thousandths of a second. Ronnie Egner gets the bye into the next round. He's a D-gas car with a 950 index. Comp Eliminator and Hot Rod, you need to be in the lanes. Comp Eliminator and Hot Rod, you need to be in the lanes. Geezer Gassers, you will follow Hot Rod, so hold back a little bit. '55 Chevy getting ready to go. 1955 ushered in the performance era for Chevrolet. The introduction of the 265 V8. Wheels go up in the air. Now think of them as a performance car. They run the quarter mile with a stock 265 at around 19 seconds. 993 at 102 miles an hour on a 950 index. All right, more racing action to happen as we get ready to go. Thanks for being here for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. Still to come, the finals in fuel, in nitro. We'll have the dragsters and the funny cars coming up. Lots more eliminator actions as we get down to the final rounds. We're going to have award presentations a little bit later on, and then as the sun goes down, the nitro goes up as we bring out the cackle cars. Hot Rod to the lanes. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes, please. Hot Rod to the lanes. Never enough. Roadster pulling up. Shane Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana. His index, 850. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod to the lanes. Bowman getting the by run. He takes off. 031 reaction, 1.160 foot mark. Looking for an elusive 9 or 850. Goes 850 down to the thousandth of a second. 850 with a 0. 154 miles an hour. Jackson Messamore in the Jegs lane. Out of Hanson, Kentucky. Calls it a 38 Chevrolet Roadster with a 576 big block. Richard Lawson out of Brookville, Ohio. 31 Model A is what he calls that little baby. Looking like a dwarf guard gone bad. Ten-second index for Lawson, 9-second for Messamore. Reaction times are close, within 4 thousandths of each other. At the stripe, double breakout. Lawson breaks out by 4, and Messamore breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Nick Hamilton out of Dresden, Ohio, beautiful 27T. His index in C-Comp is 9 seconds. Shane Rassler out of Wolcott, Indiana, a Canode chassis dragster. Index is 850 in his B-Comp eliminator. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in the lanes, ready to go. Hamilton, 9-second index. It's a C comp eliminator car. Shane Rassler with the dragster. A B comp eliminator with an 850 index. T is gone. Dragster chasing. Reactions are close. 60 foot. Wow. Dragster launches off with a 1.1 second. Closes in rapidly and gets the win. 844 double breakout. 890 for Hamilton. 844 for Rassler. Rassler breaks out by 4 and gets the win. All right, here comes Hot Rod around the corner. Geezer Gassers, you should be in the lanes. Geezer Gassers, we need you to the lanes. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Geezer Gassers, please come on down. Got 9 cars coming back for Hot Rod Eliminator as we whittle things down to all the final rounds. Geezer Gassers, we need you to the lanes. Geezer Gassers to the lanes. Scott Rods, get ready. Scott Rods, you'll follow Geezer Gassers. Scott Rods, we'll see you here in just a moment. Scott Rods, you will follow Geezer Gassers. Hot Rod drivers, you should be suited up, ready to go. Hot Rod, you should be suited up, ready to go. Here they come. Beautiful 57 Chevy sedan. Now it's got the Bel Air stripe on the side, but it's got the 150 trim on top of the fenders. On the 57 Chevy, the top of the fin, the length of the piece of trim indicates what model it is. The short model that's on this one's a 150. Halfway down the fin was a 210. All the way up to the window was the Bel Air. This is a 150 model. Nathan Spinks out of Bowling Green, Kentucky with the Chevy, 1152 dial-in. Johnny Matthews out of Pleasant View, Tennessee, 1165 dial. We're going to see the 57 leave the line chasing the Comet. Comet will leave first. 57 will chase. They hit the loud pedal and off they go. Reaction time's different by 200ths of a second. Headed down track, it's tight. They're side by side. Incrementals are almost identical as they cross the 1,000-foot mark, and it's a double breakout. 57 Chevy getting the win. 11:43 to an 11:53. Terry Tyler in the Oldsmobile. 866 his number. Kenny Pease out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. 932. You're going to see the wagon leave the line first. 2 of the top 5 drivers right there. Tyler qualified second. Pease qualified 5th. Red light for Pease. That's the end of his racing day. 025 reaction for Tyler. Tyler getting the gimme. He runs 947. Knew he got the win, so he backed out of it. Kenny Pease, insult to injury, 006 red, and then a breakout. Caleb Masterson in the S10 pickup, 1076 dial. Michael Card, an 1180 dial with the Nova. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods. You need to be in the lanes. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rods to the lanes. Fully staged, up they go. Oh, reaction times within a thousandth of a second of each other. That's how tight they are, headed down to the stripe. 1,000 separated on the tree. And it's a 10:66 breakout to a 11:65 breakout. And Caleb with the S10 going on one more round. Super B of Kerry Kersey from Hodgenville, Kentucky. 69 Super B getting ready to sting. Geezer Gassers and Scott Rod Gassers. You need to be in the lanes. 750 Eliminator. Please come down to the lanes. 750 Eliminator. Things are moving quick now as we get down to the smaller fields in each category. Gary Carizzi, Hodgeville, Kentucky. 69 Dodge Super B with a 440. His dial in 1277. Let's see how close he can get to it. 081 reaction, 1.760 foot mark. 520 at the 330. The 8th mile, 811, 84 miles an hour. Across the finish line lights, a 1278 at 104 miles an hour, right where it needs to be. All right, see the Geezer Gassers moving up here. Scott Rods, you should be in the lanes. Scott Rods, you need to be in the lanes. 750 Eliminator, to the lanes, please. 750 Eliminator, we need you to the lanes. Patrick Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana with the Willys pickup. We're into the Geezer Gassers. 1050 index. Hal Connor, Cape Coral, Florida. Got the Willys coupe. Any red lights? 092 deep in the red. Patrick Canal late on the lights, but it worked. 359 reaction to an 092 red. Goes 1030, big time breakout to a 1375 for Canal. Canal just needed to cruise on down track. Gary Raber out of Royal Palm Beach, Florida. A dental tech with a 40 Ford, 11 flat index. Gary Rayburn getting ready to go. He's looking for an 11 flat run. He comes back for the next round anyway. He pulls up in stages. Leaves the line with an 088 reaction, starts drifting towards the marbles, pulls it back into the groove, tries to keep it straight, heads down track, looking for that 11 flat, and goes at 11:04, 118 miles an hour. We need Scott rods, and they are coming up with Scott leading the way with his brand new Corvette. Scott rods, sponsored by Alki Digger. Fuel injections, alkidigger.com. And there's your burnout champ, continuing his burnout ways. He's got a good tire sponsor. Ray Kosicki out of Aurora, Ohio, 33 old Willys with a 540 Chevy. He was the number 2 qualifier, running 563 on a 560 index. Scott, the man behind Scott Rods, makes fiberglass bodies for the racers. He's out of Monroeville, Ohio. He's got a 63 Corvette with a 427. He was the number 6 qualifier with a 574, 116 mile an hour run. They're running on a 560 index, and it is 8th mile. Kosicki backing up. He did another burnout, ended up at the Christmas tree. Came back. Scott coming up. Scott Lieber, the man behind Scott Rods. 560, the elusive number. Who's going to get the better reaction time, though, and run the number? We know both these cars can do it. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage, both cars. They're gone. Reaction advantage, a huge one. Scott gets out of shape, has to back out of it. Car wiggling and wobbling down track. But he gets the win because the competition, Ray, goes out the back door too quickly. So in this case, Scott having trouble, worked. 633 is what he needed. His competition broke out. Frankie Allen out of Covington, Louisiana. Got 33 Willys. 560 the index. He qualified 5th. Tim Irwin, the number 1 qualifier with Big Red out of Portland, Indiana. And it looks like Tim's going to get a gimme. He's getting the bye. It's a competition break. There'll be 3 cars coming back for the next round. So this was their semifinal, semi-semi, quarterfinal. No, it'll be Scott against him. So the final will be coming up next round. 750 Eliminator, you need to be in the lanes. 750 Eliminator to the lanes. 750 and 70, please come to the lanes. 750 and 70, please come to the lanes. And he heads down, gets a little out of shape, but it's okay. He's on a single, 664, 86 miles an hour. He checked the starting line, got a 1.260 foot. He's happy with that. He'll be back for the final against Scott in Scott's first final ever because he's never had the car. He's always been building cars for everybody else. Decided to put one together for himself, and here he is in the final of his own race. $750 and 70. We need you to the lane. $750 and 70. All right, here we go. It's Larry from Badfish Get your cameras ready because he's going to pick those front wheels up and carry them out. He went to almost half track last time. Look at this. That's just on the burnout. He's coming back to do it again. Lunch and Larry, Badfish Racing. Check him out on Facebook. Goes to half track before he's able to get it stopped. As straight as he goes with the front wheels up, he's got to have a window in the floor or something so he can see where he's going. I mean, gee whiz. All right, Lunch and Larry. Jelini Whiskey. Whiskey. Oh, it's Lunch and Larry. Here he goes. On the bumper. Comes down hard, but he's got plenty of... Woo. That came a little hard and got him. He got a little out of shape that time. But I'll tell you what, they got a great shot of him on page 42 in the program. If you haven't got the program yet, get the program. More racing action happening. We need 750 and 7-0. 750 and 7-0 to the lanes, please. $7-0 and 750 cars to the lanes. Gas Eliminator, come on up too. Gas Eliminator. I think there's medication for that, but I'm not sure. All right, 7-0 and 750. We need you to the lanes. 7-0 and 750. We need you to the lanes. Gas Eliminator. We need you to the lanes as well. Gas Eliminator. All right, racers, listen up because, we're getting down to the semifinals and final rounds. We're going to be calling you back pretty quickly. I did a little bit of check of the track. Apparently there might be some stuff down there we're looking at. Before we send anyone down, we're going to make sure everything is good and safe. But again, we need 750 and 70 cars. Gas eliminator to the lanes. Gas eliminator to the lanes. What we're trying to do, guys, is work your way down, or your way and our way down to the final rounds. Then you can relax a little bit after your semis so that we can bring you all back at the same time for final rounds. All right, we're bringing cars in. We get into their semis. We're getting cars down here. Drivers are getting suited up, ready to go. We're working our way down to all final rounds so we can run them all at the same time, one right after another. Then we'll have the award presentations for the show and shine. And then we'll start moving into the Cackle Fest. All right, doing a little track prep. We'll be back to racing in just a minute or two. All right, here we go. Back to racing action. The Speed Dog Dragster coming up here in the Jegs Lane. Derek McCushion out of Covington, Ohio. McCuston. I'll get it right yet. Nielsen Parks chassis. Qualified number 2 with a 751 on the 750 index. Bart Bowles, Slaughters, Kentucky. Qualified 10th with a 759. Difference was 0.08 of a second in their qualifying time and 8 spots on the ladder. All right, inside word, Derek had a problem on his way home last year. Burnt his whole rig down, race car and everything. The NDRL group got together, helped him out, and he's back. 750 index. Here we go. $750 is what the magic number is. This is the semifinal round. One of these guys is going to go in the final. Is it going to be Bart or Derek? RPMs are up and they're gone. Reaction times nearly identical. Looking for 750. Derek out in front. He goes too quick. 749 to a 751. Derek goes 4 thousandths too quick. Goes 749 with a 6, 751 for a 9 for Bart Bowles. Bowles going into the final. All right, so Bowles will be up against Taylor Allen in the final round. Taylor was the number 1 qualifier, running 750 and a 2. Tyler Allen getting ready to go. Single run. All he had to do is strip the tree. He runs it out to see if he can run the number. Runs under it, 749 with a 4, but hey, it's a buy run, not a problem. He had a 0.16 reaction time and a 1 second 60 foot. $7-0 coming up now. Gary Lever out of Moraine, Ohio with the Roadster. Number 3 qualifier with a 7:01. This is the 7:0 category. Jeffrey Cochran out of Lacon, Illinois. Number 7 qualifier, ran a 7:10. 351 Ford in the dragster. 540 cubic inch Chevy in the Roadster. Looking for the elusive 7-0. We have 3 cars coming back. One of these guys is going into the final. RPMs come up. They're gone. Reaction time advantage, a huge one as they head down track. Is it going to be Cochran or Lever? Cochran, 7:06 to a 6:98. Lever breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Cochran goes 7:06 and gets the win. Had an 0.34 reaction to a 1:40. So Cochran will be back for the final round against this dragster with Steve Matthews behind the wheel out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. A 2007 Nielsen Parks chassis with a 406 cubic inch Chevy. Qualified 11th with a 735. Qualifying is important, but how you run during eliminations is more important, and this number 11 cars made it all the way to the final round. So Steve Matthews will be in the final. He's making a pass now. Now, racers, listen up because we're down to the finals in just about everything. So we will be calling you back. You got some relaxed time before we do, but be prepared so we can move into the finals. The show cars are behind us right now. We're getting ready to do the presentations to them as well. Hot Rod, straight axle. We need you back to the lanes. Hot Rod and straight axle to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, straight axle, back to the lanes, please. Hot Rod, straight axle. There's a little wiggle. Drifts close to the marbles, comes back away. In the groove, backs out early for a 754, 140 miles an hour. Just enough. He'll be back for the final round in a little while. Hot Rod and straight axle to the lanes. Hot Rod, straight axle to the lanes. Ronnie Egner out of Mayfield, Kentucky, 1955 Chevrolet with a 509. Blaine Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana. This is a biomedical engineer. Driving the 72 Vega. Index 950 for these two D-gas cars. '55 Chevy, 509 big block against a big block powered 72 Vega. Engine forward into the beams. Pre-stage lights lit. Taking their time. Pull it in. 55 pulls the wheels high. Vega just scoots. Better reaction time for one of the drivers. Could make the difference as they head to the stripe. At the finish line, it's the Vega. 950 on a 950 to a 955. And the reaction time advantage was in the right lane, but the left lane takes the win. Two Fords, one of them going to the final. So it's going to be Chevy-Ford matchup in the final round. Stuart Forney out of Orlinda, Tennessee, 67 Mustang, 447. Dan Hobbs out of Hawesville, Kentucky. He says he's a cool car builder. Got a 1956 Thunderbird with a 604 cubic inch mountain motor in his Ford. Full stage RPMs come up and they are gone. Thunderbird spins the tires. They both have 2.460 or 1.260 footers. Someone's pedaling it, and it's the Bird gets the win. 9 flat on a 9 flat to a 902. They lifted and were fender racing on the way down. So the Bird will be back. Sam Patrick goes 10 flat. This Nostalgia Modified in Superstock. We need you to the lanes. Nostalgia Modified in Superstock. Nostalgia Modified in Superstock to the lanes. We need hot rod eliminator, straight axle, Hot Rod Eliminator, and Straight Axle. Midwest Modifieds, we need you to the lanes. We need all semifinalists to the back of the lanes, please. All semifinalists to the back of the lanes, please. All semifinalists to the back of the lanes, please. All semifinalists to the back of the lanes. All honorees, all NHRA legends honorees, please come to the tower. Please come to the media room in the tower. Top floor. Go to the top floor and And Jerry, we did find what we were looking for you. Jerry, we got your trophy, so come on up to the tower. All right, get ready, folks, because Nitro is going to be in the air in just a moment. Our finalists in the fuel categories are suiting up, getting ready to go. Funny cars are at the head of the lane. The dragsters are behind them. So get ready. It's just about time for the funny cars. All right, funny car drivers strapping up, suiting in. Come on back to your seats. If you left thinking that we were just going to run some index cars, we got the Nitro cars getting ready to go. So come on back. Going to be Nitro in the air. Cottrell moving up first. Horan getting ready. The final round in Funny Car, Dan Horan and Bobby Cottrell. I think our friends at Santa Pod are probably awake again, watching our live feed. We had a group of them, a contingent from Santa Pod. Neil Panks put it together. We're watching us here on live feed at dragracer.tv. But because of the time change, it's now early morning there, isn't it, in Great Britain? Okay, it's midnight. It's late there, so they may still be up watching. They may be at the pub and half asleep anyway, but, you know, who knows? All right, here comes the final round in Funny Car. Bobby Cottrell out of Whittier, California, in the Buc-ee's Camaro. 39-year-old fabricator was the number 2 qualifier. Dan Horan out of Silmar, California, the number 3 qualifier. He is in the Budweiser lane. Cottrell in the Jegs lane. Horan qualified with a 594. Cottrell, a 576. Horan ran an exceptionally fast run last time out. He's in the 250 range, as is Cottrell. This could be the fastest side-by-side race of the weekend. Funny cars with the extra downforce keep the tires planted as they go down track. The dragsters, they tend to get a little loose. Tires start to spin at the higher speeds. They don't have as much downforce as the big winged funny cars do with the bodies. We've seen both of these cars run very successful, very quick. Both of these drivers are top performers in the Nostalgia Funny Car ranks. All right, Nitro in the air. They fired up, getting ready to go. Finals in Funny Car. Nitro coming out of the pipes. Still a little fuel there. Moran does his burnout. Oh, look at the smoke coming off the tires of Bobby Cottrell. He's got him hot. Moran made 2 passes. One not real good, one a 594, but he's gone quicker than that in eliminations. Cottrell ran 2 passes, one mediocre at a 674. And then came back at the number 2 spot with a 576. Chris Crable was the number 1 qualifier, and Horan put him out last round. So here we are, 2 Camaros, 2 Southern California drivers. Bucky's team out of Oregon, Horan's own team out of Silmar. Pete Kaiser turning the wrenches for Dan Horan. Bucky Austin for Bobby Cottrell. These 2 gentlemen have met in the final rounds a number of times. No love lost between these 2. Who's going to get the win? Funny Car final. Who's getting bragging rights? Pre-stage lights lit. Cottrell clears it out. Horan's in the lane, so is Cottrell. Green lighted, Horan gets hole shotted. Cottrell with a 0.54 reaction time and the win. 561 to a 567. Horan runs 262 miles an hour. Cottrell, 257. He gated Horan. Horan, 216 reaction time. Cottrell, 0.54 reaction time. 0.98 the first 60 feet for Cottrell. 0.99 for Horan. Both of them at 2.5 seconds at the 330. Both of them at 3.7 at the 8th. 210 miles an hour for Cottrell at the 8th mile. 206 for Horan. At the 1,000-foot mark, Horan was down by a 1/10 of a second. At the finish line, 561 to a 567. Margin of victory total, 21 hundredths of a second at the finish line. That was a race. Put your hands together for the top fuel funny car teams in America. Bobby Cottrell adds another notch. Another win. And I believe this is the second time he has won a hot rod reunion. He's got Bakersfield down, and now he's got Beach Bend and the Holley. All right, here comes the final in Top Fuel. Dragsters, Tyler Hilton and Brendan Murray. Tyler Hilton, on paper, the better of the two cars. He ran 6:14 at 207 miles an hour. Brendan Murray, though, did not run it out the back door. He only ran 176 miles an hour on his pass. Tyler Hilton, a ball of flames at the final round last year, but he had a whole lot more laps on the car. Tyler Hilton running the big block Chevy configuration. In the running wild car, Brendan Murray switched over to Hemi. Brendan was the last person to get into the 5-second club when his dragster was Chevy powered. Brendan Murray toes in from San Jose. Tyler Hilton from Lockland, Ohio. Tyler qualified with a 6:14 and a 6:53 run. Murray only made one pass, and he ran 6:38. Tyler Hilton comes from a car family. His dad, Bobby Hilton, builds some super street rods. Brendan Murray owns his own parts company, sells race car parts. Running wild, Top Fuel team here in the right lane. The Hiltons over in the left. Tyler Hilton wants this trophy bad. He missed it last year with that explosion. I saw the body parts of the car after the race. Man, they were singed pretty good. They rebuilt the car. They're firing them up. More racing action going to be happening after this. Running wild, smoking them first. Hilton moving up. Does a shorter burnout, short hop, does what he thinks he needs. Two drivers with two different approaches. Tyler Hilton, Lockland, Ohio based. A 2019 Horton chassis car with a Chevy. Brendan Murray out of San Jose, a Ruman chassis with a TFX Hemi. This is for bragging rights. All the gusto. Brendan Murray wants to add this to his list. Tyler Hilton wants redemption for last year. They're gone. Oh, Brendan Murray using up a whole bunch of real estate, and it is Tyler Hilton, 592, 236 miles an hour. Murray had the lead. He had the whole shot. He lost it. He got out of shape big time, going out into the marbles. He saved it, but Tyler Hilton getting the trophy he so desperately wanted last year, and this year he's got it. All right, we're going to check out the cars at the back end there. We'll get back to racing action with all final rounds. We need all remaining competitors. Back to the lanes, please. We have semifinals still to complete in a couple of the categories. And then we'll be doing finals in everything, and then telling you all about the 50 award winners in the show and shine. About 7:45, the goal is to move into starting of the Cackle Fest. So stick with us, don't leave. Tell your friends and family they can watch it on dragracer.tv. But you're here, you get to see it live. Rex, please come to the tower. Rex, please come to the tower. Will the show car drivers please return to your vehicles? Show car drivers, return to your vehicles. Rex, you're going the wrong direction. Come back up to the tower.
Test 1 2, test. Test 1 2.
test, test. All right, honorees. Can we get the Hot Rod Reunion honorees to the starting line, please? Hot Rod Reunion honorees, please come to the starting line.
Take a hair.
Give or take, yeah.
I hate to be dumb, but who are you?
Jay Hollinger, I'm retired division flying director.
Oh, I know the name. Yeah. They're bringing in a bunch of new guys, so I'm not in trouble. I've been here for a long time. But the name I am.
Will all the honorees, the NHRA Hot Rod Reunion honorees, please come to the starting line? Will the honorees please come to the starting line, please? Yes, well, we need Jerry, but I don't know if he's still here. We just need Jerry.
He was with us, well, name's an awful long time.
You have a good weekend? Yeah. I always have a good weekend at the race. Wow. I've got no car. I haven't broken it.
Jerry Coley, please come to the starting line. Jerry Coley, please come to the starting line. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while they're cleaning up the little mishap down at the end, Tyler Hilton, repeating his last year, went up in smoke at the finish line. But he won this year. Last year, that didn't happen. All right, who I have with me right now, ladies and gentlemen, are the honorees for this year's Hot Rod Reunion. Ted Spihar, raise your hand, let him know who you are. There he is. Engine builder extraordinaire. Took the Motown muscle or missile car and all the other Mopars to championships and wins. Joey Coley's not here right now. He went back to the hotel. We'll catch him another time. George the Bushmaster Schreiber. He's the conservative one in the group. You can tell by the flame shorts. He did put the clean ones on today for us, though. Paul Romine's an honoree, but he was unable to make it because of medical issues. Len Cottrell and John Spielman. John has the record in number of hired drivers over the years. 19 different drivers for his cars, but these two were the most consistent together. And he was the best. That's what we're told. He lies and he swears to it. All right, so here's our honorees. Please put your hands together for the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion honorees. All right, we're still cleaning things up. Uh-oh. Now, where's your museum so these people come and see you?
Right out of Springfield, Missouri on I-44, mile marker 94, across the street from Route 66. I have a museum which is temporarily closed right now because the world is kind of in a turmoil. And it's a pretty big place. But I got Garlantz's cars, Shirley Muldowney, history from the 50s all the way up. 28 race cars and a whole bunch of other stuff. I cackle fest a fuel coupe and cackle my jet, run my 300-mile-an-hour jet and the fuel coupe in the building alongside a bar so you can come and drink a martini, sniff nitro, and watch a jet blow fireballs out the back door. Only place in the world, man. But anyway, it's closed for a while, but if a bunch of people show up, I'll open it.
All right, there we go. All right, now you two guys, what's the best car you guys have driven or had as a team?
The S&W car was our best car. It was like a spring. When you let the clutch out, it went that way. It was great.
Down the track, you mean?
Yeah, most time.
Yeah, most time. Okay, that's good. And which car did you want to be the best, or was it the same one?
It had to be the same one. We had the most success with that.
What class did it run?
Top alcohol dragster.
All right, top alcohol. Now, Ted, you started out as a youngster at a gas station on Woodward in Detroit, and you ended up teaching the engineers how to properly build a race engine.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but...
But you did what they couldn't do.
Correct, yes. Yeah, I had the patience to listen to them and get along, and it worked out well.
All right, now he built engines for Mopar to start with and did it so well that the Mopar teams were issued the lead trophy, which basically means they had to add weight to the cars because they were too quick. Then you went on to road racing, Le Mans, and others with Chevrolet and got the Corvettes to win.
Correct, that was the American Le Mans series. I worked in the IMSA series, and I also did Indy Racing League engines at Indy, at the Indy 500. So I kind of got a taste of everything.
Indy,
engines.
All GM. All right. All GM or Mopar. That was his foray. How many people like Mopar out here? There's a few of you over there. Okay. We know where the Mopar people are. How about Chevrolet? Okay. We're in Chevy country, right? Corvette Museum just down the street. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back to racing in just a minute to do a final cleanup right now. George, done? We're having fun. Take care. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back to racing in just a little bit. The sweeper headed down there. We'll get going in just a few moments. We've got a lot of semifinals and finals to run. Stick with us. We got the Cackle Fest going on. That's coming. The 50 winners in the show and shine will be coming your way in just a little bit. share of spider gears. I worked at a gas station, and I had a little Ford Falcon. I built a Hot 6 for it, and I kept blowing spider gears. My boss says, I'm not doing another one for you. This is the last one. So I took the gear set because it was just a little, open rear end type thing. Took it into metal shop because I was in an old shop class, and I bought 2 boxes of welding rod, and I welded the spiders solid.
That fixed that problem.
I bring it to work. My boss looks at it. He goes, "The fuck is this?" I said, "You told me if I break it, you're not going to fix it again. This ain't breaking." Oh, you son of a bitch. So then now I got a little 6-cylinder Falcon with glass pack on it and a header that I bought from J.C. Whitney, a U-weld kit. I had 3 carbs on it, but instead of taking the cylinder head off to do it properly, I just put grease on the end of the drill tip and slowly drilled, and then used a vacuum before I started. And then at that time it was a Edelbrock kit, and the ends went on with U-bolts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the manifold on a Falcon 6-cylinder is 1 wad. So you drill the hole right in between 1 and 2, and this piece went on top of it, and you bolted it on with a gasket in between. The center one was the center carburetor, and the back one was between 5 and 6, same way. So I had 3 carbs on the thing, a U-weld header, and it was a rebuild with this 20 overboard. So, I got a hot little 6-cylinder. And I street racing electrical. That's why I kept blowing rear ends on it. And I was running cheater slicks. There's a company called Castle.
Everybody ran.
Everyone cast. That was the only
That's
thing.
the only tire
Well,
you could get. And they were recast.
yes, they were recast.
Oh, absolutely.
And I put them on the back, and that's why I kept blowing the spiders. So the next set of tires, I wore out those. I just bought some regular 650-13 Firestones, welded the spiders up. I could smoke the tires. So much fun. And then then pull alongside somebody, they pop the hood, they go, "Where's the rest of the engine?"
It probably made all of 120 horsepower.
At least. Well, it was 120 brake horsepower, 200-inch 6. So I figured now with the carb, the header, it was 125, 130.
If that.
Well, and then we milled, the head was milled and it was forged, so probably, maybe. Now, I built a similar engine later on, with a little more technology. We decked the head, or decked the block, and brought the head down. I was running around with 9.5 to 1 compression, had an Isky 272 cam in it, and 3 carbs, but it's the right way. No, I didn't have to weld, no, just weld them on. Now you've got a kit through Offer House, and it bolts down. So you have to drill each end, but it's 1 piece that goes from the center all the way down. You still have to drill it. But I had a machine shop do that. We poured it from the inside out, because you can't get into it with the insane. And I don't know what it was putting out, but a buddy of mine with a 66 Mustang with a 289, 235 horse couldn't get that. And then I got a 5-speed, but I go down the freeway, and I had 308s in the back, and I couldn't stay in 5th gear unless I was doing 75 to 80. But it was fun.
Oh, yeah. You fab stuff. I learned.
All right, still a little bit of cleanup to do. We're moving forward. We should be there in just a second. We need all remaining competitors back to the staging lanes, please. All remaining competitors back to the staging lanes, please. The world's fastest sidewalk Zamboni headed down track. He doesn't do kitchens, though. We passed. Little final sweep going down there. We should be back to action in just a moment. We do thank you for your patience and your understanding. These guys were hot and heavy, trying to make sure they got there first. Hilton expired the engine. You know, and think about it. Last year, he ran a number of rounds because we had an 8-car field. This time, he only had a run once and blew the engine up. So, but he's happy. He's got his trophy, and that's what he wanted. He wanted redemption from the blow up last year. That is the most excitement that driver has ever had. Thank you for cheering for him, I'll tell you what. Well, the good news is, if he's going down track, they're going to lay down some rubber and get some traction. We're still getting some of the dust off. As you can see, the smoke cloud drifting away. That's the kitty litter going up in the air. We're going to get some traction down there. We'll go back to the final rounds and semifinal rounds and get through with this and then move into the Cackle Fest. The goal, Cackle Fest will happen at sundown so you can see the nitro burning out of the pipes. So stick with us. Tell your friends if they've walked away, come on back in a few minutes. We're going to be doing the Cackle Fest right after the final rounds of eliminations. All right, he's parking. That means we're racing. Get ready. Come on back to the stands. Get yourself a seat. Get ready because we're going back to racing action. Emily Shear, please come back to the tower. Emily Shear, please come back to the tower. We need all remaining competitors to return to the staging lanes, please. All returning competitors, please return to the staging lanes. Drivers, please suit up. We are just about ready to go back to racing. Drivers, please suit up. We're just about ready to go back to racing. right, safety crews are leaving the finish line area. The Altereds are coming back up. Get ready. Ron Hope is here in the Jegs lane. Don Pettinato Sr. in the Budweiser lane as we go back to running. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for sitting with us. We still got more racing action to do. Ron Hope in his final tour with the Fuel Altereds. He's going to stick with his Bonneville car next year and let his son do the driving of the Fuel Altereds. Ron's goal is to go 300 miles an hour at Bonneville this year. He does have a streamlined roadster to run up there. Currently holds a record about 258 miles an hour, but he is improving the car a bit. Don Pettinato Sr. from Fountain Inn, South Carolina, getting ready to go with his 23T. Ron Hope's Bantam here in the right lane. Now Ron has two of these cars that look identical, and one gets shipped all over the world to be an exhibition car at places like Centipede in Great Britain, down in New Zealand, and in Australia. All right, Ron Hope from Franklin, Tennessee. 32 Bantam with the Donovan, 417. Don Pettinato Sr., Fountain Inn, South Carolina, 23T with the Brad Anderson, 426. So you got a late model style Hemi in the left lane and an early model here in the right lane. Ron Hope, Franklin, Tennessee based. Pettinato, Fountain Inn, South Carolina. Ron Hope, the birthday boy, turned 78 years old 2 days ago. Celebrated his birthday going through tech. Three-stage light lit for Hope. Pettinato's moving up. Here he goes. Whoa! Ron Hope takes a left turn, straightens it back out. Pettinato's going every which way but straight. And they kind of coast down to the finish line. Pettinato with a 905 at 105 miles an hour to a 1231. So Hope's car still got that ill handling situation where it wants to turn left. We need all remaining competitors to the staging lanes, please. All remaining competitors, please return to the staging lanes. All right, the hot rod coming around the bend, getting ready to go. All right, one more. Fuel altered. This is Brian Hope. Ron's son. He's driving the Pure Hell car, Rich Guasco's machine. Brian Hope will take over the driving chores for Dad. Here's the Bradford car. Randy Bradford behind the wheel at a Camino Island, Washington, 48 Fiat with a Topolino. Topolino was their economy car from Fiat. They were powered by a flathead four-cylinder. First came out in 1937. The body style stayed pretty much the same until the early 1950s when they made the nose a little bit bigger. Brian Hope driving the Bantam. Bantam was an actual production car in 1932. The company didn't last very long. They originally designed what became the Jeep, but didn't have the manufacturing capacity to build them during World War II. That task was given to Kaiser, or Willys, and Ford. After World War II, Bantam went out of business. Ford didn't want the Jeep. Willys said, yeah, we'll take it, and they produced the civilian vehicles. Randy Bradford in the Fiat. Brian Hope in the Bantam. Bradford pulls out. Hope goes round and takes the win. 6:15, 227 miles an hour. 8:46 for Bradford. He backed out at 102 miles an hour, but Brian Hope ran it out the back door. 6:15, 227 miles an hour. Think about doing that in a car that's got the wheelbase of a Honda and the horsepower of a funny car. Here comes semifinal rounds. We got the hot rods coming out first. There goes the Rich Guasco team headed down track. Put your hands together. 200-mile-an-hour pass. Brian Hope at the wheel. Beautiful 57 Chevy coming up here on the right side. Nathan Spakes from Bowling Green. 57 Chevy with a 350 small block. Your number 3 qualifier. Ran 11:43 at qualifying. This time he dials 11:52. Terry Tyler out of Indianapolis was the number 1 qualifier with his Oldsmobile. Ran 9:47 at 138 miles an hour. He now dials 866. Now think about that. 11:52, 866. Huge head start. 11 from 8 from 11. That's a 3-second lead. That 57 Chevy is going to be nearly at the first set of time, at the second timing cone, at the 330 foot mark. Red light for Nathan Spakes. So Tyler is going to this final round with the Oldsmobile. And he drives right around. The 57 Chevy driver realized the error of his ways, said, I'm not beating up the engine anymore. And he's just kind of cruising down track. Caleb Masterson out of Brandenburg, Kentucky. He's in the Chevy S10. Kerry Carizzi out of Hodgeville, Kentucky. 69 Super B. 1277, the dial in for the Dodge. 1076 for the S10. 2-second head start for the Dodge. Dodge will be way past the Christmas tree when the green light comes out for the Chevy S10. Full staged. Lights quickly drop. There goes the Dodge. Chevy chasing. Oh, and he drilled the tree. S10 coming on strong. Closing in on the Super B. Is he going to get stung or stomped? Stomped. 1075 breakout to a 1269 breakout. Caleb breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Takes the win. Straight axle cars coming your way right now. Wayne Burton out of Broadhead, Kentucky, 48 Chevy. And John Wolves out of Louisville with the 55 Chevy. 422 cubic inches in the Tri-5. 350 cubic inches in the 48 Chevy. Full staged, here we go. Lights dropping, off goes the 48. The Chevy out in front, the Tri-5 trying to close in. Better reaction time by a whole bunch. Breakout for Wayne Burton, 676 on a 75 for John Wolves. He's going on to the final round. Which Ford's he going to race? The wagon of Bill Lyle or the sedan of Joey Bridges? 7 flat dial in for Bridges, 675 for Lyle. Full stage for Bridges. Now Lyle goes in. They're gone. Lyle with the advantage on the reaction time. Is he going to be able to hold on without breaking out? He does. He goes 7 flat on a 675 to a 697 breakout. So Joey Bridges losing. Billy Lyle will be in the final. Nostalgia Superstock semifinal. And a reminder, racers, please come right back to the staging lanes. Racers, please come right back to the staging lanes if you win. If you win this round, please come right back to the staging lanes. Danny Whitford out of Paducah, Kentucky, 67 Chevelle, 975 is his dial. Jim Netherland out of Columbia, Tennessee, 1025 is his dial. They're gone. Wheels go up in the sky for Danny Whitford. Whitford from Paducah, Kentucky, trying to close in. He's got the better reaction time, and he gets the win. 981 to a 1047. Matt Grove out of Louisville with a 67 Plymouth, 440. Taking on Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois with a 65 Belvedere. Pair of Plymouths. Too bad Chrysler saw fit to cancel the whole Plymouth division. They were actually more of a performance division than Dodge was at the 60s time. Dodge was playing catch up as Plymouth was shutting down everybody. At the stripe, a 10-24 breakout lose for Matt Grove, and it's Greg Deaton going on to the next round. Modified production coming your way. Camaro here in the Jags lane. Jack Dietzel out of Harrison, Ohio in the 68 Camaro. And Mike Welfel out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee with the Nova. 1125 is the index for both of these cars. It's I modified production. Wheels come up in the air, a lot of hopping and bopping there for Detzel. Reaction times are relatively close, coming up on the stripe. Detzel gets the win, 11:26 to an 11:33 on an 11:25 dial. He's got him. He was slower on the reaction time, but he got there. Tug Brock out of Williamsburg, Ohio, 78 Malibu, getting ready to go. He's on a 9-second index. He's a AA modified production car. Banging the gears, headed down track. He's looking for a 9-second run. Goes 8:95. He had a 002 reaction. Blaine Bolding out of Greenfield, Indiana. D. Gasser. 72 Vega, 427. 950, the index for the D-Gas. His competition, Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, 10 seconds. Left lane is gone. 067 reaction to an 095. Vega closing in, looking for that 950 for the win. But it's a 949 with a 5 breakout. So the win 10 flat on a 10 flat for Sam Patrick. Dan Hobbs will be going up against Patrick in the next round, and I think he's just going to take the tree. This is perfectly legal. All he has to do is stage, and when the light drops to green, move a little bit. That's all he has to do, and then he'll be ready for the next round. All right, he's done. He's staged, he's done. He can back up right now and wait for his competition to come back for the final round. Shane Bowman, B Comp, and Shane Rassler, B Comp. One of these cars is going to go into the final. 850, the index. Rassler out of Wolcottville, Indiana. He's an insurance agent. Canode chassis. Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana. He's a business owner. One of them will go up against this Chevy Roadster. Woo-hoo. No one told him he had a car behind him, and he was backing up pretty quick. RPM's coming up. A little bit of a hop, moves over into the sunlight. That's got to be a tough one driving down track with the sun in your eyes. Looking for the 850s. 849 with a 0 to an 852. Shane Bowman going on to the final round against the gentleman in the Roadster. Coming up, Jackson Messamore. We need all finalists back to the lanes, please. All finalists back to the lanes, please. .013 reaction. Messamore looking for a 9 flat run. He's in the final regardless. He goes 898 with a 9. Misses a 9 flat by 11 thousandths. The final in Geezer Gassers here. The code blue, Willie's pickup. Patrick Canal out of Springfield, Louisiana. 1050 is his index in the D-Gas category. Gary Raber out of Royal Palm Beach, Florida. The 40 Ford, he's got an 11-second index. Willie's been consistent all day. Raber's been good. Raber will leave the line first. The Willys pickup will try to chase him down. Now watch him. He can pull the front wheels up pretty good. Full stage. RPMs are up. They're gone. Big reaction advantage for one of those drivers. The Willie's closing the gap, getting closer. He's there. He's out in front. And he breaks out. So Gary Raber with the 40 runs 11-0 on an 11-0 and gets the final win. Canal goes 10:47 on a 50 index, breaks out, and the win goes to Gary Raber. Congratulations to our Gasser Geezer winner. More final rounds coming as they come around the bend, getting ready to go. And once we complete the final rounds, we will go into car show presentation, so stick with us. We'll be doing that right in front of the grandstands. When we will start, once the car show cars have been introduced and they get their awards, the Cackle Fest cars will be coming down. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to need the Cackle Fest cars to come down in just a couple of minutes. Steve Matthews in the Jegs lane. This is the 7-0 category. Out of Murrieta, Oklahoma, Michelin tire producer. Now, Michelin makes some sticky tires, but I don't think they make drag racing slicks yet. Jeff Cochran. Cochran out of Lacone, Illinois. Matthews out of Murrieta, Oklahoma. Your number 7 qualifier is over in the Budweiser lane. Your number 11 qualifier in the Jegs lane. These two guys outlasted a full field of race cars to get here. The magic number for this category. Cochran qualified with a 7:10. Matthews with a 7:35. But 7-0 is what the target is right now. Got to get there first without going quicker than 7-0. Cochran's pre-staged. In goes Matthews. They're full stage. RPMs are up. They're gone. Reaction times are close. Using up some real estate. It's tight at the stripe. Incrementals say 7:05 is good for the win. Jeffrey Cochran, the champion. 7:05 to a 7:29. Matthews got the whole shot with an 0.20, but Cochran had the power to pass and did. All the incrementals after the 60-foot mark, Cochran was in the lead. All the finalists are coming around the bend. Cackle cars. Cackle cars, you might start coming over to the staging lanes. Cackle cars, you might start coming over to the staging lanes. Show car drivers, we'll be getting to you in just a couple of minutes. All right, Corvette, Tyler Allen. Tyler Allen, number 1 qualifiers, made it to the final with his Corvette. Index is 750. He qualified with the 750. Bart Bowles in the dragster. He qualified 10th with a 759. Regardless, he's here in the final against Tyler Allen. Dragster against door slammer. Fiberglass Corvette, they always have been, against the dragster. Front motor dragster starting to back up. Hint, hint. There he goes. Taking it slowly coming back, waiting for his backup person. Little dragster bouncing a bit as he backs it up. Backing him up over his tire track so he can get the best traction possible. His backup person now needs some oxygen. Bart Bowles out of Slaughters, Kentucky. The project engineer. A 2008 Young's chassis car with a 565 big block. Tyler Allen out of Manchester, Kentucky, 63 Corvette. Chevy 632 for power. All right, moving up. Pre-stage lights lit. Full stage for Bowles. Full stage for Allen. They're gone. Reaction times are close. Bowles with the dragster launches quicker. 60 foot was better, though, for the Corvette. The Corvette breaks out. 746. Bowles runs 750 with a 50. 750 on a 50 and takes the win. Missed a 750 perfect by 1,000th of a second. Chevy against Ford. 55 Chevrolet, 56 Ford. Well, it's only 3/4 Ford. It's got a 454 Chevy on the hood. John Wolves out of Louisville, Kentucky. 422 cubic inches worth of Chevy big block power. Bill Lyle out of Brooks, Kentucky. 56 Ford Park Lane with a 454 Chevy for power. Built Ford tough with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Ford against Chevy in the final. Straight axle. Here we go. Wheels go up in the air. Chevy sky high. Tough reaction times. It's going to be tight. Both with 1/460 foots. 4.2s at the halfway point. 696 or 669. Breakout for Lyle. 671. John Wolves with the Chevy gets the win. Breaks out by less. Danny Whitford coming up with the CFX car. He'll be in the Jegs lane, 975 dial. Greg Deaton out of Marion, Illinois, a 1050 index. It's Nostalgia Superstock. Plymouth with a 1050 will leave first. Danny Whitford with the Paducah, Kentucky base 67 Chevelle, 555 big block, 975 index. CFX against a C Nostalgia Superstock. Watch that Chevy. He'll pull the front wheels up high. Plymouth has a 512 cubic inch Mopar big block. Frank Crutcher, the sponsor of the Whitford car. $975 is what the Chevy's going to be looking for. $1050 the Mopar. Mopar leaves first. Wheels up for the Chevy. Reaction advantage, a big one. Is it going to hold? The Chevy closes the gap, and it does hold. 10:56 on a 50 for Greg Deaton. 9:73 breakout for Danny Whitford. Camaro and Nova up next. Greg Carta out of Franklin, Kentucky. He's in law enforcement, two-time modified eliminator champ, 2019 and 21. Shafarov Engines, his sponsor. Chris Cowles out of Bowling Green. 70 Nova, 350. Cowles dials 12 flat. He's an E modified production car. Carta, a B modified production machine, a 1050 index. Sun going down, it's already below the hills. Camaro wheels up in the air. Reaction times are close. 60 foot though. That Camaro is moving. He's caught the competition. Can he get by without breaking out? No. 10:45 breakout to an 11:98 breakout. Coles breaks out by less and gets the win. The number one qualifier, Terry Tyler in the Oldsmobile, going to go 866. Caleb Masterson, a 1076. 2 seconds head start for the Chevy S10. The Oldsmobile's got to run him down. Caleb out of Brandenburg. Tyler out of Indianapolis. Oh, and Tyler sleeping on the starting line. Car is not performing. Caleb is out in front. He hopes he was going to break out, but it didn't happen. 1081, and Caleb Masterson takes the win. Terry Tyler goes 922 on an 866. Car just did not perform. He was late on the lights, and it just did not pick up the pace. He ends up with a 922, too slow, and Caleb Masterson takes the win. Cackle Cars, we need you to the lanes, please. Cackle Cars, to the lanes. Cackle Cars and push vehicles, to the lanes, please. Remaining finalists, we need you to the lanes. Comp, gas, and modified production. Need you back to the lanes, please. Comp, gas, and modified production. Comp, gas, and modified production finalists, please return to the lanes. Cackle Cars, please start coming to the lanes. Cackle Cars, to the lanes. All right, here we go. Dan Hobbs out of Hawesville, Kentucky. Got the Thunderbird. C. Gasser. His index, 9 flat. Sam Patrick out of Sandpoint, Michigan, 37 Chevy. His index, 10 flat. The Chevy will leave the line first. The Ford is going to chase. Thunder and Thunderbird here in the right lane. Going to take on the old Chevy Coupe. 10 flat index for the Chevy, 9 flat for the Bird. Chevy will leave the line first. Thunderbird will chase. RPMs are up. Chevy's gone. Oh, man. Reaction times are excellent for both. The Chevy's got the lead. Thunderbird catches him. And the Bird breaks out. 10:01 on a 10 flat, and Patrick gets the win. Sam Patrick takes the win. Hobbs goes 8.97 on a 9 flat index. Cackle cars, we need you to the staging lanes. Cackle cars to the staging lanes, please. Modified production getting ready to go next. Jack Detzel out of Harrison, Ohio, the 68 Camaro. He's a bodyman by trade with a 355 Chevy power plant in his Camaro. Tug Brock out of Williamsburg, Ohio, a manager with a 78 Malibu, 440 cubic inches worth of mighty Malibu power. $11.25 index for the Camaro. It's an I modified production car. Tug Brock, a double A modified production, has a 9-second index. So the Camaro will leave the line first. The Malibu will try to run him down. Got a big gap there. 2.5 seconds. Off goes the Camaro. Patience, patience, go for it. Reaction times are close. Camaro's at the halfway point. Malibu closing in rapidly. It's going to be tight. Breakout. 8.95 with a 9 for Tug and 11.29 good for Jack. Jack Detzel takes the win. Cackle cars, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Cackle cars to the staging lanes. Comp final, we need you to the lanes, please. Comp final, we need you to the lanes. Cackle cars to the lanes, please. Cackle cars to the lanes. Final pair coming our way right now. All right, here we go. Jackson Messamore out of Hanson, Kentucky. 38 Chevrolet, 576 big block. His index 9 flat. Shane Bowman out of Farmland, Indiana. 23T with an index of 850 over in the Budweiser lane. RPMs come up. Off goes Messamore. Chasing is Bowman. Bowman has to make up a 10th. He lost on the starting line. Doesn't do it. 9:02 for Jackson on a 9:0. 8:71 on an 8:50. Bowman doesn't run the number. Messamore takes the win. All right, we're going to do the parade now of show cars, so stick with us. We're going to introduce to you the award winners in the show and shine. All right, good evening, everybody. Are you ready to see some show cars? Here we come. We're going to come up here. 50 cars were chosen out of the hundreds that were here. And we're going to make the award presentation. Emily Shear, right here. If you get a Moon Eyes catalog, she's the lady you see inside there. She's come all the way from Southern California for this. Ted Separ, engine builder, our Grand Marshal, is going to be here. And these two are going to be given the congratulations and the trophies. Got some interesting cars. I didn't have much of a chance to walk through this year and see what we had. But I did take a walk through the line while they were waiting. And we'll see if we can give you some information on them. We just want them to make sure they don't hit this. All right, first car coming up here, beautiful Gasser style Chevy 2. Chevy 2s were introduced in 1962. And this one says 1964 5.6 NHRA record holder, Dave Pennington, out of Germantown, Ohio. Do I hang on to it? Go ahead. Says non-record holder. I'll tell you what, this track is sticky. I'm going to lose my shoes here. Beautiful Dodge Coronet. Started life as a Mopar kid. 383, Coronet 500. David Elmore out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. 383 power plant. Beautiful. Looking like it just came off the showroom. I know the temptation of power down track is good, but keep it safe, guys. Beautiful low down pick 'em up truck, second series, Chevrolet. Ted and Cheryl Novicki out of Greenwood, Indiana. 1955 second series Chevy pickup, because the first series still looked like the 48. Mid-year they came out with this body style. 1965 Malibu wagon, set down nice and low. It's Larry Summers out of Barker Lamb Road, Dunlop, Tennessee. Beautiful red machine. Looks like he's got 4 bucket seats in that thing. Super cool. I'm a hot rodder at heart. I've got a couple at home. This is a beautiful 32 Highboy. Patrick Menard out of Louisville, Kentucky. 32 Ford Roadster. Got some nice neons, LED lights on it. A fadeaway Candy paint job. Chuck Blackford out of Elton, Kentucky. And that's what we don't want you to do, guys. 4x4s, always popular. How about this C10 Silverado? Eric and Kim Doss. Central City, Kentucky. Again, guys, that's not what we want you to do for safety. Please keep it down. Accelerate a little rapidly. In 1967, this was the top of the line Chevelle SS 396. Danny Hornbeck out of Elgin, Illinois. 67, black vinyl top, maroon base coat. Beautiful base model, big Ford with the big block. 63 Ford, Jerry Johns. Got the big FE motor. It's a stripped down Ford. This is what they use for some of the early NASCAR and drag racing. It's got a Hemi. Jim Parker out of Morgantown, Indiana. 1934 Dodge, 5-window coupe. It's tubbed, it's narrow. Got Pontiac taillights in the back. 1965, a totally redesigned Chevrolet. This one with a 327. It's the full-size Chevy Super Sport. Ricky Sullivan from Bowling Green. Nice wide rally wheels on it. 32 Ford 3-window coupe. Getting ready to go. Oscar Gamble. 3-window, beautiful blood red, sitting just right. License plate says red. Tri-5 Chevy, first of the series, 1955, Bobby Molosky out of Greenville, Kentucky. It's a 210 model. 40 Ford Coupe. Mainstay for many hot rodders back in the day. Got some nice hubcaps on it. Set down just right. The wide whites. Al Seidel out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Another Ford. This one's a 28-29, sitting on 32 rails or styled rails. It's a high boy. Got some nice taillights on it and a Jag rear end. We saw this car out on track earlier today. Beautiful 56 Chevrolet. Jason Stills out of Evansville, Indiana. And he's got that parachute on it because it needs it. Second series, second generation Camaro. Chris Sanders, Morgantown, Kentucky. It's a 73 Z28, and it's yellow, looking cool. Little S10 Chevy pickup truck, getting ready to go. Dylan Weckerly out of Bowling Green, 87 S10. Rare Fastback, the Fleetline Chevrolet. Mike Moody out of Franklin, Kentucky, 48, blue and gray. Go ahead. Looking like a restored machine here. Got dual exhaust. Nothing better than a flame Willys, and this one's great. Norwood and Kay Garrison out of Manchester, Kentucky. It's a 41. Great flames. Set down nice, got the artillery style wheels, Trent Blues, 49 Chevy 3100. '56 Chevy Bel Air sedan coming your way. Switched over to disc brakes, some nice wheels, set down nice and low. Greg Flenner out of Madisonville, Kentucky. Bel Air sedan. Another 3100 series Chevrolet pickup. Jeff Heiser out of Glasgow, Kentucky. This is a 52 model. Big block powered. If you do the right numbers, you can special order this car right from the factory. Teddy Horner, Prospect, Kentucky. 66 Chevy Biscayne with a factory big block. Eric and Laura Brown out of Lynchburg, Tennessee. 51 Ford F1. Got a chopped top, roll pan, nice louvers. C10 set down nice and low, beautiful gold and white. Paul Piles, Newcastle, Kentucky. 1968 to 72, he's not sure which it is. Mike and Diane McLemore out of Washington, Indiana. He's owned the car since 1968. 54 years and he's not done yet. Roger Beasley, Marion, Illinois, the 66 Chevy Nova. Got the roll bar and everything ready to go racing. Says it's backyard engineering. Looking like an old AFX car, the Strip Teaser. James Thomas out of Blue Ridge, Georgia. 65 Ford Falcon. Altered wheelbase. Love this Buick wagon. Bart Wilkinson out of Millington, Tennessee. 67 Buick. Sport wagon. It's gold. It's got wood trim. It's a tin Woody. How are you? Bill Decker out of Louisville, Kentucky, 1972 Chevelle SS. Beautiful blue paint job. License plate says it all. It says muscle. Little Dodge coming up here now. Gene Jenkins, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Car's been in the family since 1949. Got all the original patina on it. SS 350, 1968 Camaro. Josh Letts out of Jasper, Indiana. Looking cool. One of the best looking Ford trucks in my opinion, the 1941 pickup This is Paul Buckles out of Linden, Indiana. Looking like it just came off the Hot Rod Reunion t-shirt, Mike out of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Got a Big Daddy Ed Roth sticker on the driver's side window. Thou shalt drag. Help promote street racing is what it says. Rob Ilou out of Hilton Head, South Carolina, 49 Studebaker pickup. 56 Ford F100. Rick and Chris Clough. Did I get that right? Okay. 56 Ford, it's red. What's it got for power? 454. Built Ford top with a bunch of Chevy stuff. Chop top, Model A Ford with a big bed blown small block Chevy. Got a 32 Ford grill. Ken Jones out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Got a nice chop on it. About a 6-inch chop on this. And the driver's sitting like this because there ain't no room. This pickup truck's been parked at the hotel. I love looking at it. Beautiful, simple. Martin Reed out of Millington, Tennessee. 1965 Chevy C10. Dropped just right. Smoke them if you got them, I guess. How about a Hot Rod Model T with a real deal Ford flathead? It's a last of the generations of flathead distributors up front. And look at the carburation. This has got more carbs on it than I've ever seen on a flathead. Ford downdraft Weber style carbs. Looking cool. Sounds nice too. How about a 55 Chevy hardtop? Interesting wheels on this baby. Set down, got some wide whites. The whole family's in the car. John Keown from Morgantown, Kentucky. Last of the first Stingrays. This is beautiful. 427. Got the stripe down there, the right scoop, the factory side pipes. Love the wheel change and the red line tires to match. Looking good. C10 sitting just right. Short bed, all the extra trim, the Cheyenne body trim. Tiffany Cowan from Morgantown, Kentucky, 71 Chevy C10. Even the license plate says it. I saw this car pull in the other day. I love it. Grabber Blue Torino Cobra Jet 429. I had one of these on order in 1970. I just never was able to pick it up. Third generation Corvette Stingray. 427. Big block. Got the Thrush side pipes on it. Rally wheels. And he gets a thank you letter from Chevron every month when he gets gas. Greg Kuckmeyer. Rosie 40 and Heather 40. 71 AMC Gremlin. The Gremlin was introduced to the public on April 1st. Everyone thought it was a joke, but it worked. Gasser style, 53 Chevrolet. Carburetors sticking up out of there. Phil and Liz DeMarco. Graham, North Carolina. Blue metal flake top, PPG GM black. Oh, looking like it should have been on the racetrack all weekend long. How about this? 32 Ford with a Chrysler Hemi, and it's blown. Rich Conklin, Montvale, New Jersey. Wow. Got the drag slicks on the back. The high roll bar looks like it just came off the pages of Rod Custom Magazine. And I think that concludes our show cars. Now we're going to put the race cars that won up in front of the building. Thank you all for coming out to the Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. We're going to bring the race cars up in front of the tower there to get their photos and give out their trophies. You're welcome to hang on, but thank you for being here. I'm Bob Beck on behalf of the NHRA Motorsports Museum. Thank you very much for joining us for this year's Holley National Hot Rod Reunion. All right, don't forget Cackle Fest coming your way. Cackle car drivers, please get to your vehicles, suit up, get ready. It's time for Cackle Fest 2022. Breathe in the nitro when they come by. How many of you guys take nitro pills? I do. After tonight, I won't need one for a week. All right, Cackle cars headed out. Drivers to your vehicle. Cackle cars, you should be coming out. Drivers to your vehicle. So what'd you think of the show cars? Good representation of what's here? I thought they were pretty darn good myself. All right, Cackle cars, we need you to pull up in the lanes. Cackle cars, please pull up in the staging lanes. Sun's gone down. You're going to see some great flames coming out of these cars. I was talking to Ed Iskandarian last week, and he's got a special camshaft he's making for these guys so that they'll shoot flames higher into the air. So as he gets them in production, then these guys will start putting them on. And you'll see some nice giant flames coming out. Again, Cackle cars, move to the head of staging, please. Cackle cars, to the head of staging, please. Did he go tinkle on the starting line? Cackle cars, come on down. We're waiting for you. Doesn't matter to me what you want to do. I can go wherever you go. All right, the Cackle car is coming around the bend.
Driver of this one's got the car.
Yeah, you want to get the car? Bring it to me. That's fine. All right, the first car coming down, the dragster with a Hemi. This is Holley and Boggs. Richie Boggs, the current driver. Car's out of Charleston, West Virginia. It's a Kellison chassis car, beautiful bodywork on it, and I like the push vehicle as well. Jim Holley was the original owner. Driver was Joe Boggs. Push provided by Marty Harrison. Lions Charger coming your way here. Looks like an original car. It's got a lot of signatures on it. Current driver is Danny Larson. Current owner, Danny and Jessica Larson out of Leland, North Carolina. It's a Woody Gilmore chassis. It's run the best of 820 at 190 miles an hour. The original driver was Al Freeman and Elgin Freeman were the owner's drivers. Push vehicle is Gil Virgil, 1956 Ford F100, speed and design, hot rod interiors. We've got our class winners moving in line, and we've got a traffic jam between the class winners and the Cackle cars now. We need the Cackle cars coming down to the track. Cackle cars, please come down to the track. All right, adding to the cackle cards is a funny car coming up. Bruce Larson's USA 1. Current owner driver, Bruce Larson. He is the guy that set the world on fire back in the days. Was a champion funny car driver. Chassis from Pat Foster out of Dolphin, Pennsylvania. Current and original owner, still the same, Bruce Larson. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Where are they? They should move to front station. Yeah. Go ahead, guys. The USA 1. If you look in the history of Bruce Larson, you'll see his Camaro leaving the line with all four wheels up off the ground at the same time. Ronnie Sandifer, current owner driver. The car was a Don Long chassis. It's run a best of 650. Coming up on this side, these are static start cars. On the right side, the Power King Special, Rich Raditsky. Cars run a best of 850. Over on the outside, these are the push start cars. It was a Pro Comp AA Roddy Nichols, the current owner driver. It ran 681 with Bob Amos. The Fox and Hose Beaver or Belter Automotive Special. Ken Fox, the current owner driver, and Don Fox out of West Chicago, Illinois. Woody Gilmore chassis. Ran a best of 658. Roger Clayton was the original owner. The funny car, the U.S. Marines Pontiac. Mickey Thompson, U.S. Marines car. Original current owner James Hardman. Original owner driver Bob Pickett and Mickey Thompson. Swamp Fox, AA fuel dragster, John Batera was the chassis builder. Harold Brewer is the original owner, winner of the 1968 Series of Drag Racing, UDRA 68 Car and Driver Car of the Year. Rebels Speed Shop in Harriman, Tennessee. It's a Sea Dragster with a Dodge Little Red Ram Hemi. Bill North, John Grice, and Joe Vittel were the original owners and drivers. The car ran a best of 950 at 145 miles an hour. It's a little 260 cubic inch Dodge Red Ram. Okefenokee, Trembler, Brent Gay, the current owner driver from Folkestone. John Reed built the chassis and ran a best of 652. Bob Gray was the original owner driver. It's a club car. Brian Beatles, AA fuel dragster. Right behind me here, Don Long chassis ran 651. Tom Rayleigh and Jim Allison and Allison Lee were the original owners' drivers. Bruce Winters pulling the vehicle with his cab over. How's this? A race car pulling a race car as a tow vehicle. The Porter Special being pulled by a beautiful Henry J. Small block Chevy with a blower, short wheelbase. The Porter Special. Rocket Man Robbie Frills is the current driver. Dave Huber, the current owner. PRP is where it's from. Chassis Research Chassis ran a best of 9 flat. Stewart and Thornby were the original owners and drivers. Donnie Jeffries pulling the vehicle. Another beautiful flathead car. This one a Model T pickup truck. Pulling the Mickey Thompson dragster. Scott Simpson, current owner. Dave Hubert, or current driver. Huber, the owner, out of Pleasure Ridge Park, Kentucky. 57 Chevy 283 with a blower sitting on top. It's run a best of 9 flat at 160 miles an hour. The original owner was Mickey Thompson. The driver, Roland Blackie. Tom Simpson is driving the Ford that's pulling it. The Pavement Shaker coming up here next. We have a number of static start cars. They're the ones going on the right lane. The ones that'll push start will be coming back onto the left lane. Hemi powered, the Pavement Shaker. Keith Dugan, the current driver. Jimmy B. Brando, the owner. Thompson's stand-on. Texas. Lon Bennett built the chassis. It's run a best of 623, 212 miles an hour. Rex Clark, the original owner and driver. The Wild Child. Robin Marsh, the current driver. Dave Talent and Robin Marsh, the current owners. It's from Kansas City, Missouri. Woody Gilmore chassis. It's a brand new car. It hasn't been run yet. This is the inaugural run-up on it. It's got a 355 Chevy for power with a blower sitting on top. Coming up now, the Guardian dragster. Oh, this thing looks mean. It's a AA fuel coupe. Rex Stevens is the current owner, current driver. From Brazil, Indiana. Crown Custom did the chassis. It ran a best of 687, 208 miles an hour. It's got a highly modified Model T body. The rear body from Norm Reese from 1964. Patent body by Corey Conyers, Crown Customs. Beautiful canopy on this machine. Look at this T-bodied car. The bodywork is amazing on the Guardian. All right, more Cackle cars coming your way. The Cammer coming up here now. John Jones, the current driver and owner out of Bruceville, Indiana, custom built. Motor was Dino Don Nicholson's. It ran in his funny car. It is a genuine Ford Cammer, overhead cam car. Painted blue and white. John Jones, driver, owner of this fabulous machine with the white wall slicks. Chuck Williams coming up with his dragster. Beautiful old school machine.